The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726 Burden. No. Get out of the way. Hawkeye's instinct formed by long-term frontline fighting saved him. Just as he shouted the warning, he pulled out an arrow from his back and shot it at a mobile building not far away. The arrow was connected to a rope behind it, and the rope was connected to his quiver, which could be automatically retracted. With this force, he was taken away from his original position and flew out. But the rest of the people were not so lucky. The main reason was that Hawkeye's warning was a bit too general. They didn't know where to hide. The Ghost Rider and the ice began to burst into flames, and then like a volcanic eruption, with a bang, the fire column shot up into the sky and blew up the iceberg. At this time, the flames on the Ghost Rider turned into dark blue. The flames were not as hot as hellfire. On the contrary, they seemed to have no temperature at all, but they gave people a more frightening feeling. Of course, the SHIELD agents didn't know this. Roar. This time, the Ghost Rider's roar was even wilder, like a beast, full of endless violence. The blue flames instantly rolled inward and disappeared without a trace, and then the Ghost Rider opened his arms. I am salvation, boom. A ball of golden light burst out from the head of the Ghost Rider, and then countless golden chains shot out from all parts of his body. The target of these chains was everyone. It was also at this time that Kai finally couldn't help it. He raised his hammer and swung it hard. Countless thunders fell, blocking the surroundings. Blocking all those golden chains. But those guys from SHIELD were not so lucky, because they were too close. I saw that the chains shot into the foreheads of those agents. The agents' eyes were dull, and golden light was emitting from their eyes. Then all the chains began to be recovered, and at the same time, flames began to appear on those who were pierced by the chains. When everyone was about to approach the Ghost Rider, boom! A mushroom cloud rose slowly. The flames spread around with a shock wave. The ground began to shake, crack, and then melt. Finally, it hit the thunder shield. Boom! Another explosion. The thunder shield dissipated into nothingness in a burst of strong light. However, it still fulfilled its duties well, blocking most of the flames and shock waves. But even the remaining aftermath destroyed the windows and glass of the entire street. Phil and Hawkeye looked at everything in front of them with cold sweat. Only then did they truly understand how strong Kai was when he fought against the Ghost Rider. This was something they had not expected. To be honest, before this mission, neither they nor the top management of SHIELD thought that there would be any problems with this mission. They were very confident. But the result slapped them in the face. Now, except for them, the rest of SHIELD originally wanted to show their faces, but in the end they really showed their faces. With the Ghost Rider showing off his power, the helicopters in the sky had already flown away. They were not afraid of sacrifice, but the key was that if their helicopters fell, then the civilians would be in big trouble. Unfortunately, they didn't hide far enough. Before the smoke from the explosion had dissipated, a chain burning with flames suddenly shot out from the smoke and directly hid a helicopter in the distance. The people on the helicopter were still planning to operate the helicopter to escape. But the chain suddenly shortened. Then the Ghost Rider flew towards the helicopter along the chain. Bang! The Ghost Rider broke through the helicopter and appeared in the cabin. Then it was easy. The flames swept over the crew and turned them into dust. Then the Ghost Rider sat in the driver's seat. When he held the joystick, the hellfire spread to the entire fuselage, and then the fuselage of the helicopter underwent a terrifying change. The flames burned the steel, turning the head of the helicopter into a bird with a wide mouth. Then the landing gear of the helicopter turned into a pair of claws with a toothache metal twisting sound. The wings on both sides of the fuselage also turned into a pair of bat wings. The weapons system under the wings also deformed and became hideous. The most terrifying thing was the rotor, which was completely covered with flames. When the rotor turned, it was like a circle of light on the head of the helicopter. Well, now it is hard to say whether this thing can be called a helicopter. Whoosh! Before everyone could be shocked, the demon helicopter directly destroyed a helicopter with a missile. Boom! The wreckage of the helicopter crashed into an apartment building due to potential energy. At the windows of the apartment building, many people were still stretching their necks to watch the excitement. Fuck! Just as those onlookers were screaming and fleeing, A loud roar suddenly broke out. Then everyone saw Kai, who was covered in lightning and wearing a Thor armor, appeared there at some point and grabbed the wreckage of the helicopter with his hands. A group of people were stunned. "What the hell are you looking at? Why don't you evacuate quickly?" Kai turned around and saw those people standing stupidly looking at him through the window, and he was so angry. How much trouble are these idiots from S.H.I.E.L.D. going to cause him? After being yelled at by Kai, a group of people woke up from their dreams and quickly turned around and ran away. The Ghost Rider here was much smarter than them. While Kai was saving people, he immediately turned around and attacked other helicopters. What could Kai do? He could only throw the wreckage of the helicopter in his hand on the street and then rush over to save people. Then he caught a rocket with his face. When the smoke cleared, Kai's face was blackened by the explosion. "Can't you run? Why are you staying here?" Being a target, the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. were quite brave. When the ghost helicopter fired at a helicopter, the other helicopters immediately focused their fire on the ghost helicopter. But the problem is that Ghost Rider's vehicle cannot be described by common sense. Other helicopters would be dead if they were hit by a rocket, but Ghost Rider's helicopter would recover immediately after being blown up. There was nothing wrong with it. Except for a bump in the air due to the explosion, there was no damage at all. In this case, these S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopters staying in place would be useless except for increasing Kai's workload. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't want to listen to Kai. They were already ashamed enough today, but Phil notified them in time and asked them to leave quickly. Phil could see that S.H.I.E.L.D. would lose face today. Instead of doing this, it would be better to retain the manpower. Seeing that the burden had left, Kai no longer held back. He picked up the hammer in his hand and quickly turned Thor's hammer by grabbing the leather rope behind the hammer. When the power of Thor's hammer accumulated to the critical point, he swung it out fiercely, but Kai did not let go of the hammer. Instead, he merged with the hammer and turned into a lightning bolt and rushed straight towards Ghost Rider. This is a little less, and I will continue to update twice tomorrow. Chapter 727 Plan continues. The demon helicopter was smashed to pieces by this blow. Not only that, Kai grabbed the Ghost Rider and flew away when he smashed the helicopter. The people below were all dumbfounded when they saw Kai showing off his power. After a long time, people finally realized that they were safe. As long as they were not stupid, they knew that Kai did this to avoid accidentally hurting the people. Look at the previous group of people. It seemed like that, but what was the reality? They were beaten to pieces and all died. In this comparison, their New York superheroes are more reliable. Since they are safe, gossips immediately arise. They speculated what Kai took the demon. There were even those who were not afraid of death and drove to chase him. I don't know where they got the courage. The rest of the people were also very excited. After all, they not only saw a wonderful battle, but also survived. Isn't this worth celebrating? Only two people were not happy about this situation. They were Phil and Hawkeye. They came to grab the credit this time, but they didn't get any credit at all, and all the field agents who followed them died. What's worse, Phil also promised that they would be responsible for all the aftermath of this time. In other words, they lost face, but they still had to help. What a big deal. Of course, this is just a small matter. The problem is the loss this time. Things like helicopters and armored vehicles are small matters. If they are destroyed, they are destroyed. But the problem is their new weapons and secret weapons, the freezing gun. Especially the latter, which is regarded as a trump card by their S.H.I.E.L.D. The loss is huge. And so many field agents were killed. Field agents are not just big soldiers or civilians sitting in front of computers. If an agent wants to go out on the field, especially in an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., he really needs to master too many skills, including intelligence collection, lurking, assassination, reconnaissance, small-scale operations, special operations, etc. Some elites also need to learn computer hacking technology, foreign languages, etc. It takes a lot of resources to train an excellent field agent. This time, Phil brought the most elite field agents of the New York branch, and now all of them have been lost in one battle. It can be said that the New York branch was basically broken in this battle. With so many people, even with the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is a bit of a headache to replenish so many elites at once. Phil should actually worry more about himself. After all, he is the commander and the first person responsible. With such a big loss, who else can S.H.I.E.L.D. find if not him? Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never admit that it was their side that seriously misjudged the enemy's strength, which led to the defeat of this battle from the beginning. They will only say that Phil's command was improper. Although Phil did have problems with command in this battle, to be honest, it was useless for Phil to command no matter how he commanded, because the strength gap was there. It doesn't matter whether he commanded or not. Phil is just mourning the sacrificed agents now. He naively thought it was his own problem. Hawkeye had a blank expression on his face, but in fact, he was shocked at all. As one of the best field agents of SHIELD, he had fought with many superpowers. He never thought that these superpowers were that powerful. He had extreme confidence in himself. And his record proved this point very well. But today, his pride was shattered. A complete failure, without any comfort at all. He didn't have even a little advantage from beginning to end. This made him start to examine himself. This time he wanted to become stronger. Boom. Kai threw the Ghost Rider into the battlefield he had planned, the waste treatment plant. The Ghost Rider was smashed into pieces, but the next second he stood there intact again, looking up and roaring silently at Kai. The spirit of vengeance may be cruel, but it doesn't mean he can't distinguish between the strong and the weak. What's more, the guy in front of him is still trying to suppress him with Johnny's power. After killing so many sinners, the anger of the spirit of vengeance was temporarily satisfied, so now the power of the spirit of vengeance is much weaker than before. At this time, a shooting star approached here quickly. It was Tony. How did it happen? Why did it become such a big deal? Tony said to Kai in an extremely unhappy tone as soon as he appeared. Tony is Kai's important ally, so Kai would not hide everything from him. After all, Kai even revealed the existence of Kingsman to Tony, not to mention the Ghost Rider. Of course, Kai did not tell him about Batman and Hannibal. It's not that he doesn't trust Tony, but mainly, this thing is too embarrassing. Anyway, there is no difference, so Kai decided to keep this matter a secret. Tony supports Johnny's matter. After all, Johnny has the hope of controlling the spirit of vengeance, so Tony is unwilling to end a person's life arbitrarily. So he also participated in Kai's plan. Kai is responsible for Johnny's death, and Tony is responsible for Johnny's rebirth. Simply put, it is to help Johnny change his appearance. For this reason, Tony made a small invention overnight, a special biological gel, which can be attached to people's skin, and then through some kind of sound wave instrument, people can change their appearance. This thing can even change fingerprints and pupils. It is difficult to find out a real identity without DNA testing. Tony designed this invention for pranks at first, but for some reasons, he never used it. This time, Kai asked him to do it, and then he made some upgrades. The original plan was very clear. Kai and Ghost Rider had a friendly match here, and then Tony took over. Helped Johnny change his appearance, and then Johnny went to the underground base for retreat. When he could barely control the spirit of vengeance, he would come out again. Tony and Kai would prepare a new identity for him. As for what to do in the future, that was a matter for the future, and they didn't think that far. Kai said a little angrily, "It's all S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault. These idiots had to fight Ghost Rider in the city." Tony was stunned. He just saw the news that the flame skeletons fought in the city and affected many people. He didn't know that it was S.H.I.E.L.D. who provoked the fight. That's the city. What are they thinking? Don't they care about the casualties of civilians? So I don't like S.H.I.E.L.D., Kai said. Tisk. Tony now feels more and more that Kai is right. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s style is really too ruthless. What should we do now? Another fight? We still have to pretend. Kai looked at the increasingly dangerous Ghost Rider below, twisted his neck, and prepared to fight. The Ghost Rider now is not so easy to suppress, and he still needs to be beaten up. Is it really okay? Johnny will be okay, don't worry, he won't die. There is one more update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 Ending. There's nothing much to say about the battle scene, it is just a repetition of the previous battle. Ghost Rider doesn't have many tricks. He has the same few moves, but he is very durable. Kai smashed him several times, but he is still strong. In fact, fighting Ghost Rider is easy, but it is just a grind. After waiting for the power of the spirit of vengeance to weaken, Kai smashed it with a hammer. This was not enough, Kai even smashed his bone stick into powder. Of course, Kai used a trick here. He took advantage of the moment when the power of the spirit of vengeance decreased, suppressed it with the power of the Holy Grail, and then smashed it, and then used the king's treasury to pack it up. Then he casually threw out a few sections of human bone models stolen from the medical school, and then used the power of Thor to completely destroy it, leaving no ashes. This way, it was really unnoticed. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to find out anything from it, it will be a waste of time. And all this was filmed by helicopters of several news media. Sometimes I really have to say that those reporters are bolder than those from S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicopter was also there, but it was much farther away than the media's helicopter. After doing all this, Kai and Tony left the scene directly without staying there. As soon as they left, a large force from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. This time, it was not all S.H.I.E.L.D. people. I don't know how S.H.I.E.L.D. operates. They actually pulled the New York National Guard to block the surrounding 3 kilometers. Even the sky is no exception. Phil led a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. technicians to conduct a carpet search of the entire waste treatment plant, hoping to find a bone of Ghost Rider. There is no doubt that S.H.I.E.L.D. has not given up on Ghost Rider. But soon, the technicians came. Nothing was found. How is it possible? Phil didn't say anything before Hawkeye quit. It's not that Hawkeye's so enthusiastic about the power of Ghost Rider, it's really he can't accept that the combat effectiveness of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kai so far apart. You know, Hawkeye was very confident before. As a good friend of Natasha, he has always been unhappy about Natasha, Natalie. Natasha is the real name of Black Widow, leaving the front line to go undercover for a long time. In fact, it is not just this matter. Hawkeye is equivalent to the Hawks and S.H.I.E.L.D. He thinks that S.H.I.E.L.D. does not need to be soft on Kai. If they think Kai is a threat, then S.H.I.E.L.D. should take measures. At least Hawkeye is confident that he can deal with Kai. But now, the gap is really big. Phil ignored Hawkeye's surprise. He is very familiar with Hawkeye and knows Hawkeye's thoughts. Is there not even a trace that can be used? Phil asked. We didn't even find ashes. The technicians were also depressed. In fact, they wanted to know what the Ghost Rider was the most. Who cannot be curious about this kind of thing? But the problem is that there is nothing. He can't make it. Phil didn't find it strange. It seems that Kai is guarding against us. Hawkeye frowned. What do you mean? Phil thought about it and felt that Hawkeye was trustworthy. So after letting the others go away, he whispered to Hawkeye about their conflict with Kai in Los Angeles. Hawkeye knew that Kai had a conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D. in Los Angeles and arrested all the S.H.I.E.L.D. people in the police station. Later, their director went to Los Angeles specifically for this. But Hawkeye didn't expect that their director was also imprisoned by Kai. After all, no matter what, the director's dignity must be guaranteed, so few people know about this. If Phil hadn't been an eyewitness, he probably wouldn't know. At the same time, Phil also repeated what Kai said to the director at the time. He thinks S.H.I.E.L.D. is a threat. This is too funny. Isn't this pointing at the police and calling them bandits? Does he know how hard S.H.I.E.L.D. has worked for the safety of the world? For this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know how many excellent agents have shed their blood for this, but in return, they say that S.H.I.E.L.D. is the biggest threat to the world? Phil shook his head. Although he didn't think what Kai said was correct, there was a part of him that Phil also felt that there was something wrong. S.H.I.E.L.D. is too enthusiastic about the pursuit of power. This is nothing, but Phil always feels that S.H.I.E.L.D. is too enthusiastic about these things. Of course, this is just his feeling, and he has never told anyone. Kai thinks that it is because we are overly pursuing those powers that we don't understand that led to the Battle of Los Angeles. I guess he thinks so this time, so he won't give us any chance. Phil felt that he had guessed Kai's thoughts. Humph, Hawkeye felt that Kai was just joking. If they didn't have power, how could they protect the world? Anyway, he didn't think S.H.I.E.L.D. was wrong. On the contrary, Hawkeye felt that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power was still too weak, otherwise today. So Kai was completely taking advantage of the situation. Just when Hawkeye was about to say something, a voice came from Phil's communicator. Phil answered. It was Nick Fury. Phil, Nick's voice was a little low. It seemed that he was not in a good mood. Director, Phil's attitude was very correct. I am willing to take full responsibility for the failure of this mission. Nick was silent for a while, then said, Phil, I already know what happened. Don't blame yourself, the Bureau has no intention of pursuing you. Director, Phil said, moved and ashamed. Things are definitely not as simple as Nick Fury said. Nick Fury is indeed the director and has a high prestige in the Bureau, But this does not mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. really has the final say. Although this is the case most of the time, the Security Council and the federal government have not given up infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years, and there are also factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. The loss this time is so great, how could Phil be allowed to get away with it at will? This time Nick Fury spent a lot of effort to protect his confidant. The benefits that should be transferred are not less. Nick is obviously not used to Phil's sensibility. He immediately changed the subject. How is the flame skull? Phil was silent for a while. Kai has been wary of us. We have not obtained any useful information. In fact, up to now, they know nothing about the flame skull. Except that it can fight and cannot be killed. Did Kai really kill that guy? Nick Fury, a severely paranoid person like Xiao, is always full of doubts about everything. Moreover, that thing is so easy to kill. There should be no other possibility. Phil quickly denied Nick Fury's guess. We watched it the whole time, and that guy couldn't escape from our noses. Besides, Kai shouldn't let him escape. Nick Fury nodded. As for whether he really believed it, only God knows. Have you communicated with Kai about that thing? Phil smiled bitterly. Kai probably doesn't want to see us at all now. This time, many civilians were affected. Kai looks very angry. Nick Fury naturally knew. In fact, Nick Fury likes Kai's character. It's not because Kai cares about civilian casualties, but Nick thinks this is a weakness. He likes people with weaknesses, because having weaknesses means that they can be targeted. As for the despicable agent's business, how can it be said to be despicable? Everything is for the safety of the world. I understand. I will investigate Natasha. You can withdraw. By the way, Phil, let the New York Police Department go. Phil heard the last sentence and nodded with a little bitterness. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was too bad. S.H.I.E.L.D. was too embarrassed to go to the New York Police Department and speak out. They could only swallow this bitter fruit silently. In addition, there was another reason why Nick gave up stopping the New York Police Department. That is, the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. was already half paralyzed, and because of Phil's defeat this time, the Washington headquarters would not provide more resources. They just used some newcomers to supplement the manpower. The New York branch is not short of manpower, but it is short of elite agents. But Nick protected Phil and did not let Phil withdraw from the New York head, but this came at a price. There are only so many elite agents. Why should others support Phil, a defeated general? Some people said that the New York Police Department is poaching here. If S.H.I.E.L.D. does not support Phil, will Phil just watch and do nothing? Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This sentence is dead. Is the New York Police Department's practice serious? How should we view it? In the eyes of some people, this is a precedent. If other big cities do this in the future, what will happen to the dignity of S.H.I.E.L.D.? But in the eyes of others, it is another matter. First of all, the resources that S.H.I.E.L.D. can obtain from the police of a city are worlds apart. How many people can a police station mobilize? How much money? How much equipment? How much scientific research force? How much intelligence force? How many political resources? And what about S.H.I.E.L.D.? There is no comparison at all. In the eyes of these people, this is all a small fight and not worth mentioning at all. They are not worried at all that this will threaten S.H.I.E.L.D. So they don't care at all. In their opinion, the only person in New York who is really worthy of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s careful treatment is Kai. One person's power will not last long. Even in their opinion, this so-called department is just a game played by Kai himself, and it is not worth mentioning at all. In short, except for the uproar caused by this matter in S.H.I.E.L.D. at the beginning, it was depressed with the defeat of Phil and his group. Kai followed Tony back to the top floor apartment of Stark building. It's absolutely safe here today, right? Pepper won't suddenly run out, right? Kai confirmed one last time. After all, Johnny's identity is really too sensitive. He is now a murderer. In fact, originally, Johnny was still easy to whitewash. After all, the people he killed before were all deserving of the punishment. Although many people are still afraid of him, at least he can be relied on for being brave. Then he can excuse himself because his new ability is out of control. But now, there is really no way to wash it. Those agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how much Kato dislikes S.H.I.E.L.D., he can't deny that those idiots died in the line of duty. Since these agents died in the line of duty, then Johnny can't be a positive character no matter what, right? What's more, it also affected civilians. All these excuses are useless, even if it is clear that the spirit of vengeance is playing tricks, because no one will trust him anymore. For example, Frank the Punisher, he has a bad reputation, but not many people really hate him. At most, they say that his methods are a bit cruel. Why? Because he never hurts ordinary people and specializes in gangsters. The public can accept such people. But Johnny, he hurts civilians. People can't trust him anymore. So, Johnny probably won't be able to restore his true identity in this life. Don't worry, I've arranged it, and Jarvis is watching all around. It's absolutely safe. Ever since he was on guard against S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony has been committed to creating an absolutely safe environment for himself. Stark Tower is Tony's lair, so he spent a lot of time thinking about it. That's good. Then the two came to a secret laboratory, which Tony even kept secret from Pepper. Then Kai released a Ghost Rider from the King's treasury. Thanks to the fact that Ghost Rider can't be considered a living creature in this state, otherwise Kai's King's treasury really can't hold him. The King's treasury can't hold living creatures. Who still remembers this setting? Cool. Tony looked at the flaming skeleton standing up from the ground and immediately whistled. Even though he had seen it countless times, Tony still really thought it was cool. Tony is also a heavy metal fan, and the appearance of Ghost Rider really has the temperament of heavy metal rock. After Ghost Rider stood up, he did not make any movement, but stood there obediently. Tony looked at Kai. How did you do it? He was really curious. Kai did not hide much about the origin of Ghost Rider, but he was very secretive about the means of controlling the spirit of vengeance. Secret. Kai threw out 2 words directly. Tony curled his lips and did not ask any more questions. Everyone was an adult, so naturally they would not quarrel over this. Who didn't have some secrets? After temporarily suppressing the Ghost Rider, Kai immediately communicated with Johnny's soul. No one except Johnny could suppress the spirit of vengeance. Soon Johnny's soul began to respond and gradually regained consciousness, while the spirit of vengeance could only roar unwillingly and disappear from Johnny's body under Johnny's suppression. Then Tony saw that the flames on the Ghost Rider began to gradually recede, and Johnny's flesh and blood gradually recovered as the hellfire receded. After a while, Johnny fell to the ground. The 2 grown men obviously had no interest in catching Johnny, and just watched him fall to the ground. What should we do now? Tony asked. How about waiting for him to wake up? After all, this is what he will look like in the future. I think we should listen to his advice. Why are there so many rules? Just make it look handsome. Absolutely no problem. They held Johnny, and then threw him into a medical cabin according to Tony's instructions. Then Tony began to operate. Chapter 729 Special Forces. New York seems to be always in the midst of hustle and bustle. Even after the terrible disaster, it can't affect the hustle and bustle. Johnny, no, now Nicholas, is sitting in a coffee shop on 10th Avenue. He hasn't touched the coffee on the table, but is concentrating on reading the newspaper in his hand. The disaster did cause a lot of casualties, but for New Yorkers, they may pretend to mourn, but that's all. They are more concerned about the details of the war. For example, why did Kai become so powerful? For example, who is Kai's enemy? Of course, the New York Police Department also made a big splash. They took the credit of S.H.I.E.L.D. without hesitation. All major newspapers said that in order to protect the people of New York, the New York police were not afraid of sacrifice and resolutely fought against criminals. Finally, after paying a huge price, they shot down the threat to the people of New York. They even pretended to have a collective funeral and set up a monument in the cemetery to commemorate those police officers. I don't know if S.H.I.E.L.D. will be collectively furious. Anyway, the police department made a big splash. In fact, even Kai didn't know that his chief would be so shameless. This is a really shameless operation. Counting the sacrifices of other people as his own people, and not spending a penny on pensions, holding a fake funeral, and erecting a monument. How much does it cost? Kai felt a little sorry for S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. is really broad-minded and tolerated this. Think about it, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not suitable to appear in front of the public. Even if the chief's operation is shameless, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not come out to clarify anything. To put it bluntly, it is bullying others to keep silent. It's just, isn't the chief afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s revenge for playing this way? S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a good bird. Their style in public is already very outrageous. You can imagine what they are like in private. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. will not blatantly deal with you, what do others do? They are intelligence agents. It's too easy to expose some of the chief's black materials. Kai can't figure out what the chief is thinking. In fact, Kai really underestimated himself. The reason why the director dared to do this was that he felt that Kai supported him and he had nothing to fear. As for why he had this illusion, it was Kai's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. that made him feel that Kai would definitely support him if he did this. He couldn't have been wrong in his thinking. Kai really didn't like S.H.I.E.L.D. But the problem is that Kai doesn't necessarily like him. In short, the director felt that he was now in a stable position. First of all, he had the credit and prestige. This time Kai handled this matter so beautifully. The New York Police Department didn't get any blame at all. All the credit was taken away by them, and the New York Police Department was in the limelight. Secondly, he felt that the mayor and the commissioner would support him. He was originally the mayor's man, and he had someone above him. Thirdly, he asked himself that since he was so good to Kai, there was no reason for Kai not to support him. He had credit and prestige, someone above him, and capable subordinates below to support him. He couldn't think of any weaknesses he had. He was invincible. Of course, these have nothing to do with Johnny. His current name is Nicholas. He is a mechanic and is preparing to open a repair shop in Hell's Kitchen. As a motorcyclist, Nicholas knows all kinds of motorcycles, and he is also proficient in repair and modification. Otherwise, this guy's home would not be decorated like a repair shop. Just when Nicholas was reading the newspaper and thinking about his own things, a waitress came over and served him a dessert. Johnny, no, Nicholas was stunned. Sorry, I didn't order dessert. Unexpectedly, the waitress smiled brightly at Nicholas. This is a gift. After that, she put a napkin in front of Nicholas. Nicholas looked at the napkin, which had a string of phone numbers and a name, Jenny. Nicholas looked up at the waitress who was walking away. The other party was not shy at all, but made a phone gesture to him. I have to say, Nicholas's current appearance is really handsome. In order to make Nicholas a new look, Kay spent some time thinking about it. In order to satisfy Nicholas, Kay deliberately drew a character sketch for Tony to follow. That was the male lead of a movie Kai had seen in his previous life. The movie was called Troy, and it was a 2004 movie. Interestingly, this world also had this movie. Kai vaguely remembered the plot because he had seen it online in his previous life. In fact, it didn't have much content, just a group of people wearing short skirts fighting in broad daylight. But Kai remembered that the scene of the male lead fighting under the city was very beautiful, so he remembered it a little. The male lead was a Hollywood star in his previous life, but no one knew what happened in this world, and the male lead was replaced. So Kai simply asked Tony to make up the appearance of the male lead in the previous life. Apart from anything else, he was really handsome. With blonde hair, he looked unruly, and with a mustache, he added a mature temperament, which was definitely a weapon to seduce women. To be honest, this appearance reduced Nicholas's resistance to changing his appearance by at least 30%. Nicholas smiled bitterly and put away the napkin. He would not make this call. His first love was one reason. He knew that he could not meet Roxanne. Secondly, he was afraid. Afraid of everything. Afraid that his current situation would hurt this girl. Afraid that the spirit of vengeance would go berserk. Afraid. In short, he had no intention of starting a relationship. Strictly speaking, although Nicholas's private life was not decadent, he was definitely not a good guy. As an extreme sports star, there were really too many girls throwing themselves at him. He was not an ascetic, and it was normal for men and women to fall in love. But looking at the statistics of the casualties in the newspaper, Nicholas felt suffocated. These people all died because of him. Kai comforted him, saying that these had nothing to do with him, and that they were all accidents caused by the stupid people of S.H.I.E.L.D. But those were living people. Can you get over it with just one word accident? At least for Nicholas, it can't be overturned. What? Don't you want to try to get in touch with that girl? Just when Nicholas was confused and depressed, an old man sat opposite him. Butler Alfred, Nicholas greeted immediately. This old man was Kai's butler, and his car repair shop was able to open so quickly these days, thanks to him. At first, Nicholas thought that Afu was an ordinary housekeeper, but after getting to know him more, he found that this old man had wisdom that ordinary people could not reach. He could often give him some useful suggestions. And this old man was also a motorcycle enthusiast. Even Kai didn't know this. So the two of them got along very well. Nicholas smiled bitterly and shook his head. I shouldn't hurt others. Afu shook his head. You can't say that. The master will not do things that he is not sure of. The method he gives you will definitely work. Nicholas smiled. Why do you always trust Kai so much? As if he can't be wrong. This is something Nicholas can't understand. Logically speaking, a wise man will not believe in someone so blindly. Afu smiled. That's because I don't know the master. Forget it. Anyway, no one knows the master's greatness better than me. If he says it's okay, it will definitely work. Nicholas smiled and didn't argue. Anyway, every time he talked about this topic, Afu behaved like a cult member. If Kai was not a normal person, he would really be a little worried about Afu. Afu is also an old and shrewd man. He knows that Nicholas doesn't agree with him, but he didn't force Nicholas to believe it. He is not a real cult. Your mentality is wrong, Afu said. The master once said that the most important thing about Kunlun magic is the state of mind. If you are always so depressed, it will affect your practice. That will only get further and further away from your goal. Nicholas shook his head and spread out the newspaper. These people died because of me. How can I be calm? Afu took a look at the newspaper and knew why Nicholas was like this. Frankly speaking, such a person is definitely not annoying. At least he has a strong moral bottom line and will never be a scumbag. But his strong sense of responsibility is now an obstacle. No, you shouldn't think so. You should prevent such a thing from happening again. If you are always depressed and blame yourself, it will only make the original plan stagnate, which will only increase the risk of you going berserk again next time, Afu said carefully. This matter is really difficult to deal with, because practicing Kunlun's martial arts requires a calm mind and not impatience. Afu can give you chicken soup, but he can't give you too much. If Nicholas gets excited and goes crazy, it will be in vain. I know you blame yourself for this. This is a normal mentality. It shows that you are a good person, Johnny. But isn't this what you should avoid? You can't bring those people back to life. All you can do is look forward and even be able to prevent such things from happening in the future. The spirit of revenge may be evil, but if you can subdue him, then his power can be used by you, so that you can do more things. The dead are gone. If you really want to atone for your sins, you might as well use that terrifying power to do more for the world. Nicholas listened to Afu's words quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Afu didn't say anything else, but drank coffee quietly with him. Some things can't be rushed, they have to be done step by step. So Afu won't press too hard. Johnny's matter, that's it for the time being. Kai would not let the spirit of vengeance run around before he could completely suppress it. It's just that Kai is too busy and has no time to be a psychological counselor to Johnny, and he is not good at it. So what is Kai busy with? Of course, it is the establishment of a new department. Actually, this is an excuse. To put it bluntly, there are only 3 people in this new department, Kai and the Wen brothers. The Wen brothers are still temporary workers. They don't plan to stay in one place for a long time. If they embark on the path of demon hunters, they will have nothing to do with a stable life. The reason why they didn't leave immediately was because of the evil spirit murder case. Before investigating the cause of this matter, they can only stay in New York. The director originally planned to make a fuss about this matter so that he could get out of the limelight again. After all, everyone is motivated, and the position of the commissioner, he can sit for a while. But, just a few of these kittens is not embarrassing enough. The director has been urging Kai to set up the framework as soon as possible. This was difficult for Kai. He was just talking nonsense at first, trying to please S.H.I.E.L.D. and get some funds to subsidize the 15th precinct. If he really wanted to set up a new department, he really couldn't find the right person for a while. Finally, Kai stamped his feet and simply pulled all his old comrades over. So Kai called several buddies in Guardtown and asked them to come to New York. I can't guarantee anything else, but the treatment is definitely generous. Sage didn't care where he worked. He immediately agreed when he heard that the treatment was so good. But there were some problems with other people. Meatball worked in Los Angeles for a while because of Kai. After Kai was transferred, he didn't want to work anymore. He didn't like the atmosphere of the big city, so he returned to Guardtown and worked as a small-town policeman while running a farm. He lived a good life. As for Portman, that bastard, he finally fell. After Kai left Los Angeles, he was kicked out of the police force because he was unsupervised and repeatedly got into trouble. Later, he ran to Las Vegas to work as a bodyguard. It is said that a casino owner admired him very much and opened a security company with him. Now he drives a luxury car and lives in a villa. Even Kai was embarrassed to let Portman abandon her career and run to New York to continue to follow him as a policeman. So he had to pass. After all this, only Saji was left. In the end, Saji was loyal enough and planned to contact some of his former comrades. Kai was of course no problem, as he was short of manpower now. A few days later, Saji brought 3 people to the New York Police Department headquarters. Ha ha ha, Saji. Kai was very happy to see Saji. Kai has always been satisfied with his adjutant. Although Saji looks big and strong, he is actually a very delicate person and very reliable. Saji was also very happy to see Kai. Although they haven't seen each other for a while, their feelings have not faded at all. This is comradeship. The style of the military has always been straightforward. After the greetings, they immediately got into the state. Heavy artillery duty. You still remember it, duty, a former member of the Special Reaction Force B team. Kai's team is A, the Aero Force, which is considered a signature. Team B is equivalent to the reserve team. Of course I remember. A musician, Kai laughed and hugged Duty. Duty was a French immigrant, but his hometown was actually Algeria. Later, his family was considered a military family. They served as soldiers for French colonists a long time ago. His grandfather served in the Foreign Legion and was even awarded by the French president. However, his family later immigrated to the United States. Duty is not a person who shows his emotions. On the contrary, he is very quiet, which is completely inconsistent with his sturdy appearance. When he was in Team B, he was a heavy firepower player. So he got the nickname of Heavy Artillery. For heavy artillery, the rumble on the battlefield is as pleasant as a symphony. Although he looks like other special forces, abiding by his duties and ready to die on the battlefield, few people know that one of the hobbies of heavy artillery is Bach's symphony. In his spare time, he is an excellent guitarist. Maybe music brings some inspiration to heavy artillery. So Kai likes to call him a musician. Of course, it seems that only Kai calls him that. Then Saji introduced Kai to 2 people he didn't know. One man and one woman. The man's name is Blake, also a French immigrant. He is very familiar with Duty but not so familiar with Sage. Blake is a communications expert and hacker. He is very efficient and is considered a rare high-end talent in the army who works on the front line. He came here because of Duty's suggestion. The woman's name is Scarlett, and she is the sister of Sage's good friend. Scarlett is a woman with great martial arts talent, thanks to her family with many black belts in martial arts. Her father and brother are her martial arts mentors. At the age of 15, Scarlett got a black belt and joined the Special Operations Command with this honor. The unit she served in was kept secret. She is not only proficient in fighting, but also an excellent intelligence officer. It can be said that Sage brought a lot of surprises to Kai. Not only that, Sage also told Kai that there was another person named Rikid. He was a paratrooper from the 101st Airborne Division that Kai met when he took Sage and others to perform a mission in Afghanistan. Although that guy is a joke, he is undoubtedly an extremely good soldier. But he just returned to China and can only report tomorrow. Chapter 730 Peter? Anyway, the Special Affairs Investigation Department was set up. Kai never thought of turning this department into a big organization. It can only be regarded as a supplement to the New York Police Department. In its nature, it is more like a special forces. To put it bluntly, it is a thug organization. Of course, since it is a thug, it must be equipped with good weapons and equipment. So soon the New York Police Department and the Stark Group signed a special agreement. The weapons and equipment of the Special Department, the abbreviation is too long and painful to write, will be sponsored by Tony Stark privately, but the Special Department only has the right to use these weapons and equipment, and Tony Stark has the right to take back those weapons. There is no exchange of interests. This is also to avoid others from using the Stark Group's withdrawal from the arms market. To put it bluntly, the people in the Special Department are just weapons testers. This cooperation still caused quite a stir. After hearing the news, many people went to the Stark Group to test it. Some people were afraid that the Stark Group would return to the arms market again, while others hoped that Stark would enter the arms market again. They hoped to make the situation chaotic so that they could fish in troubled waters. Some people wanted to take advantage of the New York Police Department. However, these did not affect Kai and the Special Department. After Ricard reported, the general framework was built, and the next step was to fill it with flesh and blood. The New York Police Department gave the green light all the way to this point, and gave people and money. Soon, with Sage taking the lead, they selected suitable members from well-armed agencies in New York State to supplement the department, including but not limited to the FBI, DIA and even the National Guard. Note that this refers to the entire New York State, not New York City. It's not that New York City's move has been supported by the state government. Compared with New York City, the state government has more to consider. After all, if the state government wants to allocate funds to set up such a department, it will have to shoot at the interests of various cities in New York State, which is very troublesome. The reason why New York City did this is that New York City really has money. Since they have money, of course they have to use it. They recruit members by offering high salaries and benefits to poach people. Of course, this is a bit unkind, but if you want to set up such a department in a short period of time, it is impossible not to use some crooked tricks. And the Americans themselves don't think there's anything wrong with job hopping. If there's a better treatment, of course they will accept it. At most, the leaders who were poached will be a little unhappy. Because everything is led by Sage, it is natural for Kai to become a hands-off boss again. Of course, it can't be said that Kai really has nothing to do. Look, he also has to care about the progress of the investigation of Misty's case. So you didn't find anything? Misty was a little embarrassed when Kai asked this. She couldn't say that after she got a new prosthesis. She only thought about running to do justice with Jessica and fighting criminals, and put this case behind her, right? Actually, Misty didn't really forget about it. She really wanted to investigate. For this reason, she and Jessica went deep into many areas where homeless people gathered to collect clues. But as we all know, the areas where homeless people gathered are often not safe. She has a strong sense of justice, and Jessica has a similar personality. So every time she would inexplicably develop into a chivalrous hero, but the real business was thrown aside. You two are really good. Kai actually took it seriously only after receiving many complaints. Originally, he was going to give this case to George, but now there are too many complaints, and he, as the director, had to step up. It's only been a few days. You have brought me more than 30 complaints. By the way, there is a question that I am still wondering about. You caught the thief. But why did you bring a cart to the 3rd floor? Well, there is a reason. Misty wanted to explain. But Kai waved his hand and said, go and explain to the victim. The crane fee, the repair fee, the medical fee, the mental damage fee. See if he will erase it for you. Kai actually knew the reason. These two guys caused a chain car accident in order to chase a drug addict who robbed an old lady. In order to save a little girl who was almost hit by a car, they directly overturned a sports car that was about to hit them, and then crashed into an apartment building. Fortunately, no one died. But the compensation bill almost made the 15th precinct vomit blood. In order to catch a small thief involved in a case of less than $50, these two guys directly caused a loss of more than 7 figures. It's unparalleled. Kai doesn't hate hard-working policemen, but this kind. This is no longer within the scope of the police, right? It's simply a destroyer. But Jessica was very unhappy about this. They were obviously doing good things. You are clearly doing a good deed. Good deed. Kai stared at Jessica with eyes wide open, and said in a tone of complete disbelief, I beg you, go ask around. You are now more annoying than criminals. Besides, that idiot just robbed $50. Do you really need to beat them up like that? He is in intensive care now. Jessica was yelled at by Kai, and she also shrank her head and kept silent. It seems that it is indeed a bit excessive. But it is mainly because Misty has a new powerful equipment, and she can't help but feel a little. Misty's mechanical arm is not as simple as it seems. Strictly speaking, in order to let Misty better exert the power of the mechanical arm, Tony made a little modification to Misty's body. Use dragon bones. That's right, Tony has researched another application of dragon bones. He used dragon bones to create a strengthening potion. It can greatly enhance Misty's physical fitness. The extent of this enhancement is actually not satisfactory, and it did not make Misty's physical fitness surpass the level of mortals, but it was only equivalent to the peak of mortals. This is a complete waste for the application of dragon bones. But when this thing is combined with mechanical prostheses, it is not just 1 + 1 = 2. Misty was confused. Tony only told her that he strengthened her physical fitness. This girl did not even investigate it. You too, Kai covered his forehead. To be honest, this incident was not as easy as it seemed. The pressure was quite high. The chief cursed. If he didn't know that these two women were Kai's subordinates, these two guys would probably be in jail now. I can't stay in the 15th precinct anymore, Chief. Misty was anxious. She knew that the matter was serious, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. No need to say it, Kai knew what Misty wanted to say, but the problem was that Kai had to give his attitude, otherwise, believe it or not, the people would dare to demolish the 15th precinct tomorrow. You two will be officially expelled from the 15th precinct starting tomorrow. Jessica was still indignant. She was not because of her identity as a police officer. She was just an auxiliary police officer. What was a pity. She was upset about the matter itself. Just go, what's so great about that? But Misty was different. She really loved her job as a police officer. So this female police officer who never cried even when an arm was blown off, was actually in tears now. Chief, Kai was very satisfied to see Misty biting her lips tightly and trying her best not to cry. After all, if you do something wrong and don't know how to repent, that would be the worst. Thank you for your care. Sorry for the trouble. Misty knew that this might be the best result, as they didn't have to pay money or go to jail. I did all those things. It has nothing to do with Misty. If you want to fire me, just fire me. I don't care. Jessica was also very distressed to see her little sister like this. She knew too well how much Misty loved her job. So she decisively took the responsibility on herself. If that's all, it would be easy, Kai snorted disdainfully. Then he took out a stack of photos and threw them over. But you two idiots were photographed and recorded. Now, I have nowhere to find an excuse even if I want to. Misty's eyes dimmed. Seeing Misty like this, Jessica couldn't bear it anymore, so she quickly persuaded her, what's the big deal? Just go. Misty, we will be partners in the future. Do whatever you want, and ignore those guys. Humph, unexpectedly, this time, Misty was irritated by something, and the girl burst into tears. Jessica was also panicked, and hurriedly tried to comfort her. Kai just folded his hands and watched the performance of the two. When Misty finally calmed down, Kai spoke, how is it? Have you vented, you? Jessica was about to explode, but the next second, Kai glared at her and she shrank back without confidence. I'm sorry, Chief, do you know the problem? Kai said coldly. I know, Misty said weakly. What's the point of saying all this now? Really? Kai asked again. I'm sorry, Misty finally apologized. HMPH. It's still possible. Kai took out a document and threw it to the two people. After you go to the new department, you must remember this lesson, otherwise I really can't save you next time. New department. Misty raised her head and looked at Kai in disbelief. Director, you must call me Director from now on. Kai raised his head and said with a reserved look. Misty rushed to the desk and flipped through the documents. Special Affairs Investigation Department. Then she raised her head and looked at Kai. She had never heard of this. After all, these two people don't look like people who watch the news. The new department specializes in supernatural crimes. You two went to catch petty thieves? It's a bit wasteful and dangerous. I mean, it's too dangerous for criminals. To be honest, it's just robbing $50, and no one was hurt. It's really not worth such a big scene. I guess that guy will have a psychological shadow for a long time after he wakes up. I don't know if he will sue the police department. After you go to the new department, both of you should be more restrained. Do you hear me? Yes. Director, Misty immediately burst into laughter. I don't want to go. Jessica was going to say that, but when she saw Kai looking at her, she backed off again. This made Jessica feel very ashamed. But what could she do? The situation was pressing, so she had to give in. Actually, it was Kai's idea to throw Misty and Jessica into the special division from the beginning. But because of the case, Kai postponed it. Who knew? These two idiots hadn't made any progress in so many days, but they had made a lot of trouble. Imagine those bills. It was all thanks to Kai that he got a sum of money from the chief, otherwise the 15th precinct would have to eat dirt. It was also because of this that Misty and Jessica had to leave. But the case still had to be solved. There was no way. Kai could only do it himself. After all, everyone in the bureau was busy now. It wouldn't be good to give it to anyone, so it would be better for him to do it himself. Anyway, he was free anyway. Kai took out the file on the missing homeless man case. After flipping through it, there was nothing new. There were no clues. Kai thought about it and drove to Brooklyn. Kai remembered that Benjamin Parker had a mutual aid center there. His wife May Parker was familiar with many homeless people, so he wanted to see if he could get some information from them. When Kai drove to the mutual aid center, he actually ran into an acquaintance. Wenger? Why are you here? Kai was surprised to see Wenger distributing daily necessities to the homeless people. In the United States, such messy rescue centers are everywhere. Sometimes they are paid by the government, sometimes by charity funds, sometimes by pure caring people, and sometimes by pharmaceutical companies. Many rich people like to use this to get a good reputation. But Wenger, he remembered that Wenger should be in high school. How could he appear here? Uncle Wayne, Wenger is a very polite and good girl. She calls him uncle when she meets him. In fact, Kai is not used to the rules of the Americans. They prefer to call him by his name directly. Kai thinks this is too rude. It's social practice, and it has credits. Wenger was suddenly stopped by Kai, and her body trembled, as if she was startled. After seeing that it was Kai, she seemed to be relieved, but still greeted Kai with a blushing face. In Kai's opinion, students should focus on learning. They shouldn't do these things. Of course, Kai knows that he is old-fashioned, but he can't change it. Credits. Kai didn't believe Wenger at first. After all, Wenger's performance just now was not as simple as earning credits. Wenger seemed to notice Kai's doubts and immediately changed the subject. Uncle Wayne, what are you doing here? Oh, I came to find Ben to investigate something. Uncle Ben. Wenger didn't seem to understand what the connection was between Benjamin Parker. I will just call him Ben from now on. Benjamin is too troublesome, and the police investigating the case. You know, Ben is a well-known good guy. Well, it's related to a recent case. I want to learn from Ben. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with Ben. Oh, Wenger was relieved to hear Kai say this. But Uncle Ben is at work, not here. He will only come to help when he is on vacation. Aunt May is here. Can I find her? May Parker is the de facto leader of the Mutual Aid Center. It is better to find her. Of course, no problem, she is even a better choice. After a while, Wenger came over with a boy and a woman. The boy had a childish face, with some freckles on his face, and wore big glasses, looking very nerdy. The woman was very beautiful, and looked a bit Latin American, with the sunny and enthusiastic temperament of Latin American beauties. Kai Wayne. Nice to meet you. I heard about you from Ben, but he obviously hid something from me. He never said you would be so beautiful. But I have to say, he is a lucky guy. Kai gave a very polite compliment. After all, what this woman did was indeed respectable. May smiled naturally when she heard such a compliment. May and Kai shook hands and said, I know you, and I also want to thank you for your help, which has given many people a chance to return to normal life. This refers to the cooperation between Kai and Ben. After the two introduced each other, Kai looked at the child next to May. Who is he? He is Peter. Peter Parker, May introduced. Kai was stunned for a moment. Kai was indeed not very familiar with American comics, but he also had a childhood. He had watched the Spider-Man cartoon and the Little Dragon Club. Peter Parker. Could it really be him? When I was a kid, I watched cartoons because I wanted to see Spider-Man fighting bad guys. I didn't really pay attention to Spider-Man's background. I only knew that he was raised by his uncle and aunt, and that his uncle died very early. But, in Kai's memory, Spider-Man's uncle and aunt were all old men and women. Ben and May in front of him, what the hell? Chapter 731 Implicate. Uncle Wayne. Wenger looked at Kai, who was suddenly stunned with a bit of surprise. After all, what's so good about Peter? Isn't it only him who cares about him? Kai suddenly came back to his senses. Oh, it's okay. I just thought of myself when I saw this child. The self here does not refer to Kai, but to Adam. It's true that Adam and Peter are really a bit similar. Before entering high school, he was also like this, thin and honest, a child, and useless except for studying. But I didn't expect that after entering high school, he was like eating golden Camelot, and suddenly opened up. That's why he was selected into the school football team in high school. Huh? The three of them were a little bit unbelievable. Now Kai is not only handsome, but also tall and strong. Standing there is a sense of oppression. I never thought that he would be like a little chicken like Peter in high school. Kai smiled, without much explanation, but stretched out his hand to shake hands with Peter. Hello Mr. Parker, Ben often mentions you. He said he has always been proud of you. This is not Kai being polite, but Ben really likes his nephew very much. Often on the lips of the people. Peter lowered his head in embarrassment, and it seemed that he was not very good at socializing. Seeing this, Kai did not say anything else. After all, he was just a child. Spider-Man or not, it was not important. Mrs. Parker, I need your help with something. Kai told me the purpose of his visit without hiding anything. After hearing this, May felt a little embarrassed. The circle of homeless people is like many small circles on the edge of society, extremely exclusive. They don't like to contact outsiders. Even some homeless people who join them are very wary. And it is not easy for social workers to gain the trust of homeless people, because these people are used to keeping silent. Even if you see a homeless person every day, you may not be able to establish a friendship with him. Most of these people have experienced social beatings, and their defensive psychology is more serious than those criminals. Because no one cares about them, they can only protect themselves. As for the police, that is the group that homeless people are most afraid to deal with. It's not that May doesn't want to help, but after helping, she is very likely to make the trust that the mutual aid station has built with great difficulty with the homeless go down the drain. May is not the kind of rich person who treats charity as a face-saving project. On the contrary, she is an ordinary person who sincerely wants to help others. She cherishes the trust relationship with these people very much. Once this trust is broken, these people will probably not come here because they are afraid that May has other intentions. The wanderers have nothing, what can they gain? It is wrong to think so. They really have nothing, but they at least have one thing. That is life, and in this world, life is valuable. They don't want their last value to be plotted by others. If that happens, such a life is too miserable. So they are more sensitive and more defensive. They have nothing, which means they have no resistance to all disasters. Please believe me, Mrs. Parker. I really do this for their own good. With a recent series of disappearances, no one knows whether it will happen to them, Kai said sincerely. May thought for a long time before saying, I can help, but you have to leave. You can stay here. This condition seems very inhumane and even a little rude. But May did not lie because it was the only way. If Kai stayed here, the people here would feel uneasy and uncooperative. Every group has its own rules. The same is true for the homeless. They have a tacit understanding with each other. Breaking the rules is doomed to be isolated. If they have nothing and are isolated by other homeless people, it will be difficult for them to survive. Kai nodded, I can agree, but I also hope you can be quick. After all, homeless people are missing every moment now. I will do it as soon as possible, but I hope you can be a little patient. May was also in a dilemma. If this matter is too urgent, it will make those homeless people nervous. Okay, Kai gave May a phone call. Call me if you find anything. In addition, if possible, I will immediately give a large sum of money to the rescue station. You don't have to feel pressured. This is not in exchange, but just my admiration for your efforts. Thank you, May hurriedly thanked. For a completely non-profit social organization like theirs, no donation is too much for them. They don't have any hematopoietic mechanism and rely entirely on social fundraising. With more funds, they can help more people. Just when Kai thought he had to wait for 2 or 3 days, he unexpectedly received news the next day. But it was not good news. May was almost kidnapped today. Not only that, little Peter was even stabbed to protect his aunt and was admitted to the hospital. If May hadn't taken out the anti-wolf spray at the critical moment and put it on a gangster, the consequences would be disastrous. But even so, May was still injured and hit on the head with a stick, probably a concussion. Ben was already crazy now. This alarmed the people of the Tramp Construction Company. The Tramp Construction Company is the company that Ben, Fergie and Matt cooperated with. In order not to forget their original intention, they simply used this name. Of course, Kai always felt that this name would affect the company's business. After all, it is difficult for customers to trust a group of tramps. This has nothing to do with sympathy, but is based on reality. But the 3 old men insisted. Many of those workers got help from Ben, and the rest got along very well with good people like Ben, so when everyone heard about this kind of thing, they were indignant and wanted to help. There were already more than 20 workers holding steel pipes from the construction site and going to the mutual aid station. They believed that someone betrayed May, which led to this. Fortunately, Fergie used his eloquence to persuade everyone, otherwise who knows what would happen. This made Ben's already very bad situation even worse. At the same time, this incident also angered Kai. May is just an ordinary person, her family has no money, and she and Ben don't even have many relatives. Why did others kidnap her? The only reason is what Kai asked May to do. In other words, May and Peter were treated like this, all because of him. In the hospital, a large number of police surrounded May and Peter's ward. If Ben hadn't strongly opposed it, Kai would even send police to surround a mutual aid station. Kai was also very annoyed by those who received help at the rescue station. May was attacked, and no one except Peter came forward to help. These people are simply damnable. May obviously cares so much about them. When Kai saw May, she had stabilized. She had a severe concussion and could not stand up at all. Once she stood up, she would feel dizzy and nauseous. The doctor asked her to be hospitalized for insurance reasons. But May obviously didn't want to do this. Because their family has no medical insurance. It's hard to imagine Ben, an engineer, a standard middle-class person. She didn't even buy medical insurance for her family. Except for a little necessary savings and expenses, the couple invested all their money in the shelter. I'm sorry, Mrs. Parker. I'm very sorry. Kai even couldn't face this woman for a while. Please rest in the hospital. I will arrange the best doctor. At the same time, you don't have to worry about any expenses. Our police station will take full responsibility, including the compensation later. Kai felt that he had to compensate for letting others suffer such a thing for no reason. Should he make people bleed and cry? The People's Police would never do such a thing. No. I'm fine, it's just that those doctors are overly sensitive. And I didn't do anything. May waved her hands hurriedly. No. This is not a deal, Mrs. Parker. This is what you deserve. It can even be regarded as my apology and compensation. It was me who caused you and little Peter to suffer these things, Kai said seriously. After that, Kai no longer gave May the opportunity to refuse and directly turned the topic to the case. Do you remember who those people were who attacked and tried to kidnap you? And what happened at that time? Although May had a severe concussion, she did not lose her memory of that period. Although she did have temporary amnesia, she recovered quickly. So now she can talk about the situation in an organized way. It turned out that after Kai left, May thought about it for a long time, but she couldn't help but ask for information. She always felt that she cared more about the safety of the homeless than trust. After she walked around the lobby of her shelter, she found that there was no missing case in their shelter. But she was still worried, so she went to the shantytown where she often went to help to inquire about the news. The so-called shantytown is not an area that really exists in New York, at least not on the ground. These shantytowns exist in underground sewers. It is dark, dirty and messy, and is a place forgotten by New Yorkers. It is one of the areas where the most homeless people gather. After asking around, May actually received some news. Several homeless people told May that they had seen someone kidnapping other homeless people at night. But as for who kidnapped those people, they said they didn't see it clearly. Maybe they were afraid of revenge? Who knows? May felt that she had returned empty-handed, but apparently someone didn't think so. Not long after May returned, several social workers followed an ambulance to the shelter. What happened next was pretty much the same. Several social workers were trying to take May away rudely, and one of them said loudly, she may have contracted an infectious disease and needs treatment. This was said loudly, obviously trying to give the onlookers a plausible explanation. Peter went to help, and a conflict occurred. In order to save Peter, May immediately fought back. To be honest, May's safety awareness is still quite sufficient. After all, the homeless group, you say they are pitiful, that's natural. But if you say these people are all good people, then you are too naive. It's always better to be prepared. May used anti-wolf spray and a stun gun to knock down 2 social workers. As a result, this annoyed those people, and one of them took out a baton and hit May with it, hitting her head. Peter saw his aunt being beaten, and he was no longer calm, so he picked up a chair and smashed it at the social workers. Then Peter was hit twice in the stomach. Finally, someone couldn't sit still anymore and called other social workers from the mutual aid station. When those people saw this, they didn't care about kidnapping and drove away in an ambulance. May didn't know what those people looked like either, as they were all wearing protective clothing and large masks. I want to know the information of this ambulance, Kai asked. Ben immediately said, it's an ambulance from Metropolitan Hospital. The license plate number is XXXXXX. This was what someone who was present at the time told Ben. Kai immediately called his men to check the ambulance. All the police officers in the 15th precinct knew that their chief had lost his temper, so they didn't dare to neglect it and quickly found out. The ambulance with the same license plate had just taken the patient back to Metropolitan Central Hospital at the time of the incident and had not come out at all. Kai didn't even need to tell them to do this. The people in the 15th precinct quickly contacted the Traffic Control Bureau. An ambulance with a fake license plate was a very serious matter. Soon, the Traffic Control Bureau took out the surveillance cameras at various intersections for comparison, and at night, they got the news. The ambulance finally disappeared in a 12-story building in the suburbs. Interestingly, the company in that building actually has an ambulance. It is a pharmaceutical company that belongs to the Life Foundation. Kai quickly got the details of this company. The Life Foundation is not a small company, on the contrary, it is quite large. But what surprised Kai was that the main business of this company is not pharmaceutical research and sales. To be honest, the name of the Life Foundation sounds like an institution engaged in biotechnology. On the contrary, it is a very authentic deep space exploration company, or to put it bluntly, an aerospace company. There are also a large number of private companies in the aerospace industry in the United States, and the Life Foundation is one of them. Their main business is the manufacture and launch of various satellites. There are also many collaborations with the NSA. Of course, it is not right to say that it has nothing to do with pharmaceutical and biological research. The Life Foundation was actually established by a medical company. Its president, Carlton Drake, made his fortune by relying on pharmaceutical companies, but for some reason he suddenly changed his career and put most of his energy into space exploration and built a deep space probe. But this does not mean that he gave up the pharmaceutical industry. On the contrary, the space program of the Life Foundation has been developed to its current level with the support of the profits of pharmaceutical companies. When Kai was checking the information of Life Foundation, he also found something interesting. That is, about a year ago, this company was reported to have a meteor shower that destroyed the Life Foundation's deep space probe. But Kai didn't care. He just thought that this company was unlucky. He just thought that this Life Foundation was planning to develop some new drugs to make up for its failure in the deep space exploration project. You know, aerospace is very expensive. If you don't have enough capital to enter this industry, you are just asking for trouble. If you think so, they do have some reason to capture wanderers, to do biological experiments or clinical trials. But this reason is not sufficient. After all, for such a big company, recruiting volunteers is not a big expense. Unless their research itself is illegal. The monthly ticket is a bit low, everyone. Please support me. Chapter 732 Accident. This is the logic. After all, it is hard not to suspect their motives when they do such things secretly. But evidence is needed. This is especially true for these rich people. Unless they have evidence, it is useless to say anything. Of course, Kai can rush up and destroy the Life Foundation without caring about anything, and then slowly look for opportunities. But this is an orderly society, and no one can allow such a thing. Even if Kai proves that he is right in the end, it will be useless. That will only make Kai a thorn in everyone's eyes. No one likes the order to be destroyed, even if Kai does it for the benefit of more people. Because this behavior seems to protect the interests of the majority, but in fact it is destroying the foundation of the entire social order, and the most harmed by the collapse of order are precisely those innocent people who are protected. This is why Kai does not like procedural justice and pursues result justice. Because it is too aggrieved and too easy for people to find loopholes, it should be explained here that result justice is not true justice, let alone perfect justice. There is no so-called perfect justice in this world, let alone true justice, but the problem is that Kai's position limits him from pursuing result justice. He is a policeman, the order knight of modern society. His duty is not to pursue justice, but to maintain order. The reason why he pursues justice is originally based on this reason. Cause and effect cannot be reversed. So Kai created a vest. After all, what does Batman, God Kai, and Hannibal do have to do with him? Some people think this is just taking off the pants to fart, but Kai thinks that this is exactly the best choice. Batman and his people pursue justice and moral values and ignore legal justice, so they pay the price and they are all criminals. Kai thinks this is good. Superheroes should be criminals. Because this is the only way to ensure that the existing social order will not be destroyed. Therefore, Kai will take action and he will mobilize all resources to investigate this Life Foundation. But in the same way, Batman or other vests can also exercise their own justice. This is not a conflict. In the building where the fake ambulance entered, Carlton Drake, the president of the Life Foundation, felt very annoyed. Just last night, he got the news that his people encountered an accident when they went to select volunteers. This is not a big deal, just wipe your ass. Life Foundation has such power, So this matter was not reported to Carlton, and the people below would solve it themselves. But unfortunately, things did not develop as the people below did. The volunteer seemed to have an unusual background. After the kidnapping failed, the volunteer was protected by the police. Not only that, the protection was very strong. There were 8 policemen protecting the volunteer around the ward, so people who did not know the police had to be questioned and searched by the police if they wanted to approach her. This forced the people who were originally doing the cleaning to give up their previous ideas. What's more exaggerated is that with the failure of this kidnapping, the 15th precinct followed with an unimaginable investigation, and even the New York police headquarters received the news. Legendary police chief Kai Wayne investigates Life Foundation. Compared with the previous setbacks, this situation is the most fatal. So President Carlton Drake was alarmed. However, the time was already the next night. This made Carlton very angry because it made him lose the best time to deal with it. As the president of a listed company, how could he pay attention to the activities of selecting volunteers below? Do you really think that the CEO is a person who drinks champagne, drinks, and has beautiful women every day? He is very busy, isn't he? If the situation can be delivered to Carlton in time, he can mobilize his connections in time to kill this investigation. Collusion between officials and businessmen is really not too common in the United States. At least Carlton feels that it is okay for his connections to stop a police investigation, even if that person is Kai Wayne. But the problem is that he failed to react in time. So the investigation was officially launched. This is 2 completely different situations from the situation where the investigation has not yet started. If the investigation has not started, his network of connections has plenty of opportunities and excuses to kill the investigation in the womb. But the problem is that the investigation has started, and it has been open for 24 hours. Looking for excuses to stop the investigation at this time. Are all of them fools? Standing up for the Life Foundation at this time and resisting the investigation is basically telling everyone that I am the backer of the Life Foundation. Who dares to touch my cake? Although politicians are shameless, they are not stupid. If Kai is really that easy to get along with, they will not watch Kai kill people in New York City without touching him. You have to know that interests are always like spider webs, with many connections and many people in the web. Many upper-class people are involved in it. Did Kai's big move affect their interests? Of course. But Kai is still fine. It's very complicated, with all kinds of interests involved, and it's not easy to explain in a few words. But one thing is certain, that is, they must pay more than they expect to deal with Kai. In short, when Kai launched the investigation, he pointed the finger at the Life Foundation. No one would run to be a villain at this time. After all, Carlton didn't ask for help, right? No one would offend Kai for no reason. Carlton was very annoyed. Why don't you do a background check in advance? I didn't pay you to come here to cause trouble for me. Of course, he knew that it was useless now. What he had to do now was not to scold these idiots, but to find a way to deal with the police investigation. After scolding and driving away his stupid subordinates, Carlton still had to deal with another trouble. After a while, a woman in a white coat walked in. Then the 2 of them had an argument. It was a bit too much to say that the argument was a bit excessive, but there were still differences in general. Carlton said to a woman in a white coat with an impatient face, Dra. Dora, in this world, no one's success can be smooth sailing. We are working for the progress of mankind, and everything now is just the price we have to pay. You go back and think about it carefully. This stupid woman actually defied his will for those dirty homeless people. This is simply. In short, the experiment must be carried out. As for those homeless people, who cares? Dr. Dora, who was wearing a white coat, looked worried, made up her mind, and turned away quickly. And just after she left, a security guard came into Carlton's office. Keep an eye on her. Carlton was not a fool. On the contrary, this guy was quite smart. Dora's current thoughts were very dangerous, at least to him. The black security guard nodded and left silently. Dora really started to act, but it was obviously the first time she did this kind of thing. She wanted to expose her boss and company, but she chose to meet with reporters in the company's parking lot. Well, what can I say? Well done. Dr. Dora was obviously very alert and looked nervous. I want evidence, Dr. Dora. The reporter looked at the woman seriously. His name is Eddie Brock, and he is a reporter with a good reputation. This reporter Eddie is a columnist for the New York Times, especially exposing and criticizing those social injustices. With the development of the internet and mobile phones, self-media channels are becoming more and more mature. This reporter has a lot of fans on the internet, similar to the public intellectuals in the previous life, and he is also a person of some size. But he has not been doing well recently. This reporter has been fired because he peeked at his ex-girlfriend's computer, and this ex-girlfriend is Carlton's legal advisor, and found out more about the incident of death caused by illegal experiments of the Life Foundation. As a reporter, Eddie saw the news value from it, so when they interviewed Carlton the next day, this guy asked Carlton about the incident of death caused by illegal experiments in a very sharp and even questioning tone. So the two parties naturally parted unhappily. If the matter came to this, it would not be a big deal. Carlton would not go to deal with Eddie specifically for such a small matter. Perhaps the success of his career made Mr. Reporter forget his own reason. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he published several reports about the Life Foundation on the internet without the newspaper knowing anything. The contents of the reports were all criticizing the Life Foundation for concealing dangers, using homeless people for drug testing, and causing deaths. Then Eddie received a notice from the media that tired him. It stated that the media had terminated the employment contract between the two parties before he published these reports. Then his girlfriend was also fired from the law firm. Her behavior was even more serious. As a lawyer, keeping confidentiality for the client is a basic obligation and the most basic professional ethics, but Eddie's impulsiveness and unyielding means ruined his girlfriend's reputation in the lawyer industry. Or Eddie didn't consider the impact of this incident on his girlfriend. So his girlfriend left Eddie and took their cat with her. In a short period of time, both his career and love left, which made Eddie's mentality explode. He constantly attacked the Life Foundation on the internet, and even tried to break into the Life Foundation building several times, so the Life Foundation applied for a court injunction for this guy. Eddie had been depressed, just wanted to be a salted fish. Unexpectedly, Dr. Dora came to him. Eddie suddenly became energetic. Exposing the Life Foundation would not only avenge himself, but also make his career start again. He had no reason to refuse. Dora hesitated for a while after hearing Eddie's words. She agreed to him. She couldn't ignore those homeless people who died of torture. She took Eddie, carefully avoided the surveillance, opened the door of the safe staircase, and let him in. Then Eddie entered the stairs alone, but Dr. Dora hesitated. As a result, 2 patrol security guards came over, found her, and asked a few questions. Dr. Dora lied a little unnaturally that she forgot to come back to get something, and got in the car and left immediately after fooling around. The 2 security guards didn't doubt it. Dr. Dora has been working here for a long time, and this kind of forgetting to take something happens occasionally. After that, with the cooperation of the 2, Eddie had come to the floor where the homeless were imprisoned. He sneaked around and soon attracted the attention of a middle-aged female homeless in a room. The middle-aged woman rushed to the glass door, clapping and calling Eddie's name, asking him to save her. Eddie was startled, but when he saw the woman's face clearly, Eddie was surprised to find that this was his friend. However, Eddie, who had little experience in infiltration, was a little flustered, and reached out to press the control panel at the door. Inside the building, Eddie, who was busy and macing around, finally made a big noise. The control screen lit up a dazzling red light, and the alarm sounded. At the same time, a nozzle was suddenly lowered in the isolation room, rapidly releasing a large amount of white gas, and there were bursts of extremely sharp sounds, which made people's ears hurt. The middle-aged woman seemed to be in even more pain in the gas, screaming loudly, and grabbing everywhere with her hands. Eddie was also anxious by this scene. He first used his body to hit the glass door desperately, but it didn't work. Then he saw the firebox next to him, so he found a fire extinguisher from the firebox next to him and swung it on the glass at the door. After 7 or 8 hits, the glass at the door finally couldn't stand the fierce impact and shattered. A large amount of white gas gushed out from inside, and the strong smell of medicine made Eddie stumble. When the gas died down, he continued to make the hole bigger. The middle-aged woman inside seemed to see hope, and rushed over, smashing the remaining glass and throwing him into his arms. Eddie tried hard to get up, but the middle-aged woman was like crazy, grabbing and hitting Eddie while Eddie was pressed down, with a painful look on his face. "Calm down. Maria, you're out. I'm Eddie. Maria. Calm down. Stop it. But Maria seemed to be completely deaf to her words, and grabbed Eddie's neck with a ferocious look. Obviously Eddie beat Maria for a whole circle, but he found that he had no power to resist. He never knew that Maria would be so strong. Just when he was a little confused, a dark semi-liquid substance flowed into his body from the hand that Maria grabbed. Of course, Eddie had no idea about this. After a few seconds, the dark semi-liquid finished flowing, and the middle-aged woman closed her eyes and passed out. Eddie finally got away. He got up in a hurry, but before he could make any move, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. "Stop, don't move. Otherwise we will shoot." Looking at the messy laboratory and the people locked in the transparent cells, Eddie immediately understood his situation. If he was caught, he would probably be secretly shot by the Life Foundation. After all, others even kidnapped homeless people for experiments, and people died. More importantly, he was discovered by him. He didn't think the other party would have any scruples. Thinking of this, he got up and ran. The two approaching security guards also pulled the trigger without hesitation, and it didn't seem like they were going to leave anyone alive. With a bang, a bullet hit Eddie's side, frightening him so much that he dodged to the side involuntarily. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous shooting failed to hit Eddie, as if Eddie was assisted by God. He didn't think too much at all, and his body was moving on its own. Bang. Crash. His shoulder hit a glass door hard, breaking it instantly. Eddie didn't expect the door to break so easily. Just now, in order to save Maria, he hit it many times with a fire extinguisher. Because of thinking, he couldn't help but stagger, trying to find his balance. As a result, he rushed diagonally faster, and hit a platform in the house with a bang, causing the metal platform to be obviously twisted, and then stopped. In fear, he didn't notice the abnormality of his body at all. Although he worked out and had good physical fitness. But he was definitely not so good at dodging bullets. He had only seen it in movies. As for the rest, he didn't notice it at all now. He only knew that there were two people holding guns and wanted to kill him. He looked around anxiously, and finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He put his arms around his head and slammed into the glass wall next door. Bang! The glass wall shattered, and he successfully rushed into the next room. Feeling the resistance from his hands was very relaxing, Eddie was overjoyed. The glass here seems not as hard as the previous door. He did not stop at the moment and continued to accelerate forward. He did not care about the glass wall in front of him at all, just rushed through. The two security guards were stunned for a moment, and then they chased through the passage in a rage, and did not forget to inform their companions on the intercom system. An intruder broke into the experimental floor and escaped again. He ran very fast and should not have any weapons. Eddie made the entire Life Foundation building a mess, with gunshots, alarms and various shouts. It was hard not to alarm the outside world. But it was an excellent opportunity. Kai got out of the car with a group of policemen. Looking at the bustling Life Foundation building, he smiled. Although the plan was a little different, the result was surprisingly good. Kai originally planned to let his vest come here to investigate. If he found anything, he would not be polite and would just make a scene. Then Kai would be able to enter the building legitimately. Anyway, someone would call the police for help, so their actions were reasonable. What? Who called the police? Does it matter? Kai said there must be. As for why there were so many policemen, and all of them were armed with automatic rifles and other weapons of mass destruction. What do you care? New York is so dangerous now, is it wrong for the police to be careful? Go in. Someone called the police and said there was a shooting here. Remember to take your own life seriously after entering. Anyone with a gun who does not surrender after being warned will be shot directly. I will take care of it if something happens. Yes, so a group of policemen who had been called by Kai a long time ago rushed into the building. The security guards wanted to stop them, but when they saw so many automatic weapons pointed at them, they all raised their hands very honestly. It's just a job, there's no need to joke with your life. Carlton also got the news. He called the police station immediately. But as soon as he picked up the phone, the sound of an automatic rifle came. It's over. His men. Now I can't explain it clearly even if I call. What happened here can't be discovered. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Carlton's Indian face twisted. Monthly tickets, well, it's a bit ugly. Everyone please have pity on me. Also, don't stop the recommendation tickets. Chapter 733 Symbiote. Eddie was panicking, and didn't know what to do until he met the police. Although there were a lot of them, and all of them were armed. Eddie chose to believe the police at the first time. To be honest, no matter how much people in modern society hate the police, once they get into trouble, the first person they think of is definitely the police. This is the power of order. Police. Police. Help. Help. The people from the Life Foundation want to kill me. They want to kill me. The police saw Eddie running over at lightning speed, but they didn't think much about it. They just thought that this kid had great physical fitness. He ran so fast, and he must have exercised a lot. However, they still fulfilled their police duties. Soon 2 policemen pulled Eddie aside and protected him. The other policemen immediately changed their formation. After all, Eddie just said that someone over there wanted to kill him. Soon a group of men in black with guns ran out, still holding weapons in their hands. NYPD. Put down your guns. Don't move. Now, the police were still very disciplined. But maybe because they had been running for too long, the group of black-clad people hadn't reacted yet, or they didn't think the police would come so soon, so they didn't think much and just opened fire. For the police who had already found cover and adjusted their formation, since the other side opened fire, the next thing would be much simpler. Da 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 da. The black-clad people on the opposite side never thought that the police would be so cruel, and they actually brought automatic rifles with them. So they were stunned at the first time. Then, as expected, all of them fell to the street. Cease fire. Cease fire. Cease fire. The leading police officer saw that all the other sides had fallen to the ground, and immediately shouted. Although this group of people opened fire first, it would be troublesome to kill them all. Eddie was dumbfounded. Are the police in New York now so fierce? Just use machine guns to shoot in a desperate situation? Eddie couldn't quite tell the difference between machine guns and automatic rifles. Anyway, they looked about the same. The police hurriedly checked those unlucky guys. The captain is dead. A policeman spread his hands and said, "Fuck. How come these people are so weak?" The captain hammered the wall in annoyance. To be honest, Kai's influence on the police is not ordinary. At least under Kai's leadership, the New York police have fought many tough battles. I can't say how much their combat effectiveness has improved, but their ruthlessness has improved rapidly. When these guys aim, they aim at the vital points. Several policemen are speechless. Please, they are holding the main assault rifles of the US military, which are not at the same level as the pistols held by these guys, and the power of the rifle bullets. But they didn't say it out loud. With so many people dead, the higher-ups will also be under pressure. Fortunately, at this time, Eddie jumped out. Police. Police. Hurry up. Hurry up. What? They have detained a lot of people in the laboratory upstairs, and many people have died. Go and save them. Eddie thought of his friend Maria. The police were not sleepy when they heard this. If it's true, then it doesn't matter how many people die. Anyway, it's justified. Although public opinion will scold, it's just like that. Who really wants to fight the police to the death for a few damn bad guys? Go 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 go. Hurry up. Everyone stay alert, this enemy is very dangerous and inhumane. And they are likely to resist. Everyone cheer up. Eddie always felt that something was wrong. As the guns below became more and more dense, Carlton also knew that he was forced into a desperate situation. Just now, he made a last effort and called many powerful people, hoping to save this matter, but the problem was that it was useless. Those people had tried after receiving Carlton's request, but the problem was that Kai's side had completely cut off the connection with the upper level. That is, it was useless to say anything now. Those people told Carlton that if there was a problem, he could only find a solution afterwards. Carlton was so angry that he smashed the phone directly. Other things were easy to talk about, and they could be dealt with afterwards. At most they would cost more. But the problem was illegal human experiments. And people died, and more importantly, he was experimenting with alien creatures. If this got out, even if it was not exposed, the federal government would have him humanely destroyed. So he was in a desperate situation. You forced me to do this. I'm doing this for all mankind. Why stop me? Why? Carlton opened a secret room in his office with red eyes, and inside it was a secret sealed can. Hidden inside was the most terrifying and horrifying symbiote he had ever obtained. Symbiote is the name Carlton gave to these alien creatures. This is the biggest discovery of the Life Foundation so far. They come from the universe. When the Life Foundation's deep space probe was smashed by a meteor, the Life Foundation recovered the probe. But in the recovered probe, they found these alien substances. At first, Carlton and the scientists of the Life Foundation thought that these were some unconscious alien plant life forms. After all, this thing is soft and like mucus, so they thought they had discovered alien slime mold. But as the research progressed, they found that this thing was far from as simple as it looked. They found that this was not a slime mold at all, but a real alien creature. However, they cannot survive independently. They need to parasitize and absorb nutrients from the host. If there is no host, they will be very weak. They do not have any digestive ability. Even if you throw food in front of them, they cannot absorb nutrients. Of course, since they are called symbionts, they cannot be described as simply parasitic. When they are parasitic, they will not just simply take, but will give back extremely powerful power to the host. For example, the genes of the symbiont allow the host to easily surpass human power. At the same time, the symbiont will also ensure the safety of the host. For example, if they encounter danger, they will take the initiative to help the host. For example, if the parasite has a disease, they will also help the host to devour the lesions and repair tissues. They will even give the host a strong regenerative ability. Not only that, long-term symbiosis with a symbiont can slowly transform the host's physical fitness, enhance endurance, and become more agile. Symbionts also have the ability to liquefy. They themselves are liquid, which allows them to liquefy themselves by their own will, or change their form through liquefaction, such as making ladders, pens, money, etc. In the case of their own liquid state, the symbiote can also stretch their limbs at will or reject tentacles from their bodies. They can transform themselves into various weapons, transform into wings, and also transform into defensive equipment such as shields and armor for defense. In short, there are many benefits. But the only problem is that the symbiote has a bad temper. They don't parasitize everyone. On the contrary, they are very picky. They will choose the host. If the host does not satisfy them, they will immediately use the host's digestive ability to digest and absorb the most nutritious part of the host inside the body and then leave the host. And the natural thing that greets the host is death. Not only that, these symbiotes are also very smart. They can read the host's memory and learn all the knowledge that the host has mastered. This is also the direction that Carlton is trying to overcome. He hopes to remove the wisdom of the symbiote and turn it into a tool instead of a creature with wisdom. But unfortunately, no one gave Carlton a chance. So he can only go all out. He wants to kill everyone today. Clean up all traces. Only in this way can he have a chance of survival. Otherwise. Riot. Carlton pressed his hand on the sealed can. Riot, this is the name of this symbiote. An extremely bad guy, and also the strongest of all symbiotes. All hosts parasitized by him will die without exception. And they die at the fastest speed. Haha, Carlton. It seems that you are in pain? Are you willing to merge with me? Riot's voice sounded in Carlton's mind. This guy can even communicate with others through telepathy. This is why he was trapped, because Carlton has no confidence to control him. Come on, Carlton, as long as you merge with me, then this world is ours. Give up your stupid identity as a human being, as long as you give your body to me, then you will be the king of the world. Carlton is not a fool, and naturally knows that this guy's promise is like toilet paper, which can be thrown away at will. Riot just wants to use him. Riot wants to use his financial resources and status to transfer all symbiotes to the earth. Let the whole world become the world of symbiotes. Can you promise? Riot was originally just under the daily instigation, and never thought that the other party would agree. After all, the other party is not an idiot. He had bad intentions, didn't he know that? But he didn't expect that he would agree today. Of course I can promise. Anyway, lying doesn't cost money. Now, Riot can agree to any excessive conditions, but whether he will fulfill them is another matter. Wait, are you in trouble? Riot was not stupid, and was even very smart. He quickly realized that if Carlton was not in a desperate situation, he would not give in so easily. Yes. Everything I have will be ruined. If you can't save me, Riot weighed the pros and cons and found that it was better to agree to the other party. After all, no matter what, he had to get out first. In the non-symbiotic state, their symbiont was actually just a ball of soft mucus. No problem. Leave it to Uncle Riot. Carlton had no other choice, so he opened the sealed jar directly. Then a ball of gray mucus jumped out of the sealed jar and covered Carlton in an instant, and then a terrifying giant covered in silver gray appeared there. It had scary and ridiculous big eyes, and a huge face full of irregular huge sharp teeth, which looked extremely ferocious. Ha ha ha, a deep and violent voice came from the giant. I'm finally out, don't move. Don't move. Just as Riot was venting loudly, the door of the office was kicked open and a group of police rushed in. Fuck. What is this? The police were shocked. Haha, Riot knew that they were holding weapons called guns, but he didn't care. That thing was useless to him. He was more interested in those people with guns. Food is delivered so soon. That's great. Da 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 da. Thanks to the endless major events in recent years, most police officers have learned a rule. When they see those strange things, don't hesitate, either run quickly or shoot immediately. Otherwise, there is a high probability that they won't even have a chance to look through them. All the bullets were vented on Riot's body and shot in without any hindrance, but Riot still landed steadily on the ground with a grim smile on his face. For Riot, this is just a little trouble before the big meal. After all, it takes a little effort to clean up the ingredients. Under the police's horrified gaze, the gunshot wounds glowed with silver-gray light. The tissues at the wounds melted together like liquid, and the wounds disappeared. The whole healing process took less than 2 seconds. What kind of monster is this? Request for support. Chief. Request for support. Mayday. Mayday. Even Mayday was called out, showing how scared they were. Mayday is an internationally used radio distress signal, which usually does not appear on the police's radio. I want to eat. Riot ignored the police's call for help. One of his hands stretched out and transformed into a silver-gray blade tentacle, and then chopped over. Swish. 5 police officers were cut in half. Then Riot stretched out several tentacles from his body, and rolled up the remains at once. Then Riot opened his mouth and vomited out a whole body first. Then he grabbed the other bodies and ate them with relish. It was also at this time that Kai broke through the floor and appeared in the office. Kai looked at the large bloodstains on the ground and a half-corpse in Riot's hand. Asshole. What did you, a bastard, do to my subordinates? Riot noticed Kai as soon as he appeared. When he saw the flash of lightning on Kai's body, Riot was immediately overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Great. You are definitely the best host. Come on, give me your body. Let's become more perfect. Obviously, this guy's eyesight needs to be improved. Symbiotes are a race that acts completely on biological instincts. They don't need to develop any messy abilities. So, they don't know anything about superpowers, martial arts, magic, etc., so naturally they can't see how strong Kai's momentum is now. He only saw the surging vitality in Kai's body. That is the host that the symbiote dreams of the most. After all, the strength of the symbiote is also largely determined by the host. For example, the power that can be exerted by parasitizing a child and a strong man is completely two concepts. According to the vitality emanating from Kai, Riot felt that he was going to make a fortune. Then this guy was hit in the face by Kai's hammer. Recommendation votes, please. And monthly votes. The monthly votes are really low. Please, big guys. Please kill me with votes. Chapter 734, Smoke Screen. When Riot was thrown out of the building and hit the ground outside, he didn't understand what happened. At the same time, he felt very painful. Symbiotes are actually very insensitive to pain, because they only react to a few attacks. For example, flames, high temperatures and sound waves are all weaknesses of symbiotes. But Riot clearly felt that the power of the hammer just now made him feel particularly painful. But before Riot could figure out what the power was, he saw the man smashing the glass of the building and rushing out. Riot immediately stood up and planned to fight back, but just as he stood up, Riot's body suddenly paused and couldn't help shaking. He felt that he couldn't control his body a little bit. He wanted to take back control of his body, but Kai had already killed him in front of him. He could only attack in a warehouse, but the speed of the blade tentacles swung over dropped sharply. Kai easily blocked those tentacles, and then hit Riot with another hammer. This hammer was from top to bottom, and Riot was directly flattened. Unfortunately, the symbiote hates blunt weapons the most. Riot, who was crushed, immediately turned into a pool of liquid and ran away quickly along the ground. When Riot turned back to his original form, he immediately knelt on one knee and kept spitting out clumps of sticky liquid from his mouth. After these sticky liquids left Riot's body, they immediately dried up, changed color, and then broke into pieces, and finally turned into ash and disappeared. Riot's body was shaking, and even his tentacles seemed a little out of control. What did you do? Kai did not say anything, just looked at Riot coldly. Well, in fact, Kai did not know what was going on. This guy did not look like a weak chicken, but who would have thought that after 2 hammers, this guy would wilt? Unexpectedly, he was not able to withstand a beating. Suddenly, a thicker tentacle stretched out from Riot's head and swung it out violently. Bang! Kai directly blocked the attack with his warhammer. But Kai soon realized that something was wrong. This attack was soft and did not look like an attack at all. As Kai expected, the violent tentacles did not dodge, and took his blow, then turned into a pool of liquid, rushed towards Kai, and tightly wrapped around his warhammer. Then, a piece of silver-gray semi-liquid substance accidentally fell on Kai's arm, and then penetrated into it in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Kai didn't know what it was, but there was no doubt that he had to kill the guy in front of him first. Kai held the warhammer tightly, a ball of thunder flashed, and all the silver-gray liquid turned into ashes. Then Kai hit the ugly guy's head with a hammer. Bang! It was like the sound of a beer bottle breaking, and the monster's head was smashed. This time the feeling of the blow was completely different from the previous 2 times. The previous 2 times the warhammer hit him, it only felt like hitting rubber or mud, but this time it was more like hitting a normal person's head. After the head was smashed, the monster fell to the ground, just like a normal human, bleeding heavily, and the blood and flesh were blurred. Its previous wound turned into silver-gray liquid and healed instantly, which did not happen again. The silver-gray substance on his body began to fade, revealing a man in a high-end suit. Although his head was smashed, Kai could probably guess who this guy was. He just didn't expect that this guy was actually in this building. And he was dead. The monster was dead? Of course not. Kai was not so optimistic. The fact should be that after the silver-gray substance on the ground entered his body, Kai keenly noticed that the original monster had changed a little bit, but Kai hadn't figured out what happened. Ho-ha, how could I die? That idiot is just a temporary tool, and you are the new tool I dream of, a rampant voice sounded in Kai's mind. Become my servant. Then Kai felt that the power in his body was flowing abnormally, and then Kai felt something growing in his body, and then a lot of silver-gray substances suddenly appeared on his body surface, drowning Kai. Soon a monster exactly the same as the previous one stood in Kai's original position. Ha. This feeling. Ha, so awesome. This vitality is amazing. Sure enough, it's right to come here. Ha, wait, bastards, I will bring all of you to Earth. When the time comes. Ha, I will be the new god of symbiotes, but the next second, something strange appeared on Riot's incredibly ugly face. Huh? What's going on? Then a trace of electric arc appeared from Riot. What? Be quiet. You lowly creature. I am the master. Stop it, sizzle. A bolt of lightning hit Riot accurately, causing half of Riot's body to disappear, revealing Kai inside. Kai opened his eyes and looked at his lower body, which was still covered with silver-gray matter, with murderous intent in his eyes. What are you going to do in my body, asshole? Low-level creature. You actually, wouldn't it be better if you just gave up your body to me? Why are you resisting? Suddenly, a tentacle popped out from the silver-gray substance, and on top of the tentacle was an ugly head, with big, gaudy eyes without eyeballs, and a disgusting big mouth with sharp teeth everywhere. He roared at Kai as soon as he appeared. How disgusting! Kai gave a fair evaluation. Stop. Human, stop resisting. You can only become perfect if you merge with me. That's your honor. Stop. I can give you power. Let you surpass everything and become the most perfect creature in the world. Kai was too lazy to listen to the temptation of a ball of slime mold. He grabbed the ball of slime mold and pulled it out. Haha, you actually planned to pull me out this way? Ha, how is it possible? Who would have thought that Kai was so unscientific that he actually pulled Riot out of his body? I saw that the silvery viscous substance was being pulled out of the body bit by bit. Riot immediately became anxious. Kai's body was the best host he had ever seen. He couldn't give up, nor was he willing to give up such a good host. Unfortunately, he had no better way except threats and inducements. He first roared fiercely, then used various methods to induce, and finally begged bitterly. But this couldn't stop Kai from doing what he wanted to do. Soon, Riot was caught. Riot, who was pulled out of the body, could only turn into a soft, slime-like substance. He thought about escaping. But he sadly found that he could never break free from Kai's palm. He wanted to parasitize Kai again, but he couldn't do it. He found that Kai's body had become as hard as steel. It was a small kiss for the symbiote that parasitized the host to tear up steel, but when it was not parasitic, it was a weak chicken. This is why the symbiote must parasitize the host. And Kai looked at this thing and felt a little unsure of how to deal with it. When the symbiote parasitized him just now, it tried to invade Kai's brain, or perhaps Kai's memory. But unfortunately, it failed. Instead, Kai turned around and figured out the details of this thing. Symbiote. In a sense, this thing is indeed very useful. But this thing also means trouble. Hand it over to the US government? Well, with the nature of those idiots, who knows if they will play any tricks. Hand it over to SHIELD? That's even more ridiculous. These guys are even more idiotic. Kai thought about it and decided to hand them over to Kingsman. After all, they are under his control, so no idiotic incidents will happen. At this time, screams and gunshots came from upstairs again. It was other symbiotes running out. By the second half of the night, the matter finally came to an end. According to Riot's memory, there should be a total of 5 symbiotes who came to Earth together. The gray one is Riot, the yellow one is Howl, the red one is Carnage, the blue one is Pain, and the black one is Venom. But in the whole building, Kai only caught the blue one Scream, the yellow one Howl, the gray one Riot and the blue one Pain. The red one Carnage and the black one Venom were missing. Carnage was not a big deal, because the meteorite where the symbiotes were sleeping hit the satellite and they were separated. Riot didn't know whether Massacre was dead or alive, and where he was. But Venom, he should be in the building. Chief, gasoline and incendiary bombs are ready, a policeman said palely in a big pit outside the building. It's no wonder he was scared. It was really, this experience was too exciting. No, it should be horror. There were no casualties in the previous cleaning of the Life Foundation, but the riots and howling that came later caused a lot of casualties. Especially howling because he hadn't eaten well for a long time, so after he came out, he would inevitably. Seeing his colleagues being eaten alive, the police of the 15th precinct didn't collapse directly, which was already amazing. Seeing that the faces of other men were not very good, Kai thought he should contact Harley and ask her to help the police officers sit down for psychological counseling. Well, you guys step back a little. Kai looked at the 3 sealed cans under the big pit he smashed. Then he took out an M500 and aimed it at the gasoline can below. Wait. Kai? Stop. At this time, a voice came from a distance. But Kai didn't care about the shouting at all. Bang. Boom. A huge fireball shot up into the sky. The explosion and flames made everyone around cover their ears and hide in the preset bunkers. Kai, as if he was still not at ease. Kai took out Thor's hammer and sent another thunderbolt into the pit. The explosion sounded again. Only then did Kai straighten his clothes and turn to look at Phil, who came. What's wrong? Agent Phil, you? Phil swallowed his saliva and pointed at the pit and said, do you know what you destroyed? A few alien parasites, Kai said affirmatively. Those are alien creatures. Do you know their research value? They can help us better understand the universe. They are the key to the future of mankind. You? Kai interrupted. Hey, it seems that you know a lot. After speaking, Kai turned his head and looked at his men. Did you plant spies under my men, when Kai captured these symbiotes? He also copied the Life Foundation's research materials on symbiotes. Phil seemed to understand the Life Foundation's plan from his words. Carlton felt that these symbionts were the key to human evolution. The genes of these symbionts could adapt to the genes of any species and give the host many benefits. As long as these symbionts could be tamed, Carlton could unlock these secrets. At that time. In short, there was a great goal before many crimes began. But Kai didn't even have time to report these materials, but Phil knew about them. Or did you know about the Life Foundation's activities a long time ago? This made Kai suspicious. And based on Kai's understanding of SHIELD, these grandsons could really do such a thing. Phil choked. What could he say? Did they plant spies or did they know about it in advance? In fact, both were true. SHIELD did notice the abnormality of the Life Foundation, but unfortunately they didn't have time to investigate it carefully. This was also related to Kai. So many elite agents died at the hands of Ghost Rider. Now SHIELD in New York is still sorting out a mess of internal affairs and is short of manpower. At the same time, Kai did have SHIELD people under him. This is normal. Since Kai settled in the 15th precinct, SHIELD has sent no less than 10 agents through various channels. Kai knew this very well. Fortunately, Kai did not dwell on these. I don't care how you know, but one thing is certain, these things are cannibals. You actually treat them as treasures? Don't let me lower my assessment of your shield's bottom line again, Phil. Let shield do some good human work. Kai patted Phil's shoulder, then turned and walked away. After taking 2 steps, Kai turned his head and looked at Phil again. Speaking of these things, it should be the responsibility of your shield. Why do I always clean up a mess for you? I beg you, at least get paid to do the work. If you can't do it well, please give all your funds to our New York police. Really? You are so arrogant all day long, and regard yourself as the savior, but what have you done for us? Really, except for following me to ask for benefits, I have never seen you do anything serious. After speaking, he shook his head and left with a disappointed expression. Phil looked at the big pit where even the metal had melted, sighed dejectedly, and quickly asked someone to put out the fire. Hopefully, something could be saved. Of course, Phil was doomed to fail. The real symbiote had been taken away by Kai. It was just a trick, very simple. Just as Phil said, the symbiote was very precious. Its preciousness even exceeded Kai's imagination. Just after Kai sent the Life Foundation's research on the symbiote, a liaison officer with the rank of colonel from the Pentagon found Kai the next morning. Thank you for your cooperation, Director Wayne. It's okay. Minister Ruth Macmillan and General Edward Craig have already called me. They are all old friends. It's only natural. Kai smiled and shook hands with the colonel. But Kai knew very well that the colonel was probably cursing in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, the colonel said with a bitter face, Director Wayne. Although it's a bit bad to say this, but if you encounter this situation next time, can you contact us? Of course, I respect your choice. There is nothing wrong with destroying those evil alien creatures. It's just, the interests of the Federation are the most important, right? Of course, Kai is very easy to talk to. I was also confused by the casualties of my men at the time, and I didn't expect this. There is something behind these words. The colonel's in the Pentagon. To be honest, there are really few who have really come down from the battlefield. Even if they have really been to the battlefield, they have to learn politics in a place like the Pentagon where civilian politics is rampant. So he understood what Kai meant. Damn, is the Pentagon so awesome? Give me a dime for the 15th precinct? Why should I notify you? The colonel was not angry. After all, this was a fact. You ask someone to do something, do you really just rely on your mouth? No way. It is the truth to get money to do things. On the other hand, if you don't pay, I won't talk to you. The colonel pondered for a while. Then he said, I know the difficulties faced by the police, so I think the Pentagon will give them some humanitarian subsidies as appropriate. After all, this time they are facing an alien threat. This is the responsibility of all mankind. We cannot let the New York 15th precinct face it alone. It's settled. The pensions for those sacrificed police officers can add a few more digits, and maybe 1 or 2 zeros. By the way, I heard that you were commissioned by the New York government to set up a new department. Yes. It's a startup, and everything is difficult at the beginning. We are willing to support it. That's great. APY transaction was completed. When the two shook hands, Kai whispered, secret information, only I know it. There are 5 symbiotes in total. I only killed 3. The colonel's eyes flashed. He looked at Kai blankly. Kai looked at him with a smile. Then the colonel asked carefully, do you know where the other 2 are? Well, one should be in New York. But according to the information, that one is the weakest one. As for the other one, maybe you can go to NASA to check. By the way, a friendly reminder, the remaining one is said to be the strongest. By the way, be quick, because I found that S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to know a lot about this matter. Although he didn't understand where Kai got the information from, the colonel felt that Kai seemed to have no need to deceive himself. He nodded immediately. I see, then, keep in touch. Of course, the colonel immediately got up and left. This information was too important. More importantly, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to know it too. The relationship between the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been good. It's a bit late. I really need a monthly ticket. This month's ticket is really too lame. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735 Farce. S.H.I.E.L.D. did know, but they were much later. After all, the experimental data and related personnel were all in Kai's hands. Kai did not hand over all the experimental data. After all, Kingsman also needed those things. Kai had to pass the information to Kingsman first, so that Kingsman could analyze which ones were important, which ones were secondary and could be leaked, and which ones were insignificant. The information Kai handed over at the first time was all insignificant. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. could get it at the first time, it would not be able to see anything. Kingsman's speed was already very fast. After getting 3 symbiotes and a bunch of information, it took him 3 days to sort out the information that could be leaked and return it to Kai. During these 3 days, Kai was almost annoyed to death by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not know what Kai was hiding, but they could analyze the actions of the Ministry of Defense. Recently, some forces of the Ministry of Defense and the military have been taking frequent actions, but S.H.I.E.L.D. knew nothing about it. But instinctively, S.H.I.E.L.D. guessed that it was related to the symbiote. They did not know why, so they could only go to the only person who knew, Kai. Okay, I'll give you the stuff. Don't bother me anymore. Do you think the police are like you, with nothing to do every day? We're very busy, okay? Kai took Phil to a room with a look of disdain. There were several piles of paper documents in it. That's right, they were all paper. Phil was a little dumbfounded when he saw the documents in the room. Is there no electronic version? Oh, it's lost, Kai said indifferently. Lost? Phil looked at Kai in amazement. Can you be more careful when you lie? Well, what's wrong? Are you going to make us pay? Kai sneered. Those are very precious. Phil wanted to talk about the preciousness of those materials, but Phil knew very well that the electronic version of the materials was definitely not lost. They were afraid that Kai would not know the seriousness and really throw those materials everywhere. Yes, I know they are precious. But what does it have to do with you? Those things belong to the Life Foundation. Oh, by the way, I wonder if the Life Foundation will come to take the stolen goods. Strictly speaking, the ownership of these materials belongs to the Life Foundation. But the problem is that the foundation has become stinky. After Eddie returned from the police station after giving his statement, he directly exposed the evil deeds of the Life Foundation on the internet. Kidnapping, non-human experiments, alien creatures, etc. Such explosive things naturally became popular on the internet. Thanks to the supernatural events that have occurred one after another in recent years, most people have long been accustomed to those things and will not cause panic. Otherwise Eddie's account will definitely be 404. This kind of thing involving human rights always attracts attention of one kind or another, not to mention alien creatures. Naturally, it caused a sensation. Anything related to the Life Foundation will be tarnished on the street, and no one will stand up and say that they have a relationship with the Life Foundation at this time. Of course, the government can clean up the mess. But the problem is that Kai has already given them the electronic version, and they don't have to speak out and get into trouble. The only unlucky one is S.H.I.E.L.D., because it was Kai who handled the case. Even if Kai has to hand it over in the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be disgusted. Kai, we don't have to do this, it's necessary, Kai said with an unhappy face. Tell me, Phil, how many times has this happened? Such a big thing happened in my jurisdiction, you clearly knew about it, why didn't you say anything? Why is it that every time I finish all the things, you rush over like stray dogs asking for shit? And you even planted spies next to me. It's unnecessary? Fuck Phil, fuck S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil opened his mouth. How could they notify such a thing in advance? What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been adhering to mysticism. How could it casually tell others about its intentions? Although the times are advancing, S.H.I.E.L.D. still has not changed its mystical intentions, and the reason is simple. Mysticism means less supervision. S.H.I.E.L.D. often walks on the edge of the rules. If only a few people know about it, it's okay. If it is supervised by the public. Haha, S.H.I.E.L.D. has too many leaders to replace. In short, Kai's request is really hard to agree to. If it were Phil himself, he would have agreed long ago. But the higher-ups won't allow it. So, they can only be porters. Eddie has been so proud recently. The newspaper that fired him before took the initiative to come to him, hoping that he would be reinstated. You know, Eddie has not yet exposed the treatment he suffered in the past. Once it is exposed, the credibility of the newspaper will basically be ruined. If it is spread by hostile newspapers, They will definitely be in cahoots with the Life Foundation and persecute the righteous journalists who expose the Life Foundation. What a heinous act. It will definitely attract a lot of attention if it is used for hype. So, the newspaper that Eddie worked for before tried desperately to win Eddie back and regarded everything that happened before as a misunderstanding. But Eddie is so cunning. While he was pretending to be nice, he used the conditions of this newspaper to negotiate with other newspapers. Then he took the conditions of other newspapers and went back to negotiate with his previous newspaper again. After a few rounds, everyone actually saw that this guy was playing tricks. But it's nothing. Who doesn't know how to get some benefits for themselves? This is within the rules. No one will hate this young reporter for this. On the contrary, if this guy foolishly agreed, then everyone would look down on this guy. Too stupid. After all, those people are also senior workers. Everyone is the same. After several rounds of tossing back and forth, it was Eddie's previous newspaper that finally took away Eddie's rare treasure. Eddie was also very happy. Not only would he have his own column in the future, but his power would also be greatly increased. He didn't like office politics very much, so he would still be his own investigative reporter, but if the newspaper wanted to fire him again like last time, he would have to wait for tens of millions of compensation. That's how arrogant. When his career reached its peak, Eddie thought about saving his love. Then life reached its peak. This was the third time. Eddie woke up happily from the bathtub, subconsciously touched his forehead, and always felt a little hot. Am I sick? It's like this every day recently. Eddie thinks he is too nervous, leading to some kind of mental illness, such as sleepwalking. But it's not a big problem. He plans to see a psychologist later. After all, the experience that day was too exciting. There were also alien creatures. Although he had never seen them, he heard about them when he was protected by the police. The scene was very exciting and many police officers were eaten. If the police hadn't held him tightly, he would have taken some photos. But fortunately, after going through these things, Eddie also had a conscience. He felt that these police officers risked their lives to save him. It was really inhuman to let the police officers die and get on the front page. Eddie soon realized that this was not the time to think about these things. He had to win back his girlfriend. He quickly dialed the number of his ex-girlfriend Anne Wayne. That day, he heard Anne casually mention the Life Foundation, and out of curiosity, he secretly looked at the confidential information she took home. Anne was a lawyer, and her firm had just received an order from the Life Foundation and was preparing to defend it. Eddie, who was itching to do something, used these confidential information in his column and prepared to publish it. As a result, Anne was fired. To be honest, thinking about it now, Eddie felt that he was quite an asshole. He didn't consider the impact of this incident on his girlfriend at all. As a lawyer, selling out the information of his clients is a taboo in the lawyer industry. Serious violation of professional ethics. So soon Annie was complained by the Life Foundation, and then Annie's law firm directly fired Annie and reported to revoke her lawyer's license. In the United States, it is really difficult to fight against a capital group. In reality and in the adapted from real events movies, there are indeed cases of winning lawsuits and getting large compensation. But more often, many people can get a sum of out-of-court settlement fees. The successful cases that can be widely reported and remade into movies are precisely because they are rare. For example, a certain group in the United States forcibly occupied farmers' land and water sources. The farmers fought against it for decades before finally winning the case. Think about it and understand that there are absolutely very few people who can persist in fighting lawsuits for decades. Such people have to be particularly stubborn, otherwise, after decades of lawsuits, their lives are almost wasted, and money can't buy back the wasted time and youth. And Eddie is such a person. Although he caused his girlfriend Annie to lose her job, he still wants to prove that he is not wrong. And win her back. Well, it's a very stupid way of thinking. How can such a person actually have a girlfriend? Eddie didn't care. He thought that if Annie knew what the Life Foundation had done before, she would definitely support his previous actions. Soon, Annie's phone call came through. Eddie didn't care about anything undecided on a meeting place. Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, he hung up the phone. After all, the facts had been laid out, what else could he say? He knew that Annie would definitely come to see him. They had feelings for each other. It was just very annoying. Soon, Eddie met his ex-girlfriend Annie in a special barbecue restaurant in a park. Eddie felt hot all over and very energetic. and accompanied by an unknown excitement. "Annie, you saw the report, right? Those were the photos I took when I sneaked into the Foundation, and was really surprised." "What? You really broke into their research building?" "Eddie, are you crazy?" She had worked for the Life Foundation before, so she naturally knew how strict the security there was. She had always thought that Eddie had followed the police in. He didn't pick up Annie's words, but directly told her about the Life Foundation. He just wanted to tell Annie that you men are so brave. But, to Annie, this guy seemed to be talking nonsense. His words were incoherent, and she couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Annie looked at his excited and confused expression, and felt that this guy seemed to have taken too many drugs, so she stretched out her hand and put it on his forehead with a little worry, confirming that he was indeed not normal. "Eddie, you have a fever. You need to go to the hospital first." Eddie either had a fever or took drugs, which was very dangerous. "Must go to the hospital." Eddie shook his head. "I'm fine." "What hospital?" At this point, his eyes suddenly shifted to a waiter passing by, and subconsciously reached out to grab the fried pork chop on the plate from the tray in his hand and took a bite. Annie and the waiter were stunned. Eddie chewed it twice, spit it out, threw the pork chop back on the plate, and yelled to the waiter with disgust, Damn, it's not fresh." Then, his expression changed again. "It's so hot, so hot. Do you feel the heat?" As he said, he couldn't help but take off his coat. At this time, a man came over and dragged Annie behind him. "Annie, he's not right, leave quickly." Eddie suddenly saw a man trying to take Annie away, and immediately got anxious. He grabbed the man and said, "Who are you? Where do you want to take Annie?" The man saw Eddie holding him and immediately tried to shake him off. As a result, Eddie's strength increased all of a sudden, and the man immediately screamed. Annie also screamed, "Eddie, don't." That was Annie's new, not boyfriend. They just dated once. But the man was really good. If she didn't remember Eddie, Annie would probably have agreed. Eddie was a little confused, and he pulled the man casually, and then the man was thrown out. "It's so hot. Don't you have air conditioning here?" "Hot? This is winter in New York. You won't be frozen to death." Before Annie and the waiter could answer, his eyes drifted to the park pond more than 10 meters away. It was frozen. But Eddie didn't care about that and strode over. Plop. Eddie jumped into the edge of the pond, which was about half a meter wide, with a look of constipation on his face, and immersed most of his body in the cold water. 7 or 8 passers-by who were playing and relaxing nearby looked at this psychopathic man with surprise. Running into the pond in the middle of winter. Did he take too many drugs? Then Eddie suddenly felt something under his butt, and reached out to touch it. It was a big fish. Eddie's dazed eyes suddenly lit up, and his hand reached out like lightning, catching a fat red carp and biting it. After chewing it twice, he sighed with satisfaction. This is fresh, Eddie. What are you doing?" Anne, who had finally gotten out, saw this scene and screamed in fear. Several tourists nearby also had horrible expressions on their faces. They didn't pity the fat carp. After all, it was not a cat or a dog, and it was not so lovable. But eating a live fish, or a live fish in a pond like this, who knows what is in this pond, is too disgusting. Of course. This didn't affect their eating melons. What's the big deal? If someone eats shit, more people will watch. Didn't Lao Ba become famous in one battle? Annie looked at the people taking pictures with their mobile phones and felt desperate. This is too embarrassing. The key is that she and Eddie broke up only 2 weeks ago. It's nonsense to say that their feelings are completely gone. The farce of bathing in the pond ended quickly. After using the pool water to relieve the heat of his body and eating a fat fish raw, Eddie seemed to be much more sober. He climbed ashore with a collapsed face and slipped away with Annie. He and Annie both realized that there was something wrong with his body. He had to go to the hospital. Annie didn't even care about her new suitor. No matter how you look at it, Eddie's situation is more serious. That background guy, miserable. Chapter 736 Eddie's Adventure. Not long after Eddie was taken away by Annie, a team of fully armed and unmarked armed personnel suddenly arrived and immediately controlled everyone. These people were not ordinary law enforcement officers, because law enforcement officers would not treat New York citizens so roughly in such a prosperous place. They would be complained to death. These people quickly set up a quarantine zone and announced to everyone present that this place had been controlled by the National Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Because they received a report that a rare infectious disease had broken out here, all 3 blocks here were under martial law, and anyone who did not cooperate would be prosecuted for endangering public safety. The soldiers with live ammunition, coupled with their harsh words, for a while, even New Yorkers, who were known for their hypocrisy, did not dare to say anything. They accepted the investigation obediently. Seeing that the quarantine zone was set up, the police came late. Director Wayne, soon the leader of the group of armed personnel, greeted Kai, who led the team. This person was not a stranger either. He was the colonel officer of the Ministry of Defense who met with Kai that day. This place is in the central area of Manhattan and is not under the jurisdiction of the 15th Precinct, but don't forget that Kai is still the director of the Special Affairs Investigation Department. His law enforcement authority has a very high priority, and his law enforcement jurisdiction covers the entire New York City. This time, Kai brought the newly formed special force. Because of his profession, the colonel looked at the newly formed department in New York the first time he saw Kai. With the colonel's professional vision, he could see that this team was not an ordinary police team. To the military, the police are actually civilians with guns. But these are not. Although there are obviously policemen among them, most of them have a very strong military atmosphere. The colonel will not be wrong about this. This made the colonel put away his contempt. The quality of this group of people is quite high. Kai walked up to the colonel helplessly and said with some complaints, "You are really good. Do you have to make such a big deal? This is New York. The Ministry of Defense is very reliable. They have notified Kai before taking action." Of course, they did not give Kai much time to react. Kai can understand this. After all, the Ministry of Defense does not need to notify Kai at all. This is also because of Kai's identity, and they are unwilling to be dirty with Kai like SHIELD. Don't worry about that. All actions are legal. Even if I want to scold you, I won't scold you, New York police. Look, this is how they do things. Look at SHIELD, they are so busy all day long, always acting like they are the boss and they are the second in command, and they are also acting like they are doing this for your own good. Who are they trying to disgust? Okay then, Kai couldn't openly compete with the Ministry of Defense for people. So facing this acceptable statement, Kai could only accept it. Of course, Kai is not without a backup plan. Batman and Hannibal are on standby and can attack at any time. Kai's attitude towards symbiotes is very simple: find them and kill them. It's that simple. Kai is unwilling to let alien monsters wander around in his city. Have you found the target? Kai said casually. Among the 5 symbiotes, only Venom is left in New York now, but the problem is that Kai doesn't know where to find Venom. Symbiotes are different from other things. If they hide in the host, it is really difficult to find them. At least the Life Foundation's experimental log does not give a screening method. Eddie Brock, the colonel, was not on guard. In their opinion, even if Kai knew all this, it would not be a threat. After all, what was the use of Kai having that thing? Why should such a trust that was not real be concealed? And after all, this is New York. If they want to catch the symbiote, they still need the help of the New York police. Kai really did not expect this person. After all, Eddie looked normal very early, while the other people who were symbionts basically turned into monsters and killed people as soon as they appeared. Kai lost a lot of people for this. Therefore, this also led to Kai's belief that symbiotes were uncontrollable monsters, which was also confirmed by the experimental data of the Life Foundation. But Eddie was normal. Kai immediately called the red-haired girl Scarlet, the former Special Forces intelligence expert who was still in charge of intelligence. Go check where Eddie Brock is. Yes, then Kai asked in confusion. Since the target is confirmed to be Eddie Brock, why do you need to do all this? Kai pointed to the isolation zone, where tests have been carried out in an orderly manner, nominally for infectious diseases. But Kai discovered that there was an MRI in these tests. I don't know if the American people are really stupid. They need an MRI to detect infectious diseases? Even if they are infected, the lesions will not form so quickly. Of course, it's just in case. What if the symbiont runs into someone else? This possibility is not small. According to the information of the Life Foundation, these guys are smart. Tisk, you are really good. Forget it, I will arrange someone to act for you, and then you can ask the CDC to issue a statement, and then everyone will go home. As for intelligence, the colonel looked at Kai eagerly. Let someone connect with Scarlet. By the way, let me remind you, don't make a big scene, otherwise everyone will look bad, Kai reminded the colonel at the end. After all, this is New York, and those people in Washington may not be able to suppress New Yorkers. After all, New Yorkers are famous for their high self-esteem. If they are really irritated, the president will also confront them. I understand, the colonel promised seriously. After all, if it really gets out of hand, his boss may not protect him. He has no intention of playing with his future. If the symbiote can be caught, then catch it. If it can't be caught, don't make a big scene in New York. Eddie was sent to the hospital by his ex-girlfriend Annie. In fact, Eddie himself was also scared. He has just stepped on the peak of his life. If he dies, it will be a big loss. Annie found a doctor who had a good personal relationship with her and jumped the queue to do a set of examinations for Eddie. As a result, during the MRI test, a black and sticky thing like asphalt seemed to be unable to withstand the MRI and ran out of Eddie's body. Annie went to complete the examination procedures for Eddie, while the doctor and the assistant were looking at the computer next door. When they heard Eddie yelling and felt something was wrong, they got up and went to open the door to enter the next room. By chance, they didn't see the venom that escaped from the body. But when Eddie told them the truth, the doctor and others looked at Eddie as if he was crazy. After all, this kind of thing, who would believe it? Eddie seemed to want to explain something, but the doctor seriously suspected that he had taken too many drugs. He secretly warned Annie not to get too close to this guy. Well, the doctor was also one of Annie's suitors. He even knew Eddie, but he was not familiar with him. Now the doctor felt that Annie was like a flower stuck in cow dung by following Eddie. What's more, this piece of cow dung was also taking drugs. Annie always believed in Eddie. After all, Eddie was a reporter. He had seen everything. He was also very stubborn. It was impossible for such a person to take drugs. Of course, Eddie's current state was indeed a bit problematic. But it was also because of this that Annie was more and more reluctant to give up Eddie. Just when Annie was going to take Eddie to the mental hospital to see his head, the police station on the other side also received the news that Eddie appeared in the hospital, so a team of military special forces immediately went to the hospital. This scared the hospital. "Did Eddie Brock have a physical examination here?" the soldier leading the team asked the doctor sternly. The doctor was dumbfounded. He was just an ordinary doctor. He had never seen such a scene. Yes, we want all his medical records." "Okay, I'll give it to you right away." After saying that, the doctor immediately asked his assistant to bring the medical records. Then the assistant said with a bitter face, "The computer seems to have a problem." The doctor was stunned. "What's the problem, assistant?" "I don't know why, it suddenly crashed just now, and then I restarted it, and found." He hesitated a little. The doctor was mad and said, "So, assistant, well, there is no other problem. It's just that your friend's examination data just now is gone." Now all the special forces present stared at the doctor. The doctor was sweating coldly. Who the hell is so pitiful? He didn't quite believe it. He immediately looked around with his assistant accompanied by several soldiers, and Indy did not find Eddie's examination data. This, the soldiers looked at the doctor coldly, and then the leading officer immediately called the colonel. He explained the matter simply and clearly. The colonel was also stunned. So he quickly called Kai. When Kai heard about this, he knew who could do it without even thinking. SHIELD. Just a few words made the colonel's scalp tingle. He believed it immediately. The military was determined to get the symbiote in New York, and SHIELD was their biggest competitor. He originally thought that their intelligence capabilities should be no worse than SHIELD's by cooperating with the police, but now SHIELD can delete Eddie's medical records before they do. This intelligence capability. Find Eddie now, otherwise, your efforts will be in vain. "Come on, Colonel," Kai said on the phone. "Help me. Kai? Help us." The colonel immediately asked for help. "That's impossible, Colonel." Kai rejected him very calmly. "Although I don't like SHIELD, I can't have a position on this matter, you should understand. Besides, I've helped enough." The conflict between Kai and SHIELD was a personal conflict from the beginning. And at most it was the New York Police Department. But if Kai participated in the competition between SHIELD and the military, there was really no need for that. Kai can lean towards the military because of some personal relationships, but there is no need to force himself to the military. There is no benefit and no need. And doing so will make many people feel unhappy. Kai is not a soldier now. He represents New York. New York is not interested in participating in the dispute between SHIELD and the military. SHIELD, The colonel also knew that Kai had already taken sides to such a level. If he went straight out, it would be a bit too much. Got it. The colonel also put his mood in order. Well, I'm glad you're awake, Colonel, Kai said. In addition, I will send people to set up defenses in places where Eddie may go. This is the only thing I can do for you. Thank you very much, Director Wayne. Thank you very much. Keep working hard, Colonel. Eddie arrived at the door of his house and got out of the car by himself without asking Annie to send him off. After all, he did not go to the mental hospital. After watching Annie drive away, he took a step to enter the building, and suddenly remembered that he had already bought all the food at home last night. He could only turn around and go to the Chinese supermarket not far away to buy things. When he entered the store, the proprietress greeted him familiarly. Hello, Eddie. I read the report and it seems that you are going to be rich. Hello, Mrs. Chen, Eddie said absent-mindedly. Maybe. This damn life is terrible. Mrs. Chen couldn't help but wrinkled her nose when she smelled a strange smell in the air. Eddie sweated a lot last night and this morning. He didn't take a shower yet. He went to the park pond to soak and dry himself naturally. He also ate a raw fish. The smell is hard to describe. Pushing the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose to cover up, Mrs. Chen couldn't help shaking her head. You really smell terrible. Did you go to the garbage dump to eat? She wouldn't be stupid enough to say something like you look and smell like a pile of shit to a regular customer. Eddie smiled bitterly. Thank you for reminding me. You look radiant. Then he walked to the food area at the back. When he was away from the counter at the door, Mrs. Chen's voice still rang behind him. Didn't you practice the yoga I mentioned? It can relax your body and mind. And relieve stress. You really look like you need to relax. Yoga? Oh, I don't believe in that stuff. Can you relax your mind by just doing a few movements? All psychologists will be laid off. Mrs. Chen had a look of seeing through everything. You haven't practiced. How can it be useful? The yoga DVD your cousin gave me is in Chinese. Do I need to hire a Chinese teacher to practice yoga? Eddie rolled his eyes, walked into the food area without looking back, and started throwing food into the basket. Ding, the doorbell rang, indicating that a new guest came in, but Eddie didn't care and concentrated on choosing food. He felt really hungry now, so hungry that he even wanted to take things out of the trash can and eat them. At this time, there were soft voices coming from the cash register near the door. He subconsciously leaned his head out to take a look and frowned. There were two people wearing strange clothes, a man and a woman. One guy even carried a bow and arrow. Tisk tisk. There are still people carrying bows and arrows on the street these days. Are they used for hunting? The people on the street are in trouble. Eddie ignored him and turned around and was about to leave. Run, Eddie was stunned. Who was talking? He looked left and right and found that he was the only one. Run. They are here to catch you, the voice came again. This time Eddie heard it clearly. Who? Eddie shouted. At this time, Mrs. Chen shouted loudly, Woody. Don't talk, I'm talking to a customer. Woody? Isn't that Mrs. Chen's cousin? The magical boy who sells everything. Eddie is very familiar with him, because he can often get some cheap pirated discs and some antiques and electrical appliances of unknown origin from Woody. He is here too? Eddie looked around and didn't see anyone. At this time, he heard Mrs. Chen's deliberately amplified voice again. Eddie? I didn't see him. Eddie realized that Mrs. Chen was reminding him. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak so deliberately. Run. They are coming. The voice appeared again, and Eddie was going crazy. Woody, can you go to the back and clean up the table? Mrs. Chen shouted again. Eddie didn't care about anything. He knew how much damage his report had done to the Life Foundation. If someone made trouble for him because of this, it would be too normal. He had to leave quickly. Oh. Eddie replied in a muffled voice, and then walked quickly to the back door of the supermarket. Please vote for me. The college entrance examination is over, and it's time for the gods to return to their positions. Please vote for me. Chapter 737 Disaster. Mrs. Chen was not a professional agent after all. Her acting skills might be enough to fool a gangster or a police officer, but if she faced two elite agents, and they were elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., she would underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure enough, the man with the bow and arrow soon found something wrong. He raised his head and looked at a convex mirror on the counter, which was used to allow supermarket cashiers to see the blind spots of the view. From there, they could see the situation behind the shelves at a glance. He just saw Eddie running towards the back door of the supermarket. He had seen Eddie's photo and could tell from his back that it was Eddie. Without any hesitation, the bow and arrow man rushed over. His female partner immediately held down Mrs. Chen's hand that was about to take the phone. "Madam, this is not good. You know, I can sue you just based on your behavior." Mrs. Chen pretended to be innocent when she saw that her trick was discovered. "I don't know what you are talking about. Who are you? What are you going to do? This is the territory of the King Hong gang. My nephew is a member of the King Hong gang. Be careful that they will beat you up." Then the woman slammed a pistol on the counter. Mrs. Chen immediately became timid. She squatted in the corner skillfully, covering her head. "The money is on the counter. Just take whatever you want. Don't hurt me." In foreign countries, Chinese are an absolute minority and are generally discriminated against. Even if China in this world is very powerful, this still cannot change the living conditions of the lower-class Chinese. After all, discrimination has always been the absolute majority against a minority. Look at the blacks. With more and more blacks, how many white people dare to talk nonsense now? The Chinese in this world originally didn't want to run around, so the number of Chinese in the United States in this world is even smaller. If we don't discriminate against them, who should we discriminate against? Of course, we can't generalize. For example, the Chinese gangs are quite difficult to mess with. This group of Chinese who ran to America to make a living are united and can fight. The key is that they dare to fight. So generally speaking, no one dares to bully the Chinese in the territory of the Chinese gangs. Unfortunately, this is Brooklyn, where other people of color are the absolute majority, and there are very few Chinese. With a small population, there are naturally fewer Chinese gangs. The green and red gangs are indeed very powerful, but this area is not their territory. Mrs. Chen has a lot of experience in being robbed here. The female agent saw this scene. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. The key is that Mrs. Chen is so skilled that it makes people feel distressed. Facing this little citizen, the shield agent is not stingy enough to find trouble with her. The woman quickly put away her gun and walked quickly to the back door of the supermarket. Mrs. Chen waited for a long time, and only stood up as if nothing had happened after confirming that they had left. "Hey, Eddie. I wish you good luck." Mrs. Chen is a typical little citizen. She has her own views on good and evil, and she cherishes her body. If she can't help, she will help. But if it is really too dangerous, she will run faster than anyone else. After Eddie ran out of the supermarket, he immediately planned to go home. People are like this. When they encounter danger, their first reaction is to go to the place they are most familiar with, because that makes them feel safe. But he didn't realize that he was so fast that he got home in less than a minute. Eddie's mind was still a little confused. He was still wondering who was looking for him, but just when he was distracted, a deep voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Eat quickly, I'm hungry." Eddie was so scared that his hands trembled. "What? Still coming? Eat quickly. Soft egg. You will have strength after eating." The voice was very clear. Who is talking? He looked around, but the house was quiet. "Maybe I'm really too hungry," he murmured, and finally poured the cereal in his hand into the bowl. "Pour more," the low voice suddenly said again. Eddie was so scared that he threw the cereal out. Who is talking? The house was quiet again. Eddie felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his mind, and the problem was not small. Dong dong dong. A series of knocks on the door rang out. Eddie was startled, and the milk and cereal in his hand shook, and half of it was stuck on his body. He pulled a few tissues and wiped the milk splashed on his face and body, looking at the door in confusion. Fortunately, at this time, Eddie's mind, which had been muddled all day, came to its senses. Those people came again. Then Eddie immediately thought, he actually went home. Knowing that others were looking for him, he actually went home so swaggeringly. This kind of idiotic operation made Eddie a little breathless. Is he going to kill himself? "Don't open the door," a low voice reminded him in his mind. "Run." Eddie was stunned, and he didn't care about his idiocy. He shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Before anyone responded to Eddie, the door of his house was kicked open with a bang. The archer and the woman he had seen before broke in with 4 fully armed people. The archer saw Eddie and immediately waved his hand, catching him. The 4 fully armed people immediately pointed their guns at Eddie. Several red dots immediately appeared on his body. When Eddie saw this, he immediately raised his hands honestly. "Everyone, did you find the wrong person?" He was a serious reporter, and his responsibility was to face the camera, not the muzzle of a gun, so he was very timid. "It's not shameful to survive." "What are you doing?" A doubtful low voice sounded in his mind. Eddie said without thinking, "Raise your hands and surrender." The low voice said, "Raising your hands is too shameful." He lowered his hands involuntarily. "Is my condition so serious?" Eddie was shocked and tried to raise his hands again. "No, raising your hands is not shameful." "Shameful? No, you are very shameful." "I didn't. Why raise your hands?" "Because when you are pointed at by a gun, you should raise your hands," Eddie argued fiercely with a low voice in his mind. Several people on the opposite side looked at each other. The archer immediately raised the intercom on his wrist and said to someone, "Confirmed target, has been parasitized by the symbiote, take him," said the person on the other side of the intercom. Yes, two big men immediately came around from the side, grabbed Eddie's arms on the left and right, and were about to tie his hands with the restraints in their hands. Eddie subconsciously resisted and swung his arms violently. His forearms turned black in an instant, as thick as the big man's head. The big man on the left was thrown 5 or 6 meters away and hit the wall. The other big man was unlucky and crashed out of the window. This was the 5th floor. Eddie was puzzled and showed an awkward smile. "I want to say it's none of my business, do you believe it?" The archer was very decisive and ordered immediately. "Shoot." The two big men who had been pointing guns at him immediately pulled the trigger, but the muzzle did not fire a bullet, but a taser with a steel wire nailed to his chest. Under the strong electric pulse, Eddie immediately began to twitch like a ghost, and couldn't help pushing his hands forward. The black hands instantly stretched out 3 or 4 meters and pushed on the chests of the two big men. The archer and his female partner immediately squatted down and bent over, and the two big men flew over their heads. At the moment of squatting, the archer immediately pulled out an arrow from his quiver and shot it out. Eddie panicked when he saw the arrow flying at him, but the next second he was horrified to find that he actually caught a flying arrow. At the same time, a mass of black mucus gushed out of his body. "What the hell is this?" Before he could ask a question, the arrowhead of the bow in his hand began to flash red. Boom! The huge explosion blew him away. When he was blown away, Eddie had only one thought: he was finished. When he was bored, he had thought about how he would die, but he didn't expect to die young, and was killed by a bomb. But the next second, he woke up on the safety stairs outside his apartment. He was not dead. Eddie touched his body, nothing happened. Then he saw the archer shooting an arrow at him again. Eddie now had only one thought: to run away quickly. Then his body whooshed and jumped down from the safety stairs. Fuck, this is the 5th floor. Boom. Eddie's feet stood firmly on the ground. He felt a little numb in his feet, and then, he felt nothing. Eddie looked upstairs in disbelief. The 5th floor. How did he jump down? Don't be stupid. Run. At this time, the voice in his head sounded again. No matter how stupid Eddie was, he knew that the reason he became like this was because of this voice. The archer and his female partner had already stuck their heads out and attacked Eddie. There was no way. Eddie could only quickly grab a motorcycle from the street and run away quickly. The archer raised his wrist again and shouted to the communicator on his wrist, "Stop him, don't let him run away." So when Eddie's motorcycle was about to pass an intersection, 2 SUVs suddenly rushed out from both sides, trying to stop him. Eddie instinctively wanted to slow down, but unfortunately the other big brother was not happy. Not only that, his body also stepped on the accelerator uncontrollably. Buzz! It's going to hit. It's going to hit, but the next second, black tentacles stretched out from Eddie's body and stuck to the buildings on both sides, and then the motorcycle flew over the 2 SUVs. Eddie was still screaming, but the motorcycle was speeding through the traffic at lightning speed. That skill was simply amazing. The shield agent on the SUV was stunned for a moment, and then drove the car to chase it madly. But in this kind of traffic, no matter how good the SUV's performance is, it can't catch up with a motorcycle. Other skills are really explosive. There is no way. Several agents immediately stick their heads out from the roof of the car and use weapons to destroy the motorcycle, so as to capture Eddie. But the problem is that Eddie is too flexible, and all the bullets were dodged. So the cars and pedestrians on the road are in big trouble. I don't know if Eddie was too lucky or if the innocent people were too unlucky today. One of the bullets hit the front of a car, and the hood exploded and hit the windshield. The driver was scared to death, so he turned the steering wheel and crashed into the street lamp on the side of the curb. Fortunately, the driver stepped on the brakes and did not let the car rush into the sidewalk, but the street lamp still fell down and hit the cab of a tanker truck. The driver of the tanker truck was hit by the street lamp on the spot. Then the tanker truck suddenly turned sideways and knocked the cars on both sides out of the sidewalk. This was not the end. The sudden car accident made the cars behind it unable to react. Even if the car behind had stepped on the brakes, the car behind it could not stop. Bang 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 bang. A series of car accidents happened. This was not the most unlucky one. I don't know if some bastard was taking drugs or drinking. A sports car was too fast and had no time to brake. After several consecutive collisions, the whole car flew up. The speeding car just happened to hit the oil tank of the tanker truck, and then the whole street exploded. The noise of the explosion caused the glass of the surrounding buildings to be damaged. Fuck. 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 Kai's scalp exploded when he received the call. It's not Kai's fault that he didn't see the world, but the noise was really too big this time. The whole street was blown up, and when the police and firefighters rushed over, they thought it was a terrorist attack. Conservative estimates show that this car accident destroyed more than 100 vehicles, many of which were caused by the explosion of the tanker truck, which caused the gasoline inside to splash, causing a chain reaction, and caught fire one after another, and even many vehicles exploded. You know, in reality, it is difficult for vehicles to explode, but fires are very common. But the problem is that the several tons of gasoline on the tanker truck added fuel to the fire, and the buildings on both sides formed a relatively closed environment at the time. When the particles and gasoline in the air reached a critical point, it caused an explosion. So, many cars turned into bombs in this environment. The street had already turned into a sea of fire. What was worse was that the flames had spread to the buildings on both sides. Now it was even a problem to evacuate people. If the flames continued to spread, I don't know how many more people would die. Kai smashed the phone on the table, and then, regardless of the impact, he opened the window of his office and flew out with a whoosh. Soon, Kai arrived at the scene. This place had become a living hell. The firefighters and police were all blocked at both ends of the street. If they wanted to move forward, they could only use water cannons to clear the way, but this speed was too slow. If they really entered the center of the fire, I don't know how many people would die. Because of everyone, the lower floors of the buildings on both sides had all been burned. People had no choice but to run to the upper floors, which resulted in people everywhere on the upper floors of the buildings. As for the lower floors, those who could not escape were basically hopeless. Kai took a deep breath, and then used the power of Thor to the extreme. Then he rushed into the sky. When people saw Kai coming, they cheered one after another. They thought they were saved. But when they saw Kai rushing up to the sky, the cheers immediately turned into pleas and abuses. They thought they were abandoned. But soon, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Countless dark clouds began to gather quickly. People with good eyesight could even see a figure in the thunder in the center of the dark clouds. Kai grabbed the leather belt of the hammer handle of Thor's hammer and turned Thor's hammer frantically. The huge force stirred the wind and clouds, making them gather like himself. Then the hurricane brought by Thor's hammer made the air temperature around it drop rapidly, and the lightning also stimulated the clouds to gather together. Soon the air around Kai began to frost. But this was not enough. Kai immediately mobilized all his strength to gather these clouds that were already full of water vapor and cold air towards himself. Snap! The people below soon felt the benefits, and the cold wind and heavy rain came down from all directions. The fire began to shrink. The people standing on the upper floors were hit by the cold rain, but they didn't feel the cold at all. After all, even freezing sickness is better than being burned to death. People began to cheer. Kai felt that it was almost done, and then he turned Thor's hammer and rushed down fiercely. Boom! The hammer hit the ground fiercely, and at the same time, it also hit the ground with huge water vapor and cold air. In an instant, countless water vapors wrapped in cold air exploded around Kai as the center. For a time, the flames were extinguished by the strong wind, cold air and water vapor, and the burning buildings on the lower floors were also exposed. The water vapor and cold air were simply pervasive. Then the original water vapor in the air was frozen by the cold air, forming many colorful ice crystals. These ice crystals are very small. If you look at them individually, you can't see them at all. But when the space is full of these ice crystals, the lights shine on these ice crystals, and the colorful flashes make this hellish night become beautiful. When Kai stood up from the deep pit, everyone gave him the most sincere cheers and applause in his life. Kai didn't care about these, but quickly asked the firefighters and police to come in and evacuate the people. The death toll in this incident is definitely a horrifying number, and Kai will not feel happy at all. Damn, how could such a thing happen inexplicably? At this moment, Kai saw a few familiar faces. The first one was the colonel in the military, who was also directing his people to carry out disaster relief. The next one was also an acquaintance. Hawkeye. It's just that Hawkeye didn't bring many people with him. The two gangs appeared here, naturally because of the symbiote called Venom. Kai immediately flew to the colonel. Colonel, tell me honestly, does this matter have anything to do with you? If this disaster is really related to him, then no one's face will be saved. The colonel was very calm. He looked at Hawkeye and said, it's a pity that this happened, but I assure you that it has nothing to do with us. We were going to contact Eddie before S.H.I.E.L.D., but we were a step too late. When we arrived, we saw S.H.I.E.L.D. attacking Eddie. They launched the attack on the street, and then this tragedy happened. I can swear on my military honor, and I am willing to testify to this, the symbiote is no longer important at the moment. The colonel's political sense is still very keen. Talking about symbiotes at this time is politically immature. Even for a period of time, the focus of the entire United States will be on this disaster. Millions of people died in Africa, but perhaps no one paid attention. For example, the Rwandan genocide, there was no news about that thing at the time, and it was not until later that it was exposed, and it was even widely known because of the movie Hotel Rwanda. But in the United States, the death of dozens of people is a big deal and becomes international news. What's more, it's not just dozens of people, hundreds, or thousands of people. In short, it is definitely a tragedy that ranks among the top in history for the United States. Hearing the colonel's accusation, Kai immediately looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. people with murderous intent. Damn it. I told you not to mess around in his city. Kai flew in front of Hawkeye and looked down at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents whose faces turned pale. Tell me, does this have anything to do with you? Hawkeye raised his head with lifeless eyes and looked at Kai. Although he was an agent and acted decisively and cold-bloodedly, he never thought of causing such a situation. At this time, Hawkeye's partner, Barbara Morse, the Mockingbird, quickly stood up. We didn't want to do that either. It's all the fault of that alien creature. Boom. Hawkeye was kicked away by Kai, and hit a wall, then fainted without any suspense. Barbara Morse was grabbed by Kai's neck and lifted into the air. I warned you. Don't do this kind of thing in New York. Barbara's eyes rolled back. Kai was really going to strangle her neck, but the reporter saved her. The bravest people in New York are reporters. These guys dare not even give up their lives for the news. When Kai grabbed Barbara's neck, a group of reporters had already rushed over, and the flashlights were clattering. This made Kai calm down a little. Catch them all, and if there is any resistance, just shoot them, Kai said to the police who rushed over, and then turned around and flew to save people. Monthly tickets, dear readers. Help the children. And recommendation tickets. It's even more miserable. Recommendation tickets are available every day. Please vote a little. Chapter 738, Rebellion. On the other side, Eddie rode his motorcycle all the way to a dark and deserted seaside bridge. When the motorcycle rushed into the sea, Eddie fell to the ground, lying on the ground, vomiting desperately. He killed someone. Before the motorcycle left, he saw the explosion. How many people died in the explosion? He didn't know. He only knew that he was the creator of the disaster, at least one of them. He never thought that one day, he would cause such a big disaster because of himself. This made Eddie feel unprecedented fear and terror, as well as the suffocating pressure. This psychological pressure caused him physical discomfort. He felt that his breathing was difficult, his chest was like a stone, swollen and uncomfortable, and his stomach kept cramping, as if he was going to vomit out his internal organs. He killed someone. What are you doing? The voice in his mind sounded again. I killed someone, Eddie shouted regardless. You didn't. They did it, the voice in his mind said puzzledly. He didn't understand why Eddie blamed himself for this. This was a very difficult logic to understand in his mind. It's me. It's me. If it wasn't me, they wouldn't have shot. Nor would they have. Then if they hadn't shot, wouldn't this have happened? Oh, Eddie was stunned, and then he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Yes. Why are they chasing me? If they don't chase me, don't shoot at me, nothing will happen. Eddie was undoubtedly trying to escape, but the problem was that if he didn't escape, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Yes, I'm not wrong. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Yes, I'm not wrong. It's all their fault. It's all their fault. That's right, Eddie comforted himself like this for a long time until the voice got impatient. Then, he was taught a lesson. The voice stretched out several tentacles and stuck his back to a concrete pillar. Eddie then realized that his situation was not as good as he thought. What is this? I'm not a thing. Then Eddie found that his mouth was covered with a massive black sticky substance, and he couldn't make any sound at all. Woo 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 woo, I'm Venom. I'm in your body now. Eddie, who was smart and had great associative ability, immediately thought of the alien creatures studied by the Life Foundation. Although he didn't know what it was, he just heard it and thought it was a joke between the police. But combined with what happened before, he immediately understood. I was parasitized by an alien parasite. Then Eddie experienced Thomas's invincible acceleration of countless degrees. After kicking his legs in the air and vomiting again, Eddie decisively admitted his defeat again. Okay, sorry. I shouldn't call you a parasite. You can tell me what you want to call me. I promise I won't call you the wrong name, I promise. Eddie, who admitted his defeat, was quickly forgiven by Venom and was taken down from the top of the concrete pillar. Eddie, who was a little weak in the legs, sat on the ground, watching the black flowing tentacles extending from his back, and condensing into a black, white-eyed, fang-mouthed hideous head in front of him. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had sat down. But he secretly said in his heart, it's so ugly. Then he flew into the sea and almost drowned. Fortunately, Venom controlled its tentacles to climb onto the table again at about the same time. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Eddie understood that the other party seemed to know what he was thinking. Next, they had a, well, quite friendly exchange. Venom said with contempt, you are a waste, pussy. Eddie suppressed his fear. Okay, I am. Can you move your face away so that I can only see your teeth? What should I call you? Venom. My name is Venom. I am a symbiote, not a parasite. Eddie. Okay, Venom, why are you in my body? Venom was silent for a while before saying, this is an accident. Well, that's right. If I can, I don't want to stay with a waste like you. But there's no way. Your genes just match mine, and you can coexist with me. Generally speaking, there are actually no requirements for symbionts to parasitize hosts. If the symbiont does not want to stay in a host body all the time. Because when most organisms coexist with symbionts, the powerful genes of the symbiont will destroy the genes in the host, causing the host's genes to collapse and die directly. This time can be long or short, but it will not exceed 1 month. But if the genes of the symbiont and the host can be perfectly combined, then the symbiont can parasitize in the host for a long time. However, it is extremely rare to find a host that is compatible with the symbiont, and the probability is very small. At the same time, if there is no suitable host, it is also extremely dangerous for the parasite itself, because without a host, the symbiont itself is actually very weak. So once a compatible host is encountered, the symbiont still cherishes it very much. After all, the probability of encountering such a host is really too low. Venom, you belong to me, just like a mount. Eddie heard this and suddenly felt humiliated. I only have the status of a mount? Too humble, right? But thinking of what Venom did to him, he decided to be generous and not argue with him. Venom felt Eddie's thoughts and snorted in disdain. Then, what do you want to do, Venom? We will use the Life Foundation's deep space probe to send back the coordinates of the Earth and guide other symbiotes to occupy this planet full of food. Eddie was stunned, and suddenly his face changed. Are you planning to invade the Earth? Yes, this is also the purpose of our leaving home. The taste of humans, well, it's really good. Wait, you also eat people, Venom? Yes, because symbiosis requires nutrition. The brain, eyes, liver, and pancreas are the most delicious. Well, your kidneys are not bad either. Fat is garbage and not delicious. Eddie was horrified when he heard it. You ate my kidneys? I don't have any kidneys. Eddie covered his waist and screamed desperately. No wonder, my waist hurts. Send me to the hospital. Venom felt inexplicably embarrassed when he saw such a host, so he turned one of his tentacle into a fist and punched Eddie hard. Although their sense of touch is the same, hitting him will hurt himself, but Venom can't bear it. You idiot. You have the ability to regenerate when you are symbiotic with me, so not only did you not lose your kidney, you also got a better one. Oh, that's fine. Then Eddie suddenly remembered that compared to his own kidney, it was more serious for the symbiote to eat humans. Well, you must eat humans. Can't you eat pigs, cows and sheep, if it is possible? It would not be a difficult task for Eddie. After all, Americans only eat meat from pigs, cows and sheep, and these internal organs are prone to heavy metals and drugs. So they basically won't eat them. In terms of ingredients, they are roughly the same as human internal organs, especially pigs. Venom hesitated. Then, the number must be doubled, and it must be fresh. Eddie agreed decisively. No problem, because no one eats those things at all. Most of them are directly ground up and used as feed. Very cheap. 2 pig brains in exchange for their own brains are safe. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, "Can you not inform other symbiotes, Venom? This is the mission given to us by the leader." Eddie's brain, which had been a little confused all day, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He is a reporter and is very good at analyzing other people's attitudes. In this way, you can find out who is happy to reveal the news, who wants to be paid, and who is difficult to bribe. The meaning of Venom's words only emphasized leader and mission, but did not say his own attitude. The reporter's ugly heart of using any means to get the news awakened again. What's the benefit of completing the mission? Can you become the leader? Or will the Earth be given to you as a territory? Venom hesitated for a moment, and he found that there was really no benefit. Because the symbiotes themselves don't like this, they have a very strict hierarchy. That is, whoever is stronger will listen to whoever. Well, very strict. And it works. There is no such thing as buying people's hearts. Isn't it natural for subordinates to obey the orders of their superiors? What reward do you want? Those who want rewards are not symbiotes. Verbal praise, after thinking about it, at most a little praise can be called a reward. Eddie was shocked. What? That's it. Venom can sense his superficial psychological activities, which is why Venom can read minds, but it can't sense too complicated ones. So Venom can clearly know that Eddie is really scared. Such a low reward? It would be strange if he is not scared. This is a discovery of a planet full of resources, and it's just a verbal praise? Sensing this, Venom became even more depressed. Eddie's eyes rolled around, and he started to think about it. Can he persuade Venom to cooperate with him? As soon as his thoughts moved, Venom also felt it. Sure enough, Eddie said, "In that case, why don't you occupy this planet for yourself, Venom, exclusively? That requires the other guys not to send coordinates. Pain and Scream might be willing. Carnage, well, this guy is crazy. I don't know what he would think, but Riot won't. He will definitely send back the coordinates. Why? Because he is the boss. Eddie, then kill Riot, and you will be the leader." The communication between the symbiotes is very efficient. They don't communicate by sound at all. They communicate by mind, so it is impossible for them to lie. Venom at least hasn't learned the skill of lying yet. So he said honestly, "I can't beat Riot. The boss is very strong. Even if I fight with other symbiotes, I can't beat it. Of course, Carnage is an exception, but I'm not sure if I find Carnage will kill me directly." Eddie smiled. "You forgot, this is not your hometown, but Earth, Venom. It's because on Earth, Riot will be very powerful if he symbiotes with any human." Eddie, "No, I mean, we will have a lot of reinforcements on Earth." Venom sneered. "Impossible. You can tell from you that humans are too weak and are no match for Riot at all." "Eddie, are you sure? Come, let me show you our reinforcements." As he said that, he took out his mobile phone. Fortunately, because of Eddie's profession, his mobile phone is specially made, waterproof, fireproof, shockproof and impact resistant. So it's not broken now and can still be used. He played some pictures of superheroes fighting, especially the Battle of Los Angeles. That was quite impressive. Just watching for a moment, Venom cried out, "Impossible, this is too exaggerated. That power of destruction. Symbiotes can't do it at all. They follow the parasitic flow, there is no technology tree at all, let alone supernatural power." So he can't understand those pictures. After seeing the shocking blow of the God Kai at the end, Venom was completely speechless. It's not difficult for this group of people to kill Riot. Even massacre. In short, there is no fight, no fight. As long as you can find these people to help, then I promise you, Venom agreed immediately. Symbiotes don't have any racist thinking. Their reproduction method is splitting. The split individuals have complete independent consciousness at birth, so symbiotes don't have the concept of family at all. In fact, they don't have any desire to reproduce. They act completely instinctively. When the time comes, they split and are not controlled at all. This also leads to the probability of symbiotes to the collective. It can be said that their individuals are quite selfish. so Venom doesn't have the concept of betraying his companions. The reason why they came to Earth to explore the way is entirely because the symbiotes who are stronger than them asked them to do so. Venom didn't want to do it. Being stuffed into a meteorite and thrown into outer space is just a joke. If you don't pay attention, you will die directly. Who the hell wants to do this? So Venom betrayed without hesitation. He joined those powerful people on Earth. Even the strongest person on the symbiote planet would be a waste of food here. He was afraid of nothing. And he just wanted to live well. He happened to meet a peerless host like Eddie. Why should he fight to the death? Eddie was also happy in his heart. He saved the Earth. He is a hero. He is a superhero. Thinking of this, the hidden pain in Eddie's heart improved a little. At least he has been atonement. One person and one monster smiled at each other, and they felt a little bit of affection. Oh my. Look, what did I find? An alien invader and a human being, who, Eddie was shocked and couldn't help but drink. Venom rushed back into his body with a whoosh. As long as I don't show my face, others can't find me. A certain symbiote thought so. The Earth is too dangerous. It is the right way to observe the world silently through the eyes of the Mount. At this time, a well-dressed gentleman walked out from the shadows. Good evening, both of you. Eddie and Venom couldn't figure out who the other was. Who are you? What do you want to do? My name, let's call me Professor Hannibal. And the purpose of my coming, Hannibal showed a very lethal smile. Even Eddie had to admit that this guy was really handsome. Of course, to eliminate the threat to the Earth. Chapter 739 Choice. Eddie is a journalist, so when he heard the name Hannibal, he was already scared. This guy is undoubtedly a murderer. As for cannibalism, Eddie knows this is completely nonsense, because Eddie has also investigated privately and found that there are no human bite marks on the remains of the body at the scene, but the bite marks of wild animals are very obvious. Although he doesn't quite understand why Hannibal did this, Eddie still tends to believe that Hannibal himself does not have the habit of cannibalism. Of course, Eddie didn't think of writing an article to clarify anything to Hannibal. After all, the people like it. In fact, the rumor that Hannibal eats people is simply made up by the media based on market demand. The media itself is a voice that caters to public opinion. The people like to hear it, so they will naturally report it. Of course, whether or not to eat people is actually no comfort to Eddie's current situation. After all, even if Hannibal eats people, by the time Hannibal really eats him, he will have already died, so there is no need to care. The real serious thing is that he is now facing a super killer. Eddie is of course panicking. Venom was puzzled and asked through Eddie, "What do you do?" Eddie played all the superhero scenes, but the problem was that Hannibal had never been a superhero, but was classified as a super criminal. Doing some necessary cleanup work. Most of the time, it was against scum, but the world has been a little bit uneasy recently, and many monsters have come out. I have no choice but to change my interest and clean up the threats to humans like you. Hearing Hannibal say this, Eddie also remembered that indeed, Hannibal's appearance frequency in the past 1 or 2 years was very low, and many people thought that Hannibal was hiding. But with this guy's high-profile style of doing things, he didn't seem like the kind of person who could stand loneliness. "What's that for?" Venom asked Eddie. Eddie suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The best thing about reporters is association. Based on Hannibal's words, he felt that the truth of the matter might be that Hannibal was an atypical superhero, or even an anti-hero. Although he was cruel, he would not target good people and ordinary people. He only targeted bad guys and those human threats. If this is really the case, Eddie thought that things were not too bad. At least you don't have to worry about being killed for no apparent reason. You have been fighting against evil in secret to protect humanity. Anti-hero is a concept that corresponds to hero, and has a completely different style from mainstream superheroes. This type of person falsifies traditional values, marking the promotion of individualistic ideas, the decline of traditional moral value systems, and people's doubts about ideals and beliefs. The characteristics of superheroes can be summarized as handsome appearance, powerful abilities, and correct behavior. For example, Batman. This big guy style of doing things is very popular with the mainstream, especially those leftists. Although he fights against evil, he sticks to the bottom line. The criminals will eventually be handed over to the police and punished by law. At the same time, he will never kill anyone. This is even more pleasing to those left-wing saints. Of course, those extreme leftists are fine. When this type of people criticize Batman for ignoring the human rights of criminals, they spare no effort. But generally speaking, in terms of mainstream values, people still recognize Batman very much. This is also why Batman is so popular. Anti-heroes have bad characteristics that are usually not heroes, such as hideous appearance, clumsy movements, dull intelligence, passive personality, sympathetic situation, and unconventional behavior. They are flawed or failed in some basic aspects. Even unacceptable. For example, Hannibal. This guy is too cruel. But if you put what he did into the anti-hero, it makes sense. This big guy has never killed ordinary people. During the Chicago massacre, this big guy killed an entire Mexican gang, and the young lady who was invited by the gang to help out was very politely invited into a room by Hannibal. This guy was even very gentlemanly to chat and eat with those young ladies, without any offense. Later, the tabloids said that these young ladies gave Hannibal very high praise. The same was true for several subsequent missions. Thinking about it this way, he is no different from the Punisher who was on fire in New York last year. Eddie himself is not very resistant to anti-heroes, although many people do not like this kind of anti-hero who is too decisive in killing. But Eddie has a wild heart, and he likes this kind of unconventional superhero. Of course, Batman is his eternal god, and that will never change. Well, Eddie is a Batman fan. This is also the reason why Eddie wants Batman to help resist the symbiote, so that he can protect the world and get close to his idol. Win-win. That's the result. But not in terms of motivation, huh? Eddie felt something was wrong. I'm just hunting. Protecting humans is just a side job. I'm not interested in ordinary people. Of course, there is still a basic bottom line as a human being. So protecting the world, well, it can't be said that there is no. But subjectively my motivation is not that simple. Hunting. Eddie swallowed and asked carefully. It must not be what he thought. Yes, hunting. Hannibal showed a very sunny smile, but there seemed to be deep malice hidden in the smile. Then countless eyes opened in the shadows behind him, looking at Eddie and Venom greedily. The kind that eats prey, Gulu. Eddie swallowed his saliva directly. It's over. You are going to kill us and eat us. Venom also reacted at this time. It was a predator. What's more terrible is that those eyes gave Venom a very bad feeling. He would really be eaten. Venom is absolutely the best in the entire group of symbiotes in this kind of self-awareness. To put it bluntly, he is a coward. No, Kai shook his head. I don't have that hobby. That's all made up by you journalists and media. Eddie just breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second. But my pet does. Then the Hound of Tyndalos poked its head out of the shadows and spit vicious and highly corrosive saliva at Eddie and Venom. It must be said that since the last time the Hound of Tyndalos ate the power of the Lord of Helmephitis and evolved, they have become more hideous and terrifying. The kind that ordinary people will lose a lot of sand points when they see them. So Eddie was scared to death. One of you is an alien, and the other is a traitor. So, it's an honor that you are on the menu of these two darlings. So accept the reality. Perhaps it was the desire to survive. Eddie shouted, wait. I have something to say. I have something to say. I didn't sell out the Earth. I am saving the Earth. I turned Venom against us, and he is willing to become a spy and cooperate with us to stop the invasion of the symbiote. I have contributed to the Earth. I want to see Batman. Venom actually disagreed with Eddie's words, but the problem was that he didn't dare to say it. Saving his life is the most important thing now. Damn, the Earth is too dangerous. Who wanted to come here in the first place? Killing people. Hannibal was unmoved. Do you know what Batman's first reaction would be if he saw you? What? Send you to Kai Wayne. You know, this police chief is looking for you everywhere now. Looking for me? Yes, this law-abiding police chief is now thinking about how to shoot you. Why? Eddie was speechless all of a sudden. Although he deliberately avoided it, what happened happened. He couldn't really pretend it didn't happen. Forget it. I heard your previous conversation. However, you don't have to worry too much about the invasion of the symbiote. Except for one symbiote that is not in New York, the others have been caught by Director Kai. Now it is estimated that only Ash is left, Hannibal said with a smile. But the problem is that Eddie is not happy. He feels that he is going to die. That disaster will make him socially dead directly. After Hannibal finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Hannibal came here to get rid of Venom. But after hearing the conversation between Eddie and Venom, Kai changed his mind. Although in Kai's heart, Eddie is indeed responsible, and he even really wanted to shoot this guy at the beginning. But after calming down, he no longer had the previous killing intention. To be honest, Eddie is really innocent in this matter. In this case, Kai's interest in him plummeted. Seeing Hannibal preparing to leave, Eddie suddenly called out, "Hannibal! Professor! Are you just leaving like this? What else?" Hannibal turned and looked at Eddie. Eddie didn't know what to say, he only knew that he had no way out. He wanted to ask for help, but he didn't know how to start. After all, Hannibal was not the kind of person who would help others. I caused such a disaster. Eddie thought about his own situation, and finally bowed 90 degrees, "Please, help me. I don't know where to go back, what to do." Hannibal looked at Eddie, and suddenly felt that this kid was quite pitiful. So, in a moment of weakness, Hannibal decided to give this little guy some advice. "You have 3 ways." Eddie looked at Hannibal in surprise. He didn't expect that asking for help would really work. "First, turn yourself in. From what I know about Kai, he won't kill you, probably. Of course, in the best case scenario, you will be sent to the military. The military originally intended to arrest you. Kai happened to be a military man and has a good relationship with the military. As for what the consequences will be if you fall into the hands of the military, I don't know. What? I absolutely don't want it." Eddie's first reaction was to refuse. Not to mention the various Frankenstein plots flashing through his mind, he didn't want to become an experimental material and be sliced. In addition, he regarded the group of people chasing him as military people. Those people have an unshirkable responsibility for his becoming like this. He would never agree to it even if he died. Hannibal shrugged. "The other is SHIELD. SHIELD. Eddie didn't know what this was. So Hannibal explained SHIELD to him. After hearing this, Eddie was immediately moved. To be honest, a super organization that secretly maintains world peace sounds very high-end and also fits his aesthetic. But Hannibal's next sentence shattered his vision. "Oh, by the way, the people who chased you and shot you before, causing the disaster, were from S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s style is much more ruthless than the military, and your fate will definitely be much worse than if you surrender to the military." Although Kai did not lie, this is not necessarily true. Anyway, in Kai's impression, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s image is really terrible. "What?" Eddie exploded when he heard it. "Those bastards are from S.H.I.E.L.D. Fuck. 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 I'm going to kill those guys." "Well, it seems you don't like it." Hannibal smiled, and was not angry because of Eddie's impatience. Instead, he continued, "The last way, do you still want to listen?" Eddie gritted his teeth and nodded with red eyes. "This is a look of despair. That means you will be like me, hiding in the darkness forever, without friends, family, love, or career. You will always be watching in the darkness but will never be able to reach the light. You will become a shadow, silent, no one will pay attention to you, and no one will recognize you. You will protect others, but no one knows your name. You will protect others, but no one can understand you. You will be misunderstood and hostile. People will regard you as a monster, a murderer, a lunatic, until one day you die in the unknown darkness, as if you have never existed and no one remembers you. Are you willing to take this path?" Eddie opened his mouth. "Abandon everything you have, hide forever." His life has just reached its peak. He has to abandon his high salary and rapidly rising career, abandon his girlfriend, abandon his family. Oh, he is not married. That's fine. And his friends, he will never be able to see them. He can only be unknown, like Hannibal, hunting those malicious people or monsters in the dark. If this was a novel, a movie, or a game, Eddie would think it was so cool, but this is reality. Is he really willing? Can he really bear it? At this moment Eddie suddenly felt a little sorry for Hannibal. Because in his opinion, isn't Hannibal just that kind of person? Can he really do it? How could he know? It was all nonsense. Hannibal's real body was drinking coffee and smoking a cigar in the director's office, chatting with a bunch of high-ranking people in New York on the phone. But thinking about his own experience, the authorities would not be full of malice towards him, and the same is true for superheroes. And the mysterious culprit S.H.I.E.L.D. is eyeing him covetously. He doesn't seem to have any other choice. I am willing, at least this way, he can atone for his sins. Kai looked at Eddie in surprise. He really didn't expect Eddie to choose this. He was just trying to scare this kid. Of course, he really didn't have any choice at the moment. He thought he would at least choose to surrender. After all, he didn't look like a courageous person just now. Haha, Remember your choice. If you violate it, you will be my prey." Then Eddie fainted. Recommendation votes. What happened to this week? Why is it so bad? Where did everyone go? Please recommend votes. It's free. Just click. Chapter 740, Distress Nick. When Eddie woke up again, he found himself lying on his own bed. Looking at the room that was no different from usual, Eddie almost thought that he had just experienced a nightmare. It was as if nothing happened in reality. "I'm hungry," but the next moment a voice reminded him that he was not dreaming. "Venom?" Eddie asked tentatively. "I'm hungry. I want to eat the pig brain you mentioned." Venom didn't have as many thoughts as Eddie, he just wanted to eat. "Or, are you going to break the contract?" No, it was not a dream. Eddie quickly ran to the refrigerator. Of course there was no pig brain, but there was enough other things. While making food, Eddie asked, "What happened to us? Why did I come back here?" "I don't know." Venom was very straightforward. "I just woke up too." "Wait? You're also going to be unconscious." "I shouldn't have, but I just lost consciousness." "Speaking of this kind of thing, shouldn't you, an Earthling, know better?" Eddie was silent. Before today, he had always thought that Hannibal was just an ordinary killer. Well, although it's a bit of a stretch to say that, compared to those superheroes who can fly and hide, Hannibal is really nothing. But I didn't expect it. Eddie was about to cry when he thought about it. What a noble spirit. Not for personal fame or profit, Professor Hannibal just silently protected humans in the dark. Eddie beautified all the messy things Hannibal said before. Anyway, he infinitely raised Hannibal's image. "Why are we here? Won't SHIELD and the official people come to find us?" Eddie worried secretly. At this time, there was a knock on his door. Eddie was very nervous. He was afraid that they were here to arrest him. Venom also became serious. "The two people outside are very strong. Are they here to find us?" Eddie asked. "How should I know? Venom doesn't have the ability to read minds." "Then let's run." Eddie was scared. But soon a female voice came from outside. "Mr. Eddie, we are the New York Special Investigation Department. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you before you commit a crime. This time we are just here to get to know you." Eddie was still confused. "Why are you talking so much? Just say no." At this time, another female voice came. "Hannibal has reached an agreement with our minister. So you don't have to worry that we are here to arrest you." Hearing Hannibal, Eddie felt relieved. But he still opened the door with great vigilance. After opening the door, two very beautiful female police officers, one black and one white, stood at his door. My name is Misty, codename Misty Knight, and she is Jessica, codename Precious Girl. We are both members of the Special Investigation Department. Our minister is Kai Wayne." Misty took out her ID very generously. Eddie looked at their ID suspiciously. He had never heard of this department. Not many people paid attention to the New York Police's announcement. The outside world was more interested in the cooperation between the New York Police and Stark. "Your department? We are a department specifically targeting superpowers like you, but don't worry, we respect your personal rights and will not arrest you for no reason. Of course, necessary supervision is still necessary. You should understand," Misty said. Eddie felt uncomfortable when he heard about supervision. Americans value this very much. Any word related to supervision is a bad thing in the minds of Americans. Liberalism is very popular in the United States, so many Americans like small government, but since Roosevelt, the U.S. federal government has been rushing towards big government. This is because the federal government has a good grasp of public opinion, so there is not much discussion about this kind of thing among the people. However, thinking about the trouble he caused, he couldn't say anything. Letting the two enter the house, Eddie didn't know what to say for a while. "Don't be nervous, we didn't lie to you." Misty saw Eddie's nervousness, so she comforted him. Jessica was very unhappy with Eddie's attitude. You're so lucky." At this time, Eddie finally remembered that they had just said that Hannibal had reached an agreement with their minister. Eddie was naturally familiar with the name Kai Wayne. However, he didn't understand why Hannibal had such connections. "Hannibal, what did he do?" Eddie asked. Misty was just about to speak, but was pulled by Jessica, and she said, "Our director owes Hannibal a favor." In fact, it was not like that. Instead, this morning, Hannibal swaggered into the 15th precinct and had a fight in the director's office. No one knew how the fight went on. All they knew was that the office was completely destroyed. Then Kai agreed to Hannibal's request. This made Jessica very dissatisfied, although she was very afraid of Kai. But this fear was not out of fear, on the contrary, it was out of respect. Except for idiots, most people can clearly feel the kindness of others to themselves. Jessica is not stupid. She can feel Kai's kindness towards her. This kindness is not the kind of kindness that men have out of hormones, but a kind of kindness that is similar to the feeling of adults looking at children, without any purpose. So Jessica respects Kai very much. Most of the time, this respect is expressed in the form of fear. It is also because of this that she is very unhappy with Hannibal's actions. Naturally, she has no good feelings towards Eddie, the culprit. Okay, hurry up and do it. We are very busy. If it weren't for Kai's order, Jessica would not be willing to do such a thing. So she didn't want to say another word of nonsense. After saying that, she took out an empty can. Call your companions out, we want to take some tissue from him. What? Eddie jumped up. They were going to attack Venom. Eddie didn't pity Venom, but he knew that Venom would never surrender, and would still implicate him at that time. Sure enough, Venom was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Tentacles stretched out from Eddie's body, ready to attack the two women. Misty quickly said, "This is the condition Hannibal agreed to." Venom stopped talking immediately after hearing Hannibal's name. Hannibal said that even if you lose most of your body tissues, you can still survive. That's true, but Venom was still reluctant. After all, he could survive, but it would be uncomfortable and would make him weak. But Hannibal's words. Venom thought about the despair he felt when facing Hannibal yesterday, and quickly made the most correct choice. Symbiotes are like this. When facing people who are stronger than themselves, they will adapt very quickly. It's not shameful to bow to the strong. You said. Hannibal defeated Kai. Nick Fury's face, which was 10 years older, appeared in front of Natasha. Nick Fury was indeed very old, but that was because of worry. Because on the night of the disaster, Kai directly arrested all SHIELD field agents. If the mayor and the governor had not stepped in at the last minute, Kai would have led his men to attack SHIELD's New York branch. But even so, SHIELD still had a hard time. First of all, field agents such as Barbara Mockingbird and Hawkeye were all arrested, and 2 of them were shot dead by New York police because of resistance. SHIELD also held the New York police accountable for this, but the New York police didn't care about SHIELD at all this time. In response to SHIELD's request to release the agents, they directly gave a very concise statement: "Fuck it." They were not prepared to communicate at all. SHIELD could only take the upper-level route. They found the White House and hoped that the White House would speak, but the president directly avoided them, and the Secretary of State directly threw the disaster report in front of SHIELD. More than 1,000 people were killed and injured. Although the fire was quickly extinguished, the property losses caused exceeded $30 billion. What is SHIELD going to do with this account? How could SHIELD admit this account? Of course not. As a result, the Secretary of State turned around and left. Now New Yorkers are going crazy. What can their cabinet do? Offending the largest city in the United States for SHIELD? Not wanting to run for re-election next term? Even giving up their future political career? In short, the federal government cannot get involved. The cost is too high. SHIELD has no choice but to go to the mayor of New York. There is no need to even go to the governor. The American political system determines that the city council has great autonomy, and it will be very difficult for the governor to get involved in the internal affairs of New York City. What's more, whether the governor participates or not is another matter. Unfortunately, the mayor and the city council of New York treat SHIELD's request as a fart. They need someone to stand up and take responsibility. SHIELD was originally the culprit of the disaster, and it is most appropriate to use them to appease public opinion. As for helping them, then ask SHIELD if there is any way to deal with the current situation. Anyway, no one will be stupid enough to stand up and take the bullet for SHIELD. Of course, SHIELD has thought about setting Eddie as the murderer. But before they can implement it, there is a problem again. Natasha nodded solemnly. After learning that Hawkeye was arrested, Natasha immediately found Kai. Of course, the reason was not to help Hawkeye, but to be Kai's spokesperson like last time. But after Natasha's understanding, Kai almost killed Hawkeye. And the witness testimony, video materials and other evidence at the scene were extremely unfriendly to SHIELD. Especially the military was involved. Even the military was willing to testify for this. Anyway, Kai was going crazy. He felt that SHIELD was the biggest security threat in New York, because SHIELD had not done a good thing so far, but helped a lot. Now Kai is ready to issue a warrant for a fill. If the higher-ups did not want to tear their faces with S.H.I.E.L.D., the warrant would have taken effect by now. Even so, the New York police have begun to openly target S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch. This caused the New York branch to be exposed to everyone. It can be imagined that the New York branch must move. Until now, Phil didn't even dare to leave the branch, because he was afraid of being arrested. What agreement did they reach? Nick Fury asked with concern. Hannibal, this person used to be, always been the focus of S.H.I.E.L.D. They always hope to find him. As for what to do after finding him, S.H.I.E.L.D. has several plans. But so far, the plan is still just a plan, because they can't even find Mao. So far, Nick Fury is doubting whether S.H.I.E.L.D. is the world's #1 intelligence agency. Damn, there are only a few superheroes. Except for Iron Man, Kai and Flash, they haven't found any of the others. Flash is actually quite easy to find. This guy is currently working as a forensic expert in Los Angeles. S.H.I.E.L.D. has also classified him as harmless and a target that can be won over. There is no rush to contact him yet. And Iron Man and Kai are not mentioned. Kai said that Hannibal has asked to protect Eddie Brock. And he doesn't let others disturb him. Protect? Why should he protect? Who does he think he is? Nick said irritably. This person should belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha said indifferently, because he is not a superhero. Nick turned around and looked at Natasha. Kai said that although this guy wouldn't attack ordinary people, it doesn't mean that he has principles. Natasha said Kai's evaluation of Hannibal. You mean, Kai didn't lose to him, but was threatened? Kai admitted that he couldn't do anything to that guy. As for the threat, it doesn't count. They reached a deal. Hannibal promised that the Continental Hotel incident would not happen again, at least not in New York Continental Hotel. Nick's eyes widened. The Continental Hotel case was a year ago, when the Manhattan branch of the Continental Hotel, from hotel employees to hotel residents, all disappeared overnight. This case was directly handed over by Kai to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. was happy for a while at the time, thinking that this was a change in Kai's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. As a result, there has been no breakthrough in the case until now. It has become an unsolved case. Fuck. Kai must know that Hannibal did it. He did it on purpose. Looking back now, this is not Kai's change of attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D., it's completely Kai's mischief. I'm so angry when I think about it. What about our attitude? Continue to capture Eddie Brock. Natasha was not interested in that now. Nick Fury calmed down and carefully considered the meaning. Did Kai tell us what Batman's attitude was? Or did he tell us more about Hannibal? Well, Kai seems to be very afraid of Hannibal. From what he said, it can be heard that Hannibal should be related to those dark creatures. It seems that he has been hunting those monsters. So Batman and Kai are not willing to fall out with him. Nick took a deep breath. He could understand Batman and Kai's thoughts. Anyway, Hannibal seems to have made a lot of contributions to the world except for occasionally killing scum. After all, hunting dark creatures can't be wrong. Otherwise, those demon hunter groups would not still exist. As for killing scum, isn't that what the Punisher did? But have you seen what S.H.I.E.L.D. and Batman have done to the Punisher? Put a hold on the action. New York can't stand it anymore. Nick had no choice but to let Eddie go first. There is no way. They already have enough troubles. If they add a reckless Hannibal. Hawkeye, is he okay? Nick Fury sighed in annoyance. Everything else is fine. But Hawkeye and other agents. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't really ignore them. I secretly met with him. He is not in good condition. He broke 3 ribs and had a lot of contusions. He almost went to see God. He is now lying in bed pretending to be a mummy, but it's nothing serious. He will be fine after resting for a while. I know, I will rescue him as soon as possible. Do you have any other information? Chapter 741 Ghost. I also got the news about Ghost Rider. Natasha's voice was level, but she was actually not feeling well. If there was anyone in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. who could make the best spy in the world feel uneasy, it would be Hawkeye. Hawkeye and Natasha were the same. Strictly speaking, they were not agents trained by S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye went astray a long time ago because of a broken family. He was adopted by a circus when he was very young, but this circus was not as simple as it seemed. They were a criminal group composed of mutants, deformities and criminals. While touring around the world, they also engaged in criminal activities such as robbery, theft, smuggling, and drug trafficking. After being targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye, who was originally the main force of the team, also left them at this time and helped S.H.I.E.L.D. crack this criminal organization. After that, he successfully joined S.H.I.E.L.D. It is said that S.H.I.E.L.D. really likes to recruit surrenders and traitors. Hawkeye learned all his skills in the circus. This is reasonable. After all, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is not very good, it will not let its agents learn bows and arrows. Bullets are not expensive. In modern society, only those who can use such strange weapons are from the circus. And the reason why Natasha joined S.H.I.E.L.D. is also related to Hawkeye. Strictly speaking, Natasha was recruited by Hawkeye. At that time, Natasha was still working for the Soviet Union. At that time, the Soviet Union was about to end. Hawkeye received the task to kill Natasha. As a result, they fought several times, and Hawkeye did not get the upper hand. Natasha was also in a period of confusion at that time. She didn't know where to go, so she killed Hawkeye. Later, Hawkeye saw the flaw and directly attacked her heart, persuading Natasha to turn against her and join S.H.I.E.L.D. They have been working together for more than 10 years and have a very good relationship. It can be said that they are like family. Ghost Rider, Nick Fury quickly understood who Natasha was referring to, the flaming skeleton. Well, according to Kai, that's a phenomenon caused by an ancient demon possessing a human being. It's very powerful. Kai couldn't explain it to Natasha so clearly, so it was enough to just say it roughly. Natasha didn't expect Kai to explain it in detail. After all, her public identity was the assistant to the president of Stark Group. It was a bit unprofessional to care about those demons. Demons. Nick knew about demons, but he had never seen one. After all, most demons don't like to provoke troublesome guys. So S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know much about demons. There are only sporadic records, and those records are still learned from the Demon Hunter group. Did he say how those demons got here? S.H.I.E.L.D. always has an inexplicable confidence. They think they can control everything, even if they don't know anything about those things. For example, Nick Fury now, his first reaction is not how to prevent such things, but how to control such demons to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. It's very confusing. Kai didn't say that, but he did say that the ancient demon wasn't killed. He will come back. This was Kai's way of giving Johnny a shot of precaution in the event that he returns again. Oh, Nick immediately became thoughtful. After a while, Nick said, "Can you find out some information about the ancient demon?" Natasha frowned and nodded. "That's no problem, but, what, as for the demon? It seems that Hannibal has always been the one that Kai and Batman have been dealing with. He is the expert in this area, Tisk." Nick was immediately unhappy. "It seems that we have to have a good chat with Mr. Hannibal." On the military and Pentagon side, Kai personally called Ruth McMillan and General Edward Craig and communicated with him. In the end, they finally convinced him not to take the initiative to capture Venom and Eddie. But in return, they need Venom's body tissue. And they need it every once in a while. Kai didn't intend to agree at first, but Kingsman suggested that Kai agree. Because the real strength of the symbiote is the symbiosis, and a group of people without will simply cannot have this ability, so just leave it. So Kai agreed. As for Venom himself, Kai never considered his feelings at all. This matter is over. Although the last symbiote, Carnage, has not been found, it is very likely that this thing is not on the United States. There is no need to care about it. After all, from an altitude of 10,000 meters, a deviation of 1 millimeter will also be 1,000 miles away when it falls to the ground. In short, this matter is temporarily over. Now New York City has no time to pay attention to the mess made by the Life Foundation. Because the century-long car accident has involved the experience of the entire New York City. After 3 days of full-scale search and rescue, the number of all the dead and injured was finally counted. As for confirming their identities, it will take some time. After all, most of the dead were burned beyond recognition, and many of the dead were even directly turned into charcoal. It will take some time to confirm their identities. After all, most of the dead were burned beyond recognition, and many of the dead were even directly turned into charcoal. It will take some time to confirm their identities. In short, there were 1,383 casualties in this disaster, including 835 deaths on the spot, 83 people who were not rescued in the hospital, 130 people who were seriously injured, most of them were burned, and the rest were slightly injured. The death rate is frighteningly high. Just tonight, the mayor has decided to mourn the dead and give a speech at the disaster site. Kai has no interest in this kind of thing. It is completely making a fuss about the dead. Why go to the scene of the disaster when there are so many places to give a speech? The cleanup work has only been going on for 3 days, and there is still a lot of work to be done. The mayor ran over at this time, which is completely adding to the chaos. This mayor, how to say? It can only be regarded as a qualified politician. Politicians are shameless. So Kai refused the mayor's request for him to attend. The mayor would make this request, in fact, it is no exception. This mayor seems to want to bind himself with Kai in order to win more votes. In the eyes of many political groups, Kai is indeed a member of the mayor's faction. After all, Kai was invited by the mayor and the chief prosecutor. Of course, Kai doesn't admit it. Politics is too complicated for Kai to handle, so he simply doesn't get involved. Of course, refusing would also offend people, so Kai gave the mayor a reason. The reason is that he needs to deal with supernatural cases. And Kai didn't lie. Because he does have a case to handle right now. Do you remember why the Wen brothers came to New York? Revenge of evil spirits. During these days, the revenge of evil spirits happened again. So this instrument can really detect evil spirits? Blake took the instrument given by the Wen brothers and felt that it was unreliable no matter how he looked at it. This thing is just a toy composed of a string of LED lights and a bunch of chips with unknown meanings. Blake is a communications expert and is also very proficient in various electronic instruments. From his professional perspective, the ghost detector of the Wen brothers is simply a joke. Believe me. Soundwave. This thing is widely praised in our demon hunter circle. Soundwave is Blake's code name. It was given to him by Kai. He didn't care about this at first, but Kai saw that everyone had a code name, and he gave him this nickname out of childishness. By the way, Soundwave is one of Kai's favorite Transformers, and the other one is Shockwave. When Kai was a child watching Transformers, he didn't like the Autobots, and he didn't like Optimus Prime even more. He likes Soundwave and Shockwave who were loyal to Megatron. Especially Soundwave, he can release the tapes by Transformers. I personally still like the shape in the Prime. Of course, other versions are also good. The live-action version is much worse. Even the old version can't compare. The live-action version ruins everything. At this time, Kai also walked around the crime scene with a detector. This is an abandoned factory, and there are 6 dead people. Judging from their equipment, this group of people are all demon hunters. It seems that they have also encountered the revenge of evil spirits, so they planned to huddle together for warmth, but they died together. Buzz buzz buzz. Just when Kai walked to the side of an iron cabinet, the detector suddenly responded strongly. A group of people quickly looked over. Kai opened the iron cabinet. It was a rusty iron cabinet. It looked like it was used to store tools. It had been there for too long, causing the paint on the surface to fall off. Rust covered the entire iron cabinet, turning it dark red, looking like dried blood. There was nothing in the cabinet. Kai looked at the detector again. He found that the detector was still alarming. So he pushed the iron cabinet open. Behind the iron cabinet, there was a special symbol. This symbol had also appeared at the previous crime scene. But none of the demon hunters knew what it meant. This again, Dean looked at the symbol in distress. They thought it was a wizard's curse at first. Well, there are wizards in this world, but not many, and most of them, how to say it, they are just average. It's no problem to harm someone, but such a large-scale harm across the United States. This is a bit scary. And Sam also knows a few wizards, and it is said that the wizard community is also in a panic. They are also looking for such people everywhere, because many demon hunters have pointed their guns at them. After all, this thing really looks like the work of a wizard. Generally speaking, the 2 circles of wizards and demon hunters have little contact. Although the 2 circles are actually inextricably linked, after all, many of the methods of demon hunters are passed down from wizards, but it is unknown when the 2 circles stopped interacting. Wizards think demon hunters are rude, and demon hunters think wizards are all crazy. Although demon hunters and wizards occasionally cooperate, most of the time, everyone still likes to interact with each other too much or even hostile. Now the demon hunter is being hunted, and the methods used on the scene are so similar to those of wizards. It is impossible for the demon hunter not to suspect the wizard. Of course, this is more like a panic of anger. What's going on? Sam said very uneasily, grabbing his hair. He always feels that the world is changing, and it's getting worse and worse. Kai was at a loss. There was no choice but to withdraw the team and let the forensics personnel enter, although it should be useless. In the evening, Kai and a group of special department people went to a bar together. This is team building. The new department was established not long ago, And everyone is in the familiarization stage, so this kind of team building is necessary. In the bar, it only took a few drinks for the group to go from being strangers to being familiar with each other. Especially the red-haired girl Scarlett was quite popular, and Dean and opening rope card were the most active. Scarlett was indeed beautiful. In Kai's opinion, she was very similar to Natalie, with the same red hair and the same curvy figure. The difference was that Scarlett was more youthful and energetic, while Natalie was more mature and sexy. Such a girl was naturally very attractive wherever she went. In fact, it was not only opening rope and Dean who were interested in Scarlett, but the others had been beaten up by Scarlett a few days ago. Don't look at Scarlett's petite figure. Compared with Natalie's height of 1.75 meters, after all, she is a male girl, there's nothing wrong with being tall. Scarlett, who is only 1.68 meters tall, is indeed petite. But the other person is a real martial artist. But Scarlett seemed to have no interest in these two people. After casually sending them away, Scarlett came to Kai with a beer. Kai was talking nonsense with Saji. Minister, let's have a drink. Kai didn't care that he was still talking to Sage while toasting with Scarlett. When the wine was finished, Kai realized that Scarlett didn't leave. What's the matter, Minister? I want to fight with you, Scarlett said very seriously. Kai looked at Scarlett with a question mark. I just want to see how far I am from a superhero. Scarlett has had extremely superb talent since she was a child. Even her father believes that she will definitely be stronger than her brothers. Scarlett thinks so too. She has always been very confident in herself. Although this idea is good, but Kai didn't underestimate her. The problem is Kai's strength. Not to mention the hidden part, even the part he exposed is enough to beat 100 Scarletts. No. I still want to try, Scarlett said very seriously. Kai was very upset. At this time, others also started to make a fuss. To be honest, this kind of fight that Kai is sure to win is actually not good to watch. But the opponent is a beautiful woman. Watching beautiful women fight is like men's love of watching excavators, it is a hobby engraved in their DNA. Kai had no choice but to stop with Scarlett. They didn't choose a venue, they just started in the bar, pulled out the tables and chairs, and started. Kai naturally wouldn't transform to bully girls, so he responded in his normal state. As a result, wow, this girl is really not that kind of fancy. Just looking at her steps and posture, you can tell that this girl has really practiced. But it's not traditional martial arts, but the posture of Jeet Kune Do. To be honest, Kai has never been exposed to Jeet Kune Do. In his previous life, Jeet Kune Do was actually just a conceptual thing, and it was not passed down at all. For martial artists, any martial arts has a complete set of theories, but what is the theory of Jeet Kune Do? Bruce Lee's understanding of Jeet Kune Do is that there is no requirement for martial arts moves. As long as you master the unity of waist and horse, and burst out the power of the body in an instant, for Bruce Lee, the moves are smooth, the mind must be calm, the body must be agile, the speed must be fast, the ruthlessness must be accurate, and the weak points must be hit. Does this make sense? It makes sense. But the problem is that this thing is the same in many martial arts. It can't be said to be original. But this world is different. Bruce Lee did leave a complete inheritance of Jeet Kune Do. But no one in China thinks highly of it. Because this thing is too soft to Western boxing and Eastern sheep boxing, it is not recognized as authentic at all. At the beginning of the game, Kai also opened his posture, with a standard Bajikun opening move. Then things were simple. Kai had been immersed in Bajikun for at least 40 or 50 years, while Scarlett was only in her 20s. Even if she had practiced since her mother's womb, she couldn't catch up with Kai's understanding of martial arts. Not to mention that the reaction speed, strength, and physical fitness of the two were far apart. So Scarlett still had no chance of winning after a while. Fortunately, the girl was very open-minded and not depressed. Others also started to make trouble and said some dirty words. For a while, the atmosphere was even better than before. Dean and Keisu felt a little boring. They were not fools, so they didn't know what Scarlett meant. Others' target is a man like Kai, not these two bastards. The two brothers looked at each other and decided to go to the toilet together. Women or something. It took less than 3 minutes. Suddenly, a scream came from the toilet. The voice was more shrill than a soprano. Saji heard it and said, "It's the parachute cord." Everyone rushed to the toilet immediately, but the parachute cord ran out in a hurry. Ghost! 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 Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Please give me more monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 Infinity Gems. The others hadn't reacted yet. Ghost? What ghost? Sage, Kai and Sam were the first to react. Sam and Kai were not to be mentioned. Sage had encountered the mysterious female corpse in Jade Town and had seen ghosts with their own eyes. So they reacted quickly. The three of them quickly pushed open the parachute cord and rushed into the toilet. In the toilet, Dean was being pressed into the toilet by a gray-white woman. This was the rhythm of drowning Dean. Sam immediately pulled out a retractable baton from his waist and held it in his hand, and Sam also pulled out his gun. Demon hunters are a very dangerous profession, so it is their habit to carry guns at all times. Only Kai was empty-handed. Sam never calmed down about his brother's affairs, and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! The bullet passed through the ghost of the woman and hit the partition of the toilet. The ghost of the woman flashed, let go of Dean, and turned to face Sam. Joe, Sam saw the ghost's face clearly and immediately screamed. Sam, the ghost could actually communicate. She smiled at Sam. Why? Sam asked tremblingly. He was not afraid. But it was more serious than fear. Because Joe was their friend. Joe used to be a beautiful woman, with blonde hair and brown eyes, a sweet smile, fresh and refined, graceful figure, and quirky. Her father used to be the partner of the father of the Winchester brothers. In a demon hunting operation, her father was infected by vampires, and finally John Winchester chopped off his head. For this matter, John always thought that he owed Joe and her mother. So he often funded them secretly. Joe's mother always opposed her demon hunting out of protection for her, but Joe wanted to inherit his father's mantle and participate in demon hunting, because only in this way would he feel close to his deceased father. So he followed the Winchester brothers many times. And he was deeply in love with Dean. Although Dean was unruly, he cherished and was careful about his feelings for Joe, and could only bury them deeply in his heart, because the more he loved her, the more he hoped that she would be safe. So Dean always opposed Joe to follow him to hunt demons. Following him meant being threatened, which he didn't want to see. He just wanted Joe to live an ordinary life. Because he was afraid that Joe would be in danger and afraid of losing her. Unfortunately, reality was so fucked up. Finally, during a demon hunt, they fell into the trap of the devil and were besieged by a group of hellhounds. In order to protect Dean, Joe, who was seriously injured, took explosives to cover Dean's rear, and then. It can be said that the Winchester brothers were full of guilt towards Joe. Sam. Oh, Sam, Joe smiled sweetly. Why? Why do I have to die, while you can have a life of luxury and pretend that nothing happened? You owe me. Dean owes me. Dean finally came out of the toilet. While spitting out the smelly water, he looked at Joe with a sad face. He didn't resist just now, because as Joe said, he owed her. Of course, he would rather be killed by Joe's heart being dug out and drowned in the toilet. It's too disgusting. Come and stay with me. Joe's ghost suddenly became extremely hideous, with countless wounds on her body, some of which were still emitting black smoke and were charred. Her facial features were also bleeding, and she was spitting out black liquid from her mouth. Sam was immediately grabbed by Joe's neck and lifted into the air. Sage was brave and raised his hand to hide him with a baton. Joe's shadow suddenly dispersed, and then Joe appeared beside Dean and grabbed him again, throwing him to the ceiling. Bang! There was a hole in the ceiling. Then Dean fell on the urinal and smashed a urinal. The people outside finally heard the parachute cord say what happened, and they couldn't help it. As a result, they rushed in and saw Dean smashing the urinal. Then Dean fainted, and it was not known whether he was high or felt that fainting was better. Joe did not intend to let Dean go, and pounced on him again. At this time, Sam also woke up from his previous emotions. He took out an amulet and chanted a spell to exorcise the ghost. But it was useless. Neither the spell nor the amulet had any effect on Joe. This made Sam panic. He now understood how those demon hunters were killed by evil spirits. To be honest, if a qualified demon hunter was killed by an evil spirit, it was really a loss of points. At first, Sam thought that those demon hunters were careless or not well trained, but now it seems that it was not the case. It was completely because these evil spirits did not play by the rules. Fortunately, someone covered the bottom and did not let things get out of control. Crack! A burst of lightning crackled and Joe was caught in Kate's hand. Joe struggled desperately, but it was meaningless except for bringing her more pain. This thing doesn't seem to be an evil spirit. Kate held the thing, touched her chin and looked at it carefully, and came to a conclusion. Not an evil spirit. Sam rubbed his aching chest and looked at Joe, who was struggling in Kai's hands, a little bit unbelievable. If it was really an evil spirit, it would have been reduced to ashes by now, Kai said disdainfully. If a demon hunter wants to destroy an evil spirit, he must burn the relics or corpses that the evil spirit possesses, but Kai doesn't need that. He can directly disrupt the energy sequence of the evil spirit and completely annihilate it. But Kai clearly used divine power, but the evil spirit was still tenacious. This shows that this thing is not an evil spirit at all. Thinking of this, Kai increased his power output, and as a result, under the dazzling thunder, Joe's soul began to change rapidly, sometimes a man, sometimes an old man, and after a while, a child. Everyone was stunned. This thing can also transform? Just when everyone was feeling incredible, suddenly a halo appeared out of thin air. The halo rotated rapidly, and a lot of sparks jumped out. Kai recognized the origin of this thing at a glance, the portal of Camelot. Sure enough, a bald boss appeared in the toilet soon. Ancient One, Kai looked at the person in surprise. That's right, the person who came was the bald boss Ancient One. Although he was bald, the Ancient One had a very delicate appearance, so delicate that people would think it was nothing to see him bald. It seems that I came at the right time. The Ancient One always looked calm and indifferent, as if nothing in the world could move them. You came here for this kind of thing. Kai looked at the spirit in his hand. He was extremely surprised. This thing was so weak, how could Camelot send the supreme sorcerer for this? I came here for what it represents. The Ancient One waved his hand, and a magic circle appeared in his hand. Then the thing was transferred directly from Kai's hand to the Ancient One's hand, and then in the Ancient One's hand, the thing slowly showed its original form. It was not big, about the size of a pet dog, and looked a bit like an ape, and a bit like an insect. The skin on its body hung down in piles, and on its wrinkled head, there were traces of degenerated eyes, and the head was shaking from side to side like a drunk. On the extended forelimbs, there were wide-open claws. Although no expression can be seen on its face, a cruel and vicious aura can be felt emanating from its entire body. Everyone was shocked. This thing is really ugly. What is this? They are called empty ghosts. At least that's what we call them, Ancient One said. The key to the problem is not them, but where they come from. The empty ghosts come from a lower dimension, which is a long, gray plane that constantly oozes fluid and is filled with all kinds of twisted and weird smoke. We peeked into that dimension and found that there are empty ghosts everywhere. The empty ghosts that ran to our world this time can only be regarded as some small guys. Empty ghosts are monsters that like to prey on souls with mental defects, that is, the souls of those who feel guilty. For now, it's not a big problem. Ancient One's face suddenly became solemn. Kai? We are really in trouble. Someone opened the door to the plane and let them in. Where's the Great Guardian? Why did this happen? This is impossible. Kai has a deep understanding of how powerful the power of the immortal is. A blue dragon that has been dead for 10,000 years can bring such powerful power. It is conceivable how powerful the immortals active in that era were. The Great Guardian they left behind with their lives could not possibly go wrong so easily. Kai had to be cautious when it came to the Great Guardian. Others had no idea what Kai was talking about, but just by looking at his expression, they knew that this matter was definitely not simple. The Great Guardian is not omnipotent. Especially when someone is opening a back door for people outside the Earth. That's impossible, Kai retorted immediately. What a joke. Can the Great Guardian be backdoored? It's possible. At least the Infinity Stones can do that. Infinity Stones? What the hell is this? A new setting? Kai was confused. He was also well informed, and he had some understanding of the treasures that existed in ancient times. But he had never heard of the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones came from before all recorded time. They were once a single unit, a lonely entity. They were a sentient being with endless power. It is everything, and everything is it. This existence is infinite and eternal. Ancient One's introduction was very mysterious. But Kai still couldn't understand. How could this thing appear on Earth? You must be kidding. It's unreasonable for such an awesome thing to end up on Earth. If it was really native to Earth, the immortals wouldn't have weakened at the time. They would have probably run all over the universe, crushing that group of gods. Now it was Ancient One's turn to feel a little embarrassed. Judging from the situation, this thing appeared on Earth. It must be related to Camelot. What the hell is going on? Kai glared at Ancient One. It's the space stone among the infinity stones. There are 6 infinity stones, which control space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul respectively. The functions can be seen from the names. And the space stone caused this incident. Someone activated the space stone, but they failed to control it. This time they were just lucky, so they only caused this little damage, but we can't expect them to be so lucky next time, Ancient One said seriously. This time it's still called this little damage, Sam shouted immediately. Kai didn't care about Sam. After all, according to Camelot's concept, this time's evil spirit revenge incident was really a trivial matter. Since you know the trick of the space gem, why don't you just take the gems? Or why don't you keep an eye on them from the beginning? I can't do it. We can't observe these infinity gems, so, Ancient One said that she didn't want to take the blame. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for them to take the space gem? Why did they have to throw it outside and wander around? Fuck, Kai cursed. Ancient One didn't care whether he scolded her or not, just pretended not to hear it. Besides, according to the seniority, this guy is her grandfather's 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 grandfather. In short, she is just a poor little thing who is only 500 years old, and it's nothing to be scolded by an old antique who is more than 10,000 years old. What about the air ghost? This is what Sam couldn't help asking. Ancient One looked at Sam. Then he flipped his hands, and a box appeared out of thin air. There are claws of air ghosts in it, which can easily kill air ghosts. You take it and polish it casually, and you can use it as a weapon. As for the air ghosts, Ancient One really didn't care. The big air ghosts came over, and there were not many small air ghosts. They were not on their own dimension, and the air ghosts could not reproduce at all, so they couldn't make any waves at all. The space stone, is it really undetectable? It's not that it's completely undetectable, it's just that we need the space stone to be activated before we can detect it. But the problem is, if we can detect it, it also means that other people can detect it. I'm talking about the existence outside the Earth. Kai finally understood. It turned out to be a big trouble. This thing sounds like the kind of treasure that the whole universe is spying on, not to mention, compared to the gem. The most fatal thing is that the location of the Earth is exposed. Who knows what the Celestials will do? Now Kai has no time to care about the space ghosts. It's a big trouble. The appearance of the Ancient One quickly spread to S.H.I.E.L.D. That's right, there are S.H.I.E.L.D. spies in the Special Investigation Department. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also very concerned about the existence of the Ancient One, not to mention that Kai also mentioned the Great Guardian. Although they don't understand what it is, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still curious. Not long after the Ancient One appeared, Kai was invited to the top-floor apartment of Stark Tower. It was still a small gathering of the 4 of them. Tony couldn't help at first. Who is the wizard who came to you yesterday? Kai didn't keep the existence of the Ancient One secret from Tony, but he didn't go into details. Kai actually planned today's gathering. After all, when looking for the space stone, the more people the better. Her name is Ancient One, and she comes from a very, very ancient wizard organization. Mage? Are there really wizards in this world? Are they the same as wizards? Natalie asked curiously. This curiosity is not fake at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed curious. No, wizards, how to describe it? A group of people who have mastered the truth of the world a long time ago. They call themselves wizards, and as for wizards, that kind of thing should not be brought to the table. Compared with wizards, modern wizards are basically a makeshift team, and they are not even the same as ancient wizards. In Kai's view, modern wizards are more like a patchwork of animism, voodoo, alchemy and even Christianity. Have they existed for a long time? Tony knew that Kai did not intend to hide this information, so he asked openly. Yes, conservatively estimated to be 10,000 years. They are the guardians of human reason and the protectors of the Earth. Kai summarized the responsibilities of Camelot. At this time, Natalie immediately asked, since they are the protectors of mankind, why do so many disasters happen in the world, but they are never seen? As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Natasha's first reaction was competition. After all, in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., no one in this world can protect the world except them. Kai looked at Natalie curiously. As the assistant to the president of Stark Group, didn't I make it clear? They are the protectors of human principles. As long as the human principles of this world are not cut off, they will not interfere in the affairs of mortals, even if it is a world war, Tony asked. Even if it is a world war, Kai affirmed. Cool, Tony whistled not only sarcastically but also in admiration. Kai felt that he still had to help say a fair word. Don't be like this, Tony. Their existence is extremely important to the Earth. Because of them, the Earth has been able to develop steadily for so many years. If it weren't for them, situations like the Battle of Los Angeles might happen every day on the Earth. Tony curled his lips. He seemed to believe in himself more, rather than a group of ignorant wizards. Kai didn't say much about Tony's attitude. In his opinion, if humans are really willing to be protected, that's too heartless. Humans must always move forward, and Tony is undoubtedly one of the people who can lead humans forward. If even he has no ambition, then there is really no hope for this world. Then why did they come to you this time? It was rare that Kai was willing to say it, so Natalie of course had to ask more. In fact, Natasha had already known that Kai had seen through her identity. But it didn't matter, as long as he didn't point it out. She was happy to play dumb. They're in trouble. What trouble? Natalie asked immediately. Tony said with a bit of gloating. Is there anything they can't do? Kai ignored Tony and said, the wizards use an extremely huge magic circle to protect our world. They call that magic circle the Great Guardian. The Great Guardian prevents the eyes outside the Earth from spying on us, but now someone has bypassed the Great Guardian and opened a door to things outside the Earth. This time Tony didn't continue to be sarcastic. Is it the kind of empty ghost you mentioned? Yes. But those are small problems. We humans can solve them ourselves. The real trouble is that no one knows whether those people will come a second time or a third time. If there is an enemy that we can't deal with once, it will come to the Earth. The Battle of Los Angeles will really become a small scene. Damn, is a single chapter so effective? I used to ask for leave with a single chapter. I feel like I have lost a lot. Please vote. Chapter 743 Clues. Kai's guess was right. S.H.I.E.L.D. soon found out about the Mage Organization and the Great Guardian, and of course, the Space Stone. However, unlike what Natasha thought, Nick Fury didn't care about the Space Stone, but was very interested in the Mage Organization and the Great Guardian. Did Kai tell us how to find the Mage Organization? No, Natasha shook her head. She asked, and Tony asked too. But Kai said that if the mages didn't want to be found, no one could find them, including Kai himself. Kai didn't lie about this. Kai knew that the original location of Camelot was in the Himalayas, but the problem was that this group of mages might not be very good at other spells, but they were very good at space spells, hiding Camelot in the gap between reality and illusion, which was like playing for them. So strictly speaking, Camelot is not even in this world. How to find it? The Great Guardian, does he know where this thing is? Nick still didn't pay attention to the Space Stone. In fact, he was more interested in getting the legendary super magic circle that could monitor the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not allow such a thing to be in the hands of an organization they do not understand or have not even heard of. Such a thing should and must be in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the Great Guardian protecting the Earth from threats outside the Earth, he does not care at all. It can even be said that he despises it. After all, if that thing is really useful, there will be no alien incident in the 1990s. Natasha pointed to the sky. It's everywhere. Natasha shrugged. At least that's what Kai said. Nick's face darkened. Natasha finally couldn't help it. The problem now is the Space Stone. Director, Nick glanced at Natasha and nodded. We have noticed it, so we have been investigating. Nick did say that, but Natasha instinctively felt that there was a problem. She has worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. for more than 10 years. How could she not understand S.H.I.E.L.D.'s style? If it was normal, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have started looking for it frantically 800 years ago after hearing that such a secret treasure appeared on Earth. It is definitely not as calm as Nick is now. And the feeling Nick gave her made her feel that Nick definitely knew about the Space Stone. This can actually be explained. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the world's largest intelligence agency, and it is exposed to many supernatural things. It is not surprising that it happens to know about the Space Stone. But Natasha always felt that Nick didn't care about it at all. This is not analyzed from Nick's expression or emotions. As the king of agents, Nick's face may be the most deceptive face in the world. Any expression on his face is not worthy of trust. Natasha is just a kind of self-awareness. She feels that S.H.I.E.L.D., or her director, is hiding something from her. Of course, this is also nothing. The director's confidentiality level is level 10, And she is only a level 6 agent. It is normal for her not to know some things. Okay, Natasha, just leave the rest to me. Your most important thing now is, Nick was stuck because he found that Natasha had too many things to do. She had to get information about Batman and others from Kai, the same about Thor's hammer, the information about Ghost Rider, and now the Master and the Great Guardian. Try to collect useful information. It's hard to say who is more important among these things. But there is no doubt that they are all of special concern to S.H.I.E.L.D. So Nick could only say this. I understand. Natasha hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to try again. Director, I think the matter of the Space Stone is more important. Kai said that if the Space Stone cannot be found as soon as possible, the tragic situation of the Los Angeles battle will become the norm on Earth. Nick nodded and looked very serious. I understand. Natasha was a little unsure whether she really listened to it. But this was all she could do. But what she didn't know was that when she turned to leave, Nick looked at her differently. Soon Nick appeared in the office of the New York branch. Phil has been in a very bad state recently. He hasn't left the New York branch for a long time. Director. Hawkeye's matter, Phil is not worried about himself now. No matter what, the New York police will not really raid the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. That is unrealistic. But Hawkeye is miserable. Nick is also in a headache. Hawkeye. New York will not allow Hawkeye to walk out of the cell just like that. The loss this time is too great. No matter how S.H.I.E.L.D. argues, it is impossible to really get himself out. Even before at the Samfishi headquarters in Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant Alexander Pierce has hinted to Nick Fury that Hawkeye must give up. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is not willing to pay even this, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will become everyone's enemy. No one wants to see S.H.I.E.L.D. above everyone else. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is still inclined to rescue Hawkeye, no one thinks that this disaster has nothing to do with Hawkeye. I have started the substitute plan. I will let Hawkeye out in a few days. Phil suddenly looked up at Nick. The so-called substitute plan is actually a byproduct of a very confidential experiment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Human cloning experiment. While scientists outside were still having a headache over primate cloning, the human cloning project was actually secretly launched in S.H.I.E.L.D. as early as the 1970s. In fact, this plan was a continuation of Captain America's super soldier plan, because any super soldier serum research at that time had reached a dead end. So some people suggested why not simply use Captain America's DNA to clone a new Captain America. In this way, not only would there be more test subjects, the base number would naturally make it easier to produce results, and they would also enjoy the convenience of having Captain America. So the cloning technology began to be studied, and of course all the cloning of Captain America ended in failure. Even the cloning technology itself has an intractable defect, that is, the brain of the clone, they have no consciousness, they are just living corpses. Then the cloning technology was shelved. But it was used again in Nick Fury's hands. It was used to create stand-ins for some important people in S.H.I.E.L.D. The scope of application of this stand-in is very small, so there are very few people who actually use it. Nick said that he had started the plan, which means that Hawkeye already has a stand-in. This kind of stand-in is accelerated by various means. It only takes a few days to grow up and become exactly the same as the cloned body. You want Hawkeye to fake his death and escape. This is the only way at present. Once Hawkeye's case enters the judicial process, we will be very passive. Hawkeye will also receive the most stringent punishment, Nick nodded and said. But in this way, Hawkeye can't appear in front of the public, Phil worried. Unexpectedly, Nick smiled. Anyway, Hawkeye's work does not need to be shown in front of the public. That's right, Hawkeye is a field agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he is a top-level one. He doesn't need to appear in front of the public at all. But only Nick knows. Hawkeye was originally a member of his Avengers plan, and even represented S.H.I.E.L.D. But now. Anyway, saving your life is important. By the way, I will send a new person to Kai's side after a while. Phil was confused. It seemed that this kind of thing didn't need to be told to him. What? Is there a problem with Natasha? No. It's just that we need to pay more attention to Kai. Nick didn't say his doubts in his heart. That's right, Nick doesn't trust Natasha that much now. It's not that Natasha betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D., but Natasha brought her personal emotions into her work, which is very dangerous. Nick has been an agent for so many years and is very familiar with this situation. Agents are also human beings, and no one can escape from emotions, but this is a disaster for the work of agents. But what will happen next? Nick feels that he needs to do something. Phil frowned but didn't say much. What do you need me to do? You also know that newcomer. Felicia Hardy. Nick didn't say anything directly, but told the identity of the newcomer. Felicia Hardy. She just graduated from the Secret Service Academy. Can she do it? Felicia Hardy was born in Queens, New York. Her father, Walter Hardy, was a salesman on the surface, but he was actually a thief civet cat active at the turn of the century. This civet cat is not ordinary. He was once on the FBI's top 10 wanted criminals. He is an experienced, resourceful and skilled thief. He not only steals, but also robs banks. He is rampant. The biggest feature of this thief is that he only takes money and does not hurt people. Until he met SYNOPSIS, he was defeated. After being imprisoned, Walter Hardy did not give up being a good father. He always encouraged Felicia to constantly pursue perfection and extremes. Just like if she likes basketball, she should strive to become an excellent basketball player, not just be satisfied with a cheerleader. And Felicia did not live up to her father. She was admitted to Cornell University, the top 10 universities in the United States, with excellent grades and became a star of the university basketball team. The future is bright. Unfortunately, in her freshman year, she suffered the second blow of her life. She was knocked unconscious and violated by her boyfriend Ryan. After that, she vowed to take revenge, but before she could make any move, she was stopped by Phil. It turned out that the thief civet cat was the first case that Phil entered SYNOPSIS, and it was because of this case that Phil was favored by Nick. At that time, Phil arrested Felicia's father in front of her, which made Phil feel a little guilty towards Felicia. During the years when Felicia grew up, Phil had been taking care of her openly and secretly. Phil didn't want Felicia to go on the road of crime because of that bastard. But things are so interesting. When Phil just promised Felicia that he would definitely help her teach her damn ex-boyfriend a lesson, that guy, drunk driving, died. This touched Felicia so much. Her uncle Phil actually killed someone for her. So, out of gratitude or admiration, she joined SYNOPSIS and that's it. No wonder Nick specifically told Phil. It doesn't matter. I don't need her to do anything dangerous. Kai's secretary happened to be transferred to the Special Affairs Investigation Department. I just asked her to be Kai's secretary, Nick Fury explained. This explanation made Phil feel a lot more relaxed. After all, it was a civilian job, how could there be any problems? But, what about Felicia's problem? Because of being violated by her boyfriend, she extremely hates men, commonly known as male phobia. Now it was Nick's turn to be speechless. I'm not planning to let her sell her body. Just build a good relationship with Kai. Kai's previous secretary had nothing to do with Kai, but Kai treated her differently, didn't he? You don't have to worry, okay? Also, come and help me in a while, but here in New York, there's something wrong with the Pegasus project, Nick interrupted. Phil immediately understood the importance of the matter when he heard it. The Pegasus project, also known as the Pegasus Project, was established roughly in the 1980s. It was originally a research project jointly established by NASA, the Air Force and SHIELD to develop alternative energy and new engines. But when Howard, one of the founders of SHIELD and Iron Man's father, salvaged the Cosmic Cube, SHIELD left the other two departments behind and planned to develop alternative energy and light-speed engines. This plan was once interrupted due to the invasion of aliens and was not restarted until recently. But it is undeniable that this is one of the most important plans of the entire SHIELD. The core Cosmic Cube was the basis for Hydra to dominate the world during the Second World War, and has endless energy. It is very important. Phil is one of the few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who knows about this plan. Now that the plan has gone wrong, it is understandable that Nick would transfer him into the plan. What's more, New York has become very bad. Instead of leaving Phil here to waste energy, it is better to let him play a role in other positions. Yes. Kai actually had no requirements for his secretary at the beginning. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had a secretary. He didn't think that he couldn't do anything without his secretary. But reality slapped him hard, and he really couldn't do anything. There was no way. There were too many documents. If no one sorted them out, it would greatly affect efficiency. So yesterday Kai called George and asked him to help him get his secretary. Anyone would do. As long as he was as smart as Misty. Many police officers wanted the position of the chief secretary. Unfortunately, the attribute of a secretary immediately eliminated 80% of the male comrades. After all, Who would prepare a male secretary for a male boss for no reason? The female police officers were even more enthusiastic about this. But no one expected that the next day the deputy chief announced that the secretary had already been found, and it was recommended by one of his comrades. A big beauty. This made George get the cold shoulder from lesbians. What a shady deal. Thank you all for your recommendations. It's awesome. Don't stop. Chapter 744 Loki's Dilemma. To be honest, Kai felt the same way. Looking at Felicia in front of him, he felt that he should remind George. After all, his wife was pretty good, beautiful, capable, and virtuous. She was much better than most American women in Kai's eyes. Moreover, they had 3 children. It was a bit too much for George to have an extramarital affair at this age. Although Felicia was indeed very beautiful. Her rare light golden hair that was close to white, coupled with her graceful figure and the youthful aura all over her body, was indeed very lethal to old men. But this was not a reason for George to cheat. George's scalp went numb when he looked at Kai's suspicious eyes. In all honesty, he and Felicia had just met. She was just the adopted daughter of an old comrade-in-arms. If the old comrade-in-arms hadn't taken the initiative to find him, he wouldn't even know that he had such a niece. Ahem, Chief. Felicia is the daughter of my old comrade-in-arms, who just graduated from Cornell University, the daughter of a comrade-in-arms. That's better. The friendship between comrades-in-arms is something that everyone in the world understands. If she is really the daughter of an old comrade, George's moral integrity should not cause any ethical and bloody things. Cornell University. Kai was stunned when he heard about this university. When did the New York police become so attractive? Cornell University is one of the top 10 universities in the United States and the best university in New York. Although it doesn't sound as famous as Harvard and Yale, Cornell University's academic achievements are actually very high. It can even be said to be the incubator of American elites. How could a graduate from such a university condescend to come to the police station to apply for a job? And it's a branch. Although it's a bit abrupt to ask this, Miss Hardy. I still want to know why you come here to apply for a job. With your resume, you can definitely find a better place to apply for a job. Kai looked through Felicia's resume. Just kidding, where can graduates of Cornell University's Department of Media go? Even being a reporter has a higher social status than the police. Because, I want to write a book about superheroes. And you are my best entry point. Felicia looked at Kai with shining eyes, and her look was really like a fanatic seeing her idol. This was the first time Kai had encountered such an experience in his 2 lifetimes. I have fans too? Kai never cared much about those so-called fans on the internet. He always felt that they were not talking about him, so it didn't feel real, but now a real fan ran in front of him. Kai really didn't know what to do. What I need here is a secretary. Kai thought it would be better to reject her. After all, he needed a secretary who could help him, not a fan. I can do it, Felicia immediately promised loudly. At the same time, she also promised, I will never disturb your work and life. I just need to observe quietly on the side. At the same time, I also hope that if you have time, you can answer some of my questions. George got the request from his old friend, so of course he couldn't help but speak up at this time. Director, I can guarantee that Felicia is definitely competent. She is very capable. As soon as he said this, Kai looked over suspiciously. Which capable? If he wasn't afraid of being complained of sexual harassment, Kai almost said this. Kai thought about it. And finally didn't refuse. After all, this is just a civilian secretary. He was a secretary to a branch director, and it wasn't a confidential position, so it was okay to give George a favor. Felicia didn't expect that her mission would be so easy to make progress. She was even ready to be disgusting and sell her body. After all, she was an agent. The real strength of an agent was never combat power, but intelligence and the ability to adapt to all conditions that could be used to complete the task. If everything relied on force, then it was not a real agent. While the earth was in turmoil, Asgard, far away in the distant space, was not peaceful either. Since Odin exiled Thor, the right to inherit the throne naturally transferred to Loki. After Odin fell into deep sleep, Loki naturally became the master. But to be honest, Loki was really not made for this. He was very smart, and both Queen Frigga and Odin himself admitted this. But the problem was that governing a country was not just about being smart. Before Loki inherited the throne, for a full 1,000 years, the entire Asgard regarded Thor as the most legitimate heir to the throne. This was unanimous in Asgard. Now it has suddenly changed to Loki, who can accept it all at once. But Loki is super impatient. He wants others to recognize him, and immediately. But the problem is that Loki has not really let the Asgardians recognize his achievements over the years. Asgard is a martial and warlike country. They respect warriors more than wizards. But Loki's style of doing things, calling him a wizard, is a bit too much. This guy's favorite thing to do is to use magic to play tricks, and he doesn't like to rush to the front in a war. This is seriously inconsistent with the aesthetics of the Asgardians. But Loki is blinded by his desire to make the Asgardians love him as much as they love Odin. He wants the Asgardians not to forget Thor and remember that he is the real king of Asgard. If Loki calms down and does things bit by bit, there is still a chance. But he just couldn't calm down. He was eager to prove himself, to prove that he was better than Thor. So he started to play tricks. Loki was smart, but others were not fools. If he was a little more generous, he would play tricks. But this guy had poor patience and even worse temper. After playing tricks, he not only failed to win people's hearts, but also caused complaints. To put it bluntly, he was only a little clever, not wise. In order to establish his authority, he blatantly suppressed those who were inclined to Thor, and then promoted some people who joined him. He didn't care about any ability, ethics, etc. As long as he joined him, he could get promoted and make money. Anyone who dared to disobey him would be suppressed. Even those who advised him would not be let go. Imagine Loki's virtue. What kind of virtues those who really wanted to join him were, you can guess. In short, Asgard became a mess. But Loki didn't think it was his fault. He is the king. Asgardians should obey his orders unconditionally. The more he thought so, the more others hated him and opposed him. Loki has always been a dispensable character. Many older Asgardians knew his life experience and naturally would not give him a good face. Now that this has happened, the Asgardians, who had been pinching their noses and pretending not to see, naturally hate him even more. Loki's role also destined him to have no power in Asgard. So after a while, Loki was confused to find that, damn, the whole court was full of opposition parties. There were only a few of his own people, and they were hated by all the Asgardians. This king couldn't be. Loki was not really stupid. He certainly knew that haste makes waste, but the problem was that he lacked time. After all, Odin was not dead, he was just sleeping. Who knew when he would wake up? Loki felt that he had to make achievements to make Odin recognize him. Unfortunately, all he could think about was how Thor was loved, so he applied it to himself, thinking that he was stronger than Thor, so those people had to love him more than they loved Thor. He was stronger than Thor. But the result was that although Loki promoted his own people wantonly, his control over the entire Asgard kept declining. Even if he hadn't held the Eternal Spear and had the support of Queen Frigga, he would have become the first Asgard crown prince to be overthrown. Loki was not a fool, and of course he would reflect on himself. But there is a saying that goes, the smarter you are, the more reactionary you are if your thoughts are wrong. Loki didn't find any mistakes in himself. He thought he was loved, and if not, then the problem must be with others. He couldn't say to kill all those opponents, because if he did that, he would have to kill all the Asgardians. So he quickly locked onto his target. It was because of Thor. If Thor wasn't still alive, those people wouldn't miss him so much and go against him for him. So Thor must die. As long as Thor dies, those who support Thor must face reality. The logic is smooth and well-founded. But, how to kill Thor? Send someone? That's definitely not possible, not to mention whether the person sent can kill Thor. Just talking about the trust issue, it's a big problem. When everyone is an enemy, Loki doesn't trust anyone. Even those who he promoted. Are you kidding? That's to assassinate Thor. Even if those people surrender to him, it won't be to this extent. After all, that's Thor. The Queen and Odin are still alive. Who dares? Believe it or not, the first person Odin kills when he wakes up is the fool who did it. Maybe Loki can be forgiven by Odin because he is Odin's son. After all, he has two sons. If one dies, do you have to kill the other one? Then he will be extinct soon. So no matter who does it, there will be no glory and wealth, and it is certain that he will be killed for taking the blame. Who is full of food and runs to do such a stupid thing? So sending people won't work. Then you can only do it yourself. But soon, he thought of his experience on Earth. He was beaten so badly by the mortal who controlled Thor's hammer. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have died on Earth. Now Thor is under the protection of that mortal. No, he can't do it himself. Thinking of this, Loki suddenly felt so sad. Damn, he is a king after all. In the end, he has to find a way to kill people. But soon Loki calmed down. He couldn't be defeated by a small setback. Of course, he still had to think of a way. So he turned his eyes to the Eternal Spear. The Eternal Spear, Gungnir. The symbol of Asgard's royal power. Not only because the Eternal Spear can mobilize the power of Asgard, it is one of the most famous artifacts in the universe. It also represents the foundation of Asgard. The treasury of Asgard can only be opened by the Eternal Spear. And in the treasury, there are countless treasures. Some of which are powerful enough to destroy the world. Loki wants to activate the Destroyer. The Destroyer, made of Asgard Eurometal, is almost indestructible and can destroy all known substances. The Destroyer is an armored robot that can be controlled autonomously or by humans. Its energy comes from the mysterious Eternal Fire. The Eternal Fire, known as the Primordial Fire or the Origin Fire, is said to be the fire that ignites the sun. Its origin is extremely mysterious. According to legend, when Odin conquered the 9 realms, he took it from a demon who could destroy the world. Therefore, the Destroyer, which uses this flame as its energy core, never needs to worry about energy issues. At the same time, the Eternal Fire also gives it the ability to emit continuous high-temperature beams, which can melt almost all substances. At the same time, given the characteristics of the Eternal Fire, the Destroyer will never be destroyed, and it can also be deformed. It is actually the ultimate armor that Odin built for himself, which was specially made by Odin to deal with the disaster that destroyed Asgard. There is no reason, this thing is just the right weapon for Loki. Killing Thor with it is completely unnoticed. Of course, the premise is that he needs to control Heimdall. Heimdall has always been a thorn in Loki's side. This loyal Asgardian warrior, the guardian god in Norse mythology, the keeper of the Rainbow Bridge, is loyal to Odin. This is good, and it also allows Loki to gain Heimdall's loyalty, although verbally. But the bad thing is that his loyalty to Odin seems to be contagious to Thor, and he is also extremely loyal to Thor. This is very bad. Heimdall has the Eye of Heimdall, which senses everything and observes everything. Heimdall has the ability to detect the flapping of a butterfly's wings 1,000 worlds away. He can also sense the life essence of the Asgardian gods throughout the 9 worlds, and has the ability to focus on specific sensory information or choose to cover his senses, because he is so alert that he doesn't need to sleep at all. With such a guy protecting Thor day and night, Loki is very difficult to deal with. The 3 warriors of the Asgard Palace and Sif left Asgard for Midgard, which was the work of this guy, which made the suspicious Loki determine that this guy was a rebel. How to deal with him? Loki's mind wandered in the treasure house, hoping to find a way to deal with Heimdall. Although Heimdall is honest and low-key, Loki knows very well that this man may be the second most powerful warrior in the whole of Asgard. He is the strongest besides Odin. With the Eye of Heimdall, if Loki really wants to find trouble with Heimdall, he will probably be beaten badly, even if he has the Spear of Eternity. Just as Loki was wandering, he suddenly saw a ray of faint blue light from the corner of his eye. Icebox. The weather is too hot, and I turned on the air conditioner to sleep. My head hurts and my nose seems to be blocked. I feel groggy and it's so hard to type. Please give me some votes for this poor face. Chapter 745 Awakening. Project Pegasus needs to be suspended. Nick said this to his old friend Pierce in a certain base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce was very surprised. He knew what kind of person Nick Fury was. He would do anything to achieve his goal. It was because of this trait that Pierce boldly handed over the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to him, because Pierce knew very well that such Nick was in the best interest of Hydra. To be honest, Pierce wanted to develop Nick into Hydra more than once, and even in the future, he could take over his job and become the leader of Hydra. Because he has all the characteristics of a Hydra, it can even be said that he is a natural Hydra. Cool-headed, cruel, ambitious, extremely controlling, outstanding, and even crazy, all of which are so suitable for Hydra. But such a guy actually sincerely believes that S.H.I.E.L.D. is to maintain world peace. To be honest, when Pierce learned that Nick really thought so, he began to doubt his life. This, a complete villain template, but he actually insisted on getting close to the positive role. Is this one-eyed dragon poisonous? Of course, this is not important. What is important is that once Nick wants to do something, he almost never stops. But now, he actually took the initiative to stop the plan he strongly advocated to restart. Have you finally figured it out? In order to gain Nick's trust, Pierce always plays the role of a close brother and a wise senior in front of Nick. For example, if Nick wants to do something that is obviously in the interests of Hydra, he will use many high-sounding and glorious reasons to persuade him. Of course, this persuasion is basically ineffective. After it is ineffective again, he will turn around and strongly support it. It is simply a model of a good teacher and a helpful friend. So as usual, before the restart of the Pegasus plan, this old silver coin persuaded Nick Fury more than once that the cosmic cube is too dangerous and cannot be studied casually. And as usual, Nick was stubborn and refused to listen to the advice. Then Pierce and Hydra enjoyed the fruits of success happily. In the eyes of Hydra, studying the cosmic cube is good, too good. Anyway, for them, the cosmic cube belongs to Hydra. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can research something, it is definitely a free ride for Hydra. For the time being, Nick is not really an iron-headed kid. He has his own unique trump card, which is also the confidence of Nick to mess around. But the problem is that the information sent by Natasha makes him feel that he has underestimated the risk. And the Infinity Stones, the secret treasure of the universe. These words make Nick decide to be cautious. He needs to collect the wind. See if this is true. You know, he has a source of cosmic intelligence. In this regard, the whole Earth has no advantage over him. That's good, even if Pierce doesn't want to do this, he has to do it for his own personality. It's really sad. Of course, Pierce didn't care too much. Anyway, based on his understanding of Nick Fury, this guy will always be unable to help. Pierce is very confident about this. Then Pierce's figure disappeared. It turned out that the conversation between the two just now was communicated through the projection equipment. After Pierce disappeared, Nick rubbed his brows, walked out of the office. Outside is a huge test site. Countless pipelines and numerous equipment form a huge unknown square array, and in the middle of all the equipment, a square crystal emitting a faint blue light is shining. After a while, Dr. Eric Shavit came over, looking haggard, but extremely excited. Director Fury, I have readjusted the equation. I am confident that I can open the cosmic cube again. This time it will definitely succeed. After obtaining the right to study the cosmic cube, Eric Shavit was in an excited state. He has conducted an experiment, although it only activated the cosmic cube for a short while, but this is a success. As long as there is a first time, the next things will be much simpler. Professor Shavit, I think we need to hold on. We may not be able to open the last experiment again in a short time. Why? The truth is in front of us. I can't do nothing. In Eric Shavit's view, the cosmic cube is right in front of us, but not exploring it is simply the greatest blasphemy to the cosmic cube. It is also the greatest insult to science and truth. For some reasons, Professor, Nick didn't intend to tell Eric Shavit the real reason. Of course, it is very likely that even if he told him, Eric Shavit would still carry out the experiment. These scientists are sometimes crazier than madmen. For the so-called knowledge, they don't care about sacrifice at all. But Nick can't do that, especially when it comes at the cost of the whole world. How can this be? Then Nick waved his hand and asked several agents to take the old man away. The old man was in a very bad condition. If he died, it would be a big deal. Just like Pierce thought, he never gave up the research on the cosmic cube, but the risk assessment was necessary. So the old man was still needed. After everyone left, Nick walked to the cosmic cube. He gently stroked the cosmic cube. Like the Red Skull at the beginning, he felt that the cosmic cube was the future of mankind. Director, Phil's call suddenly came in at this time. As soon as Nick answered the call, Phil's anxious voice came over. What's going on? The captain is awake. Kai drove to the vicinity of Times Square. Today is December 31st. At this time every year, Times Square will usher in the New Year countdown event. Generally speaking, Kai is not very interested in this kind of event, because this time of year in previous years is the busiest time for the police. In the past, in his hometown, in order to ensure that the people can celebrate the holiday safely, the police will be particularly busy, and even their criminal investigation team is no exception. They all need to maintain public order. A group of young people seek excitement. On that day, they always make some ridiculous things because of alcohol. They are all small things, but troublesome. So Kai doesn't like the holiday. Not at all. This year, if Pepper hadn't pestered him and Tony to participate in this event together, Kai would never come out. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. New York has ushered in a rare sunny day. There are no clouds in the sky, and the sun shines warmly on people. The reason why Kai came here so quickly is because Pepper is worried that Kai will stand up, so she asked him to come over for dinner and keep an eye on him. Of course, more of it is to create opportunities for Kai and Natalie. That's right, Pepper hasn't given up on bringing these two people together. Kai drove slowly past a square, intending to find a parking lot, when he heard some commotion over there. Every New Year, the police keep a very strict watch on the area around Times Square. Generally speaking, no idiot would mess around here at this time. Kai didn't intend to care at first, because he had seen the police passing by. But just as he was about to start, he saw from the rearview mirror that several policemen actually flew up. They were thrown out. Is there a superpower? Kai stopped the car and turned off the engine immediately. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a group of men in black chasing a blonde muscular handsome man wearing a white tight short-sleeved shirt and beige trousers, running towards him barefoot. NYPD. Put your hands up. Kai raised his gun and shouted according to the procedure. As a result, the men in black behind him became nervous after shouting. They shouted desperately, "Stop! Stop! This is a misunderstanding." Kai didn't bother to care about the misunderstanding, and warned the blonde muscle man again, "NYPD. Stop! Put your hands up." "No. You can't fool me." The man turned a deaf ear and shouted loudly. He heard it. Kai had warned. Then it's not Kai's fault for shooting. Bang! Kai didn't intend to kill directly, but aimed at the man's thigh. But what surprised Kai a little happened. The man accelerated, dodged the bullet, and flew towards Kai. Kai threw away the pistol in his hand, grabbed the man's outstretched arm, and planned to throw the guy over his shoulder. But unexpectedly, when Kai turned around, the man actually stepped between Kai's feet with one foot, and used his body to hold Kai back to prevent Kai from turning around. Kai's reaction was also very fast. To prevent Kai from turning around, he directly swung his elbow at the man's waist and abdomen. Bang! The man stretched out his palm to block between his waist and abdomen, just blocking Kai's iron elbow. Then he used a head-chopping technique to strangle Kai's neck. But who is Kai? He grabbed one of his hands and his belt with the other hand, and lifted him up with a force. This is called one force defeating 10 skills. The man didn't expect Kai to do this, and was caught by the opportunity and lifted into the air. "Let me go," the man shouted. "Don't move." At this time, the men in black immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at Kai. The police gathered around, seeing someone pointing a gun at the symbol of their New York police, also reflexively pointed their guns at the men in black. The fight was about to break out. Wait a minute. At this time, Phil ran over from a car in the distance in a panic. He was already in a hurry, but he still encountered trouble. Meeting Kai. It was equivalent to encountering trouble. Especially at this time. Huh. Phil. You finally ran out of your rat hole. Phil's face immediately became bitter. Damn, I'm really unlucky today. Kai? I know that disaster made you angry. But I assure you, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. never thought that such a thing would happen. It was just an accident. Accident? Kai sneered. Fuck. Accident? You just said it was an accident and let it go? You wish. However, Kai didn't really have much impulse to catch Phil. This guy has been hiding in the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch for several weeks. Kai has almost calmed down. After all, strictly speaking, this matter has nothing to do with Phil. After all, according to the interrogation, the people who carried out the mission this time were not from the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. But the harsh words still need to be said. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. are too unscrupulous. If they really let this group of people mess around, New York will not have an easy time. There are more and more police here. S.H.I.E.L.D. is obviously short of manpower. They really don't have any good way to deal with the police gathered around. After all, this is New York. Because of Kai, the New York police have become very strong. At least they, S.H.I.E.L.D., really don't dare to confront the police casually. It's embarrassing to think about it. No wonder so many people in S.H.I.E.L.D. don't like Kai. Let me go. The blonde muscle man who was lifted by Kai was still struggling. Then Kai's hand flashed with lightning, and the man's eyes rolled up and he fainted. Phil immediately became nervous. Kai? Don't. Who is he? Kai put the man down. He grabbed his hair and pulled his face up, and found that this man seemed to have seen him somewhere. However, no matter who he is, his identity is definitely not ordinary. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is famous for being aloof. Kai? He is our S.H.I.E.L.D. He is very important to us. I hope you, your people? Your people can attack the police? Your people can ignore the law, The more Phil said this, the less likely Kai would let him go. The special department also arrived. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. dared not move at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been very concerned about Kai's intelligence, and the Special Affairs Investigation Department he formed naturally could not escape S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very clear about the combat effectiveness of this special force, and everyone in it is an elite. In fact, even if there are only police here and no special department, they dare not move. Kai is still here. Take him away, Kai directly asked someone to take over. Phil immediately wanted to stop him excitedly, but Sage and the parachute blaster raised their guns and pointed them at Phil. Phil had to stop. Kai, Phil's voice already had a pleading tone. Phil wanted to shoot all the agents in charge of guarding him now. The person who was under strict supervision in the branch's underground base actually ran out so easily. You know, this man is already an old man in his 80s. And he just woke up. Humph, Kai sneered. He turned and left. Compared to talking nonsense with Phil, he was more curious about the identity of this man. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. would care so much, and the identity of this man must not be simple. Of course, this is more of a revenge against S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if Kai needs S.H.I.E.L.D. to help find the space gem, it doesn't mean that Kai will accommodate them. The space gem is not his responsibility alone. It is the responsibility of all mankind. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself should also bear this responsibility, otherwise why would they have so much funding? So Kai will never give in to S.H.I.E.L.D. because of the space gem on any issue. For a moment, Phil really wanted to order his men to take that person back. But even if we don't discuss whether they can win or not, Kai can defeat all of them by himself. Let's just say that in the future, the New York government and the federal government will eat up S.H.I.E.L.D. Just kidding. On the last day of the new year, a fight with the police in Times Square, New York. This title is exciting to think about. So they can only watch the person who is extremely important to S.H.I.E.L.D. being taken away by the police. Recommendation votes. I want recommendation votes. Chapter 746, Choice. S.H.I.E.L.D. was in chaos when Phil reported that Captain America had escaped and was captured by the New York police. Everyone's first reaction was, today is April 1st? Captain America was captured by the police? How funny. If Captain America couldn't even deal with the police, how did he defeat the Nazis? Did he seduce the Germans with his sexy muscles? But when they learned that Captain America's luck was very bad, he actually ran into Kai, who was passing by, when he knocked away several policemen who were trying to intercept him. They believed it. Well, Captain America was really captured by the police. Then the high-level meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. was in chaos. Some people requested to send out a special agent team to rescue Captain America. Some people hoped to use political means to get Captain America back from Kai, while others advocated a softer approach. Anyway, Kai had a successful deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., so he could do it again. And when S.H.I.E.L.D. was making a fuss, Kai was also confused. Are you kidding me? A new prank? Kai was stunned as he looked at George and Felicia, who were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. How is it possible? He is definitely Captain America. George was like a 17 or 18-year-old boy who liked Gundam. He preached to Kai like Kai was talking to Lee Gangdam-nu. He said to Kai with a pious look, I have collected the original photo of Captain America. That person is exactly the same as Captain America. I swear, Captain America's status in the United States is probably equivalent to that of Lu Xun in the Chinese literary world. He has countless fans. Every word, every message, every photo, and every letter he left behind are sought after and interpreted by countless people. Unlike Lu Xun, Captain America served as the spokesperson for patriotic bonds for a period of time and walked all over the United States to participate in rallies, so he left behind a lot of information, letters, and photos. So generally, as long as you have money, you still have a chance to get it. For example, George's collection is a photo of Captain America attending a patriotic rally. It is very clear. Such original photos are worth thousands of dollars on the market. Maybe, he is also a fanatic of Captain America like you, although Kai is not very interested in American history. Just like you can never avoid Lu Xun when you go to school in China, it is difficult to avoid Captain America when you go to school in the United States. So Kai still knows that Captain America died in a plane crash before the end of World War II in order to stop the Red Skull from bombing New York with a super bomb. He has been dead for decades, and now you tell Kai that the blonde muscle man is Captain America? Director, I have evidence. At this time, Felicia immediately raised her hand and said very enthusiastically, "Evidence? What evidence?" Kai looked over. "I entered his DNA and fingerprints into the FBI database and found no match. Then I looked for the Federal Social Security Administration, and there was no match." "Wait a minute. Where do you get the authority?" Kai immediately found the key to the problem. "You know, the database of the Federal Social Security Administration and the FBI database are not accessible to ordinary people." "Oh, I used your authority," Felicia lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly. Kai now remembered that Kai never seemed to care about this kind of thing. So when Misty was his secretary, Kai gave Misty his authority password. After Felicia took office, Kai also did not take it back and continued to let the secretary know. But Kai still glared at Felicia fiercely. This still doesn't prove that he is Captain America. Kai still didn't quite believe it. At this time, the police officer in charge of guarding the blonde muscle man came over and told Kai. The man woke up. Tony and Pepper rushed to the 15th precinct, and Tony still had a very difficult to describe complex feeling in his heart. As we all know, Captain America and his father Howard Stark are comrades in arms and also very good friends. But it is also well known that Captain America Steve Rogers and James Buchanan Barnes, also known as Bucky Barnes, they are best friends, growing up together and living and dying together. But Bucky Barnes is Tony Stark's sworn enemy who killed his father. When Tony received Kai's notice, he actually didn't know what kind of emotion he should use to face this uncle he had never met. Of course, Tony would not give up revenge. The only thing he needed to care about now was Steve Rogers' attitude. This was not an emotional issue. After all, Tony was not familiar with Steve Rogers at all, and he had no emotional pressure at all. He needed to consider more realistic pressure. If Steve Rogers was determined to protect Bucky Barnes, it would undoubtedly increase the difficulty and cost of Tony's revenge. Don't underestimate Captain America's influence on today's American society. Because Captain America represents an era. He may not have achieved achievements corresponding to his influence. Although Captain America made great contributions in fighting the Nazis, he was not comparable to those leaders who led the United States to victory in World War II, such as Eisenhower, Patton, and Roosevelt. The historical contributions of these people completely crushed Captain America. But what really made Captain America a myth was that he represented that era. He represented the power of the United States at that time to surpass everything and become the strongest country in the world. The United States before World War II, its world status was actually like that. At that time, the center of the world was in Europe. And Captain America's performance on the battlefield greatly improved the national self-esteem of Americans at that time. You know, only the United States in the world has created super soldiers. This represents the scientific confidence of the United States and also represents the terrible military power of the United States. In addition, the United States did blow a little hard during the war for political needs at that time. As Goebbels said, a lie told 10,000 times becomes the truth. The sequelae of excessive praise soon appeared, and people began to look at Captain America too highly. As a result, public opinion forced politicians. Politicians had to pinch their noses and sing praises to Captain America. If it was just like this, it would be nothing. The shamelessness of politicians is definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When Captain America's influence is too great, politicians have many ways to weaken this influence after the war. But it just so happens that Captain America died. Died in the early stage of victory in World War II. Or died to save New York, the United States, which was not affected by the war. Now, politicians have no choice. Of course. They don't need to compete for power with a dead person. Anyway, Captain America is dead, so what if we give him a good reputation? Just like before the Western Han Dynasty, Confucius' status was actually nothing great. Like the ancestors of other doctrines, he was at most a sage. Even Confucianism was just a coward who was shivering in Luanqi and was oppressed by the old rogue Liu Bang. But after the abolition of all schools of thought and the promotion of Confucianism, Confucianism began to develop vigorously, and finally forced the emperor to give Confucius a higher and higher status. It even led to Confucius becoming a saint. Captain America's experience is similar. He was praised, and he couldn't take it back. So Captain America, as a clay statue, had a higher and higher status until he was deified. Today, it is not so easy to suppress Captain America. Like China in the previous life, even after experiencing such a strong suppression, Confucius still had a high status, which was one or even several levels higher than other sages. So don't underestimate Captain America's influence on today's American society. Under this kind of influence, if Steve Rogers is really determined to keep Bucky Barnes, Tony will really encounter a lot of trouble. So Tony took the initiative to meet Steve this time, not so much to see this uncle he had never met, but to confirm Steve's attitude. Soon they were taken to Steve's interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, many policemen were looking around and peeking inside from time to time. Kai personally interrogated Steve and confirmed that the man inside was really Captain America. All the police officers believed Kai's conclusion at the first time. After all, their chief was not an ordinary person. Thor. Isn't that awesome enough? Kai had no choice but to accept the unprofessional performance of the police officers. Again, if you don't experience it, you really can't understand the Americans in this world's admiration for Captain America. You have to know that many of Captain America's peripherals are top collectibles here. If they can get Captain America's signature, they can be heirlooms. So when George used his power to take Felicia to get Captain America's autograph and take a photo, the whole police force was in an uproar. It's not shameful for a man to like robots and superheroes. Doesn't Kai like Transformers? So he didn't say much to this group of fans. He's in there, Tony said with a hard and cold face. Kai raised his eyebrows and reminded, I think you should change your attitude. He is not an enemy, Tony. At least not yet. You should fight for it. You should understand, compared with Kai, Tony naturally knows more about the so-called political means. Kai thinks that instead of becoming an enemy of Captain America, it is better to fight for it. After all, Bucky Barnes really killed Howard Stark. This cannot be changed. Tony is right. Fight for it? No need. If he really favors Barnes, then he's my enemy. On this point, Tony will never compromise, because in Tony's view, this is an insult to his parents. Okay, Kai couldn't persuade him much. How could he persuade him? Can he stop others from being filial to their parents? That was not in line with Kai's values. Soon Kai took Tony and Pepper into the interrogation room. Steve was sitting at the table, flipping through a book about American history. Of course. He was more interested in the history after World War II. After he learned that he woke up, 66 years had passed in the world. Oh no, after tonight, it should be 67 years. He missed the dance. When he looked up, he found that the police brought a man and a woman. Steve was a little confused. Who were they? But soon, he saw a familiar shadow from Tony. Do you know Howard Stark? He is my father. What? You are Howard's son. Steve opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect that the playboy Howard also had a son, but he immediately reacted. It has been more than 60 years, and it is not uncommon for Howard to have grandchildren. Really? How is Howard? Is he okay? Looking at Steve's undisguised sincere smile, Tony did not feel any joy, but a stronger hatred. He's dead. Steve was stunned, lowered his head, and whispered in a low voice, is that so? Is he gone too? More than 60 years, even if Howard was still alive, he would be in his 90s. Steve suddenly felt the vicissitudes of life. When he woke up, his world had changed, and he seemed to be abandoned by the world. The world moved forward, but left him where he was. But the next second, Steve experienced the cruelty of the world again. He was murdered, with my mother. What? Perhaps too shocked and too angry, Steve stood up suddenly, overturned the chair under his buttocks, and smashed it against the wall before stopping. Who did it? Who? The anger on Steve's face was not fake. Tony raised his head and looked at Steve. Steve was still waiting for an answer, but he immediately felt that the atmosphere became a little strange. Why was Howard's son staring at him? After a while, Bucky Barnes. Steve didn't understand. Bucky? What's wrong with Bucky? Did you find Bucky? Tony's heart immediately surged with anger. Damn, he forgot his father just because he hurt his gay friend? It's Barnes, Tony said coldly. What? What is Barnes? Captain America didn't think about it at all, so he didn't quite understand. But after all, he was not a fool, and he immediately understood why Tony was like that just now. His face turned pale all of a sudden, and after a long time he said, Barnes died a long time ago. I saw him sacrificed. No. He's not dead. He betrayed his country. Tony didn't even consider whether an old man like Steve could accept it, but said with a little sarcasm. Barnes. Impossible. He loves this country more than anyone else. Steve refused to believe it. Barnes was Steve's childhood friend, and they grew up together. Barnes has even been his patron saint. Before he became Captain America, Barnes was his most admired person. Even the reason why he wanted to join the United States and serve the country was also influenced by Bucky. He knew who Bucky was. He would not betray his country. Absolutely not. Tony was also very straightforward and directly produced evidence. Although it was not direct evidence, it was almost confirmed. But Steve refused to admit it. He felt that there was a misunderstanding. Absolutely. Of course, there is good news, that is, Bucky didn't die that year. Then why didn't he come back? Why didn't anyone know that he was alive? Why did he appear at the murder scene of my parents? Why? I will find out. There must be a reason, Steve said firmly. Tony was silent for a while. After a long time, he said, "You don't deserve to be my father's friend." Steve Rogers, Tony, Steve wanted to say something. But at that moment he was speechless again. After a long time, he said, "Bucky." Tony seemed to guess what Steve wanted to say. "I feel very lucky that he is still alive." Steve? Because then I can kill him with my own hands. After saying that, Tony stood up and turned to leave. "Tony." Steve stood up and tried to hold Tony. But Tony walked out of the door without any pause. Steve put down his arm dejectedly. At the same time, Kai picked up the phone. "Ruth. It's me, Kai. Well, this time I have a message to tell you. Captain America is here with me. Everyone didn't forget to vote for the monthly ticket. Vote more." Chapter 747, Trade-offs. The debate within S.H.I.E.L.D. soon stopped. Because the military and the White House were dispatched, no matter how many ideas S.H.I.E.L.D. had, it was in vain. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. executives in the meeting looked at their director with a look of pity, because just now, the White House's accountability call had been made to Nick Fury's mobile phone. The wording was extremely harsh. Because in the eyes of the federal government, Captain America is the property of their federal government. And taking a step back, Captain America himself is a captain in the U.S. military. Because Captain America has been missing for so many years, and because the U.S. military does not want to lose the Captain America brand, it has never retired Steve, and he is still a serving officer. In other words, no matter what, Captain America is a member of the military, and what does he have to do with S.H.I.E.L.D.? There was no S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time. So S.H.I.E.L.D.'s practice of discovering Captain America and hiding him was simply treason in the eyes of the federal government and the military. What, is your S.H.I.E.L.D. planning to become independent? Such an important matter, neither the government nor the military knew anything at all. What's more hateful is that this matter was reported to them by the New York police. This is the most ridiculous thing. If you have the guts, never let me know about such a confidential matter. But Nima was actually found out by the police. Who are you going to humiliate? This made many people begin to question the so-called mysticism of S.H.I.E.L.D. What a mysterious egg you are. If you are found out by the police, you are not even as good as a gangster. Anyway, Nick doesn't know how to face such a scene now. He originally planned to let Captain America stay in S.H.I.E.L.D., influence him, and guide him. When he takes the initiative to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D., it will be a done deal, and no one can say anything. After all, Captain America's influence is destined to give him autonomy that many people cannot have. But now, Captain America doesn't even know which S.H.I.E.L.D. is. How to influence? Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. still has a trump card, that is, the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ms. Carter. She is Captain America's widow. With her help, she can definitely persuade Captain America to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. But the problem is that if Captain America stays in the military, Ms. Carter doesn't seem to have any position to persuade Steve to leave the army. Compared to them, S.H.I.E.L.D., Carter has a strong military background. She is a pure patriot. For Carter, there is no idea that S.H.I.E.L.D. is everything. In her opinion, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. are like the palm of the hand and the back of the hand. She has no reason to favor either side. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by her. After all, no matter which side Steve stays on, he is serving the country. What position does she have to help S.H.I.E.L.D.? In comparison, S.H.I.E.L.D. is much smaller in terms of pattern. They want to control everything and stubbornly believe that only their control is the best choice for the world. So this trump card may not be effective. What Nick can do now is to persuade the White House and the military to let go and let S.H.I.E.L.D. get Captain America. But this, all Nick can do is try his best. You are too polite. Ruth. Kai met with Secretary of Defense Ruth McMillan in the office. This very tough female minister left a good impression on Kai. At least she is braver than most men. When the White House was held hostage by terrorists, this woman showed extraordinary toughness, which made her a new generation of political star in the United States. Many people are optimistic that she will run for the next term after President Benjamin retires. No, Kai. This is not polite, but really thank you. Otherwise, the federal government still doesn't know the news of Captain America's resurrection. It is too easy for the federal government to confirm Captain America's identity. The federal government has a lot of Captain America's genetic samples, and everything will be clear after a little comparison. After discovering that Captain America is the real thing, it is really hard to describe the mood of the federal government. It can't be said that they are not happy. But they can't say they are very excited. Who are politicians? They are a group of people who live more clearly than anyone else. They don't think about things like ordinary people. Captain America is very powerful. But the problem is that his appearance is bound to break the original political balance. If Captain America himself has political tendencies, it will be even more unlucky. In short, Captain America's resurrection is a mixed blessing for those politicians. Of course, this does not prevent them from keeping Captain America in their hands. And their attitude is very firm. The federal government will never compromise on this point. Even if it cannot be controlled by these politicians, it is impossible to hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. has lost the trust of the federal government on this matter. Many federal bosses are wondering why S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to control Captain America. They don't think Captain America really has the power to change the world. And there are only two functions. One is the super soldier serum. The other is super influence. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to master these two things without telling anyone. What does it want to do? If the super soldier serum is successful, it means that S.H.I.E.L.D. can organize a super soldier army in a short time. Super influence means that S.H.I.E.L.D. will have great political influence. With military force and super political influence. What exactly does S.H.I.E.L.D. want to do? It's chilling to think about it. So the federal government decisively reprimanded S.H.I.E.L.D. and disdained Nick's request, and didn't even give Nick the opportunity to go to the White House to explain. On Capitol Hill, the threat of S.H.I.E.L.D. has officially begun to be examined. Nick Fury's place is still a mess, so he didn't think of this at all, so he immediately asked to meet the president, regardless of the White House's reprimand and rejection of his request to visit. He hopes to convince the president to let Captain America return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, return. He always regards Captain America as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s property. But what he doesn't know is that Benjamin is very dissatisfied with his visit and his tough request to meet him. Benjamin is essentially a good person, but the problem is that he is also a president, and some things cannot be constrained by ordinary people's morality. The first thing he has to consider is the president's majesty. I just said you don't have to come. You went to the White House and demanded to see me right after. Did I give you some illusion? Or do you have no respect for me as the president? My term of office is only 2 years, and the probability of my re-election in the next term is as high as 80%. You don't intend to respect my majesty as the president now, won't it be worse in the future? So Benjamin instinctively felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. was out of control. So even though Nick was very tough, the White House just wouldn't let him see the president. Until Pierce realized what was going on, he quickly flew to Washington and persuaded Nick to stop. Nick only realized now how bad the current situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. was. Hello, Mom. Captain America looked at the female minister in front of him with a little curiosity. In their era, women had no chance to participate in politics at all. Not to mention being a ministerial-level official. Steve himself was not a male chauvinist, he was just simply curious. After all, he was once a weak chicken with a sick body, the object of discrimination by others, and he had no right to discriminate against others. Hello. Can I call you Captain? Although Ruth was a politician, she was still excited when she saw Captain America. It was like a fan meeting a big star. Of course, Steve was very polite and well educated. Next was the fan process, signing autographs and taking photos. Then he started to talk about business. Captain. We need to talk about real issues, please go ahead. It's like this. You are still a captain in the military, and the U.S. military has not retired you. Secretary Ruth McMillan smiled. Hero, wandering hero, the first stop must be home. The Pentagon has also stated more than once that from the beginning to now, Captain America still belongs to the military, and his files have never been sealed. He just disappeared, and the Pentagon has never given up looking for him. If you are willing, We are willing to restore your position and restore your rank to a reasonable level according to the promotion law. The United States does not promote posthumous titles. When Captain America was confirmed to be missing, most people thought he was dead. Naturally, he was still the same rank when he died. But now that he is back, he will naturally be promoted. Of course, Steve can't really soar to the sky and then attend the Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting. Only a real loser will do that. Steve is just a soldier, and his talent is just that of a soldier. After all, personal fighting ability is not the standard for promotion in the U.S. military. Rank. Steve was not excited, but confused. He didn't join the U.S. military for this in the first place. In short, his motives were very noble. No. I joined the army to resist the Nazis. Now the world is at peace. I don't know what my goal is to stay in the army. I want to retire. Ruth was silent for a while, then smiled and said, "Of course, this is your freedom. But I hope you can consider it. Even if you are just serving in the army, it is very important to us in our country." "I'll consider it," Steve nodded. Then he said, "Can I ask when I can leave here? To be honest, it's my first time to enter the police station. It doesn't feel good, of course. We are already processing the procedures." "That's great. I want to go home and see." "Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. I'm sorry, this is a bit troublesome." "Huh? Do you remember, you bought the house with a loan?" Loan consumption has been popular in the United States for a long time. "Yes," Captain America nodded and admitted. "That's the problem. Due to your disappearance, your loan was foreseen. Then the bank took back your house. So you have no house." Even Captain America felt speechless. "Damn, I fought to the death on the battlefield of World War II, but when I came back, I lost my house? And what's worse is that because of your achievements, the bank donated your house to the museum." Museum. Steve felt it was wonderful. His own home was donated to the museum? "Yes, now this house is in the National Museum of Art in Washington." "Wait a minute. My house is in the museum? This is a bit too fantasy." "That's right, the museum dismantled your house and reassembled it inside the museum. The museum guarantees that it will remain the same inside, not even a brick has been moved," Ruth explained carefully. Steve immediately felt a gap between the times. In their era, no one would do such a thing. Does that mean I have nowhere to go? Of course not. This is America. No one will refuse Captain America. Of course, if you're talking about your private place, I'm sorry, there's none. Ruth told the truth. Steve suddenly felt helpless. Then, why don't you live in the military camp? That way you'll be less disturbed. Believe me, reporters of this era are much better than those of more than 60 years ago. Don't you want to be photographed even when you go to the bathroom? Steve really didn't know. He thought about it, and finally asked a question he had always wanted to know but didn't dare to ask. "Can you tell me about Peggy Carter? I owe her an apology. I broke the appointment." Ruth laughed. After all, she was also a woman, and she loved this kind of love that transcended time and space. "Of course. Ms. Carter is still alive." Steve laughed. Finally got good news. But immediately Steve's smile was forced. Because she learned. Peggy was married and had a son and a daughter. Her husband was not prominent, but just a soldier who was once saved by Steve. Maybe this was not unacceptable to others. After all, they haven't seen each other for decades, but it's not the case for Steve, because in his timeline, he made an agreement with Carter yesterday, and when he woke up today, she married someone else. Who can stand this kind of thing? Fortunately, Steve quickly adjusted his mentality. Otherwise what could he do? Destroy someone else's family? And the kind that has been married for decades? Ruth's next story made Steve feel a little relieved. Ms. Carter's husband died in the 1970s. Cancer. Although it's a bit dark. But I have to say that Steve really thinks so in his heart. Then she is now. She moved to London a long time ago. But we have sent someone to notify her, and I believe she will come back to see you soon. Ruth didn't lie. It's so important that the government can't fail to notify Peggy Carter. But SHIELD is a bit intriguing. They never sent anyone to notify Ms. Carter. The federal government feels that they can't give SHIELD the opportunity to use Ms. Carter, so they might as well take the initiative. Is that so? That's good, that's good. Outside the interrogation room, Kai looked at Captain America, who was worried about gains and losses, through the one-way glass. He sighed in his heart. In fact, He really wanted to recruit Captain America into the New York Special Affairs Investigation Department. After all, Steve was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. There is nothing wrong with returning to his hometown. However, compared with him, Tony is more important in Kai's mind. After all, Tony is a person who can change the course of mankind, and Captain America. It's just like that. He may be a hero, but Kai, a Chinese, can never worship him. Science is still more important. Since Tony is destined to be unable to integrate with Steve, Kai will naturally make a choice. As for mediating the relationship between them, please, Tony's parents were killed by Steve's good friends. According to the Chinese values, if such hatred can be let go, is it still a human being? So Kai is unwilling to do such a thing. Book friends who kill tickets. Don't do it. Show mercy. It's not that I don't want to update more, but I still have to go to work. And I'm so busy recently, working overtime every day. I don't have time to update. I've tried my best to keep updating. I write until 2 o'clock every day. I'm seriously sleep deprived in the morning, and my dark circles are scary. If I add more chapters, I think I'll die suddenly. It's not that I don't want monthly tickets, but I really can't do it. Please have mercy. Vote for me. Chapter 748 Ms. Carter. Soon, Captain America was half tricked and half forced to leave. Maybe he would go to a military base, but who cares? Kai didn't care anyway. Of course, Kai was the only one who thought so far. Less than 15 minutes after Captain America left, the 15th precinct was surrounded by reporters again. It must be some idiot who sold the news of Captain America's resurrection. It's nothing. This behavior is very normal in big cities. Except for those extremely serious cases where the higher-ups have issued a death order not to disclose, many times, the police will regard selling information as a means of making extra money. Kai has no good way to deal with this. He personally doesn't like to do this, but the problem is that the New York police, or the police in all big cities, only the information in New York and Los Angeles is more valuable, do this. It even gave rise to an underground industrial chain. In short, this kind of thing has become a convention, and the police officers below can distinguish the importance of what can't be disclosed and what can be sold. So even if Kai was unhappy, he didn't say much. After all, he can't fight against human nature. As a result, the news of Captain America's resurrection was sold out in a short period of time. The fastest first-hand news was said to have sold for more than $100,000, because the news not only contained Captain America's personal confession, but also his own photo. After that, no one knew how many times this news was sold. In short, all the news media in New York City, including TV stations and newspapers, and even many online platforms have gathered outside the police station. This is a huge explosion point. Of course, Kai would not participate in such troublesome things, and George had no choice but to stand in front of the stage again. Yes, Captain America is back. After consulting Kai, George learned that the news of Captain America's resurrection did not need to be hidden deliberately, but only needed to be concealed from SHIELD anyway. Kai would not give them the credit for Captain America's return. George could do whatever he wanted with the rest. George's statement made everyone excited at once. Captain America is really back. Excuse me, Deputy Director George. Can you tell me how Captain America was resurrected? Did the government use some secret experiment? Or is it just a fake? A puppet to attract the public's attention? As for how Captain America was resurrected, I can tell you. It was because the Federation found Captain America frozen in the Arctic Circle. As you know, due to environmental problems in recent years, the Arctic ice cap has disappeared on a large scale, and that's why we were able to find Captain America. Then we lifted the ice, and that's how it has been since then. As for what you said, I can only say that you think too much. If you really want those things, the government would have formed an entire army of super soldiers long ago. In short, Captain America is back. It's a fact. George originally wanted to give the credit to the Federation, but as he spoke, he changed it to us. Those who didn't understand thought that the New York police rescued Captain America. Of course, no one would argue with George about this kind of thing. So where is Captain America now? Is he still in the police station? Another reporter raised his hand and asked. What do you think? George asked back. The reporter cooperated and said his guess. It is absolutely impossible for him to stay in the police station. The Federation will not let such a hero wander outside. Look, you have thought of it, Don't you think the Federation will not think of it? Then can we know where Captain America is? You should ask the White House this question. You don't think the White House will tell this news to little policemen like me? George said humorously. George was not very good at dealing with the media before, but Chief Kai is a complete hands-off boss, and George has been trained. Of course, this is not without benefits. The higher the police are, the more similar they are to politicians. If they cannot handle the relationship with the media well, their future is limited. People like Kai are typical thugs who can't manage themselves. They can only mix in the front line all their lives and are destined to never enter the political arena. George often appears in the news media on behalf of the 15th Precinct, so his exposure rate is quite high. High exposure rate means that he has a deep impression in the minds of voters. If he runs for election, he will definitely get a lot of votes. So when do you think the federal government will announce Captain America's comeback? Or will they continue to conceal Captain America's existence? In the eyes of many reporters, the federal government is the biggest villain, because they have a lot of secrets, but they are unwilling to share. Is there anything more hateful to reporters than this? But George didn't wait for him to speak. Eddie Brock squeezed into the crowd. He was late. Because he dealt with a group of robbers on the way. So he was late, but don't be afraid, he has a very good relationship with the 15th Precinct and can even enter and exit the 15th Precinct at will. There is no way. Who said that the name of Venom has already been famous? Perhaps because of the worship of superheroes, Eddie also embarked on the path of vigilantes, but unlike those wild foxes, he is a partner of the 15th Precinct and a voluntary policeman. Eddie is indeed a little proud of himself during this period, because the existence of Venom allows him to always catch the first-hand news, and even relies on this identity to mix into the circle of New York vigilantes and have many sources of information. And his newspaper also became famous because a superhero appeared in his newspaper. Previously, there were newspapers that criticized Venom, but before Eddie could make a move, his colleagues and superiors started to argue with him like mad dogs, spraying each other in the newspaper. Of course, this was not necessarily out of true support for Eddie, but for their own interests. After all, this way more people would buy their newspapers. In short, Venom is so ugly, but he is the best superhero, because surprisingly, no one bothers him. Whether it is the police, the federal government or other messy organizations, they all turn a blind eye to him. This is also an extremely rare thing. George, do you have a photo of Captain America? I mean the exclusive one. Eddie was not polite and asked for the news directly. Other reporters were very unhappy with Eddie's behavior, but George did not refuse it at all. We will talk privately later. That's great. Envy and jealousy. Now Eddie is a complete winner in life in the eyes of all reporters. Next is some inquiries about details. George can grasp the rhythm very well. He never says what he shouldn't say, and he will do what he should say, so the news exploded the next day. In fact, the whole public opinion field exploded on the same day before the next day. However, it was Eddie's revelation that completely ignited the public opinion. He uploaded the video of Captain America on his personal website. This is not a key point. The key point is that Captain America in the video is still wearing handcuffs. There were rumors at the time. The New York police are so powerful that they actually arrested Captain America. Of course, there are more scolding. Many people are surprised that the New York police don't know Captain America. Many people began to wonder how the New York police graduated from elementary school. Of course, most of this is a joke. After all, who could have guessed that it was Captain America before? Everyone knows that Captain America and the Red Skull died together. In short, the whole United States became restless because of the appearance of Captain America. At the routine press conference of the White House that day, reporters wanted to know the information of Captain America like crazy. But the White House spokesman didn't know much. He could only say repeatedly, "Captain has just woken up and needs time to recover. We must wait until the authoritative experts confirm that there is no problem before we can announce his information." In short, the United States is lively again. At the same time, Ms. Carter, known as the widow of Captain America, secretly returned to the United States. However, the first person she met was not the man who haunted her. She first came to New York. Tony. Miss Carter looked at the man in front of her and fell into memories. Tony knew Carter a long time ago and called her Aunt Peggy. After Tony's parents died, Carter also took care of Tony for a long time as an elder. Their relationship can be said to be very close, but because of the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carter did not stay in the United States, but settled in London. But even so, Tony visits Carter every year. But now, it seems that everything is different. There is no family affection in Tony's eyes when he looks at Carter, only indifference. Aunt Peggy, Tony did not say bad things to the aunt who took care of him. It's just that the tone is different after all. Tony, you have changed a lot. Tony is certainly not the kind of person who would act like a spoiled child to Carter, but Carter can feel the alienation. Tony smiled. You too, I always thought you were just an ordinary civil servant. But I didn't expect that you would be the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, Howard's case is not that simple, of course. Bucky Barnes, Captain America's best friend. If people knew that Mr. Barnes was treasonous, it would affect Steve Rogers' position. I understand. Tony's eyes did not have the slightest understanding. But I don't understand, Aunt Peggy. My father is also your friend. He even founded S.H.I.E.L.D. with you. Why do you even want to hide his death? Just to protect the Captain America in the ice. Carter knew that Tony would not listen to the explanation. But from Carter's point of view, she had to persuade him. No, Tony, it's not what you think. Bucky is innocent. He was manipulated. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find out anything with its ability, it would be really weird. But there's only so much to find out. This is also Carter's heartache for these years. He was brainwashed and controlled by the Soviets. Believe me, the Soviet Union is gone. Don't tell me that it is Russia that is controlling him now. After Tony learned that it was Barnes who killed his parents, he never gave up on checking Barnes' whereabouts. He has checked all the capable countries in this world. Russia is naturally the focus. But the feedback he got was that Barnes disappeared long before the collapse of the Soviet Union. Even if it was the Soviets who controlled Barnes to do it, the Soviet Union is gone now. Who else should Tony look for if not Barnes? Barnes is innocent. Carter made his last effort. Haha, do you think so? His hands are stained with the blood of my parents, or he is innocent. Barnes killed Tony's parents. This is really irrefutable. Of course, what really made Tony angry was not this, but Carter's attitude. His father was Carter's comrade in arms and close friend. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was created by his father. But Carter's attitude, as if his father's death was not worth mentioning. I've been looking for the mastermind. Tony. I've been working hard. Is that really the case? Tony's face turned completely cold, and even the polite smile he had before disappeared. Tony was not a person who was good at hiding his emotions. After all, there were not many people in this world who needed him to be hypocritical. You have been investigating for decades, but I found out in a few months. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. really investigating seriously? Carter was choked. She has been blaming herself for Howard's death for many years. After all, she was in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time. But her investigations over the years have always been fruitless for various reasons, as if there was a force stopping her. She thought it was the Soviet Union, but after the Soviet Union disappeared, this force still existed. In fact, she herself was not sure whether there was really such a force. Later, Carter gradually began to lose control of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is normal. After all, a new generation has grown up, and no one will allow Carter to control S.H.I.E.L.D. permanently. After all, no one wants another Hoover. Hoover served as the director of the FBI for 48 years, resulting in successive presidents having no way to deal with him. If there is another person like this in S.H.I.E.L.D., I can't even imagine it. But even so, Carter has been in office for a long time. But after all, he had to face reality. After realizing that he had lost control of S.H.I.E.L.D., Carter left the United States and returned to the UK. Carter is British. Doing so also reassures all parties. So she entrusted the investigation to her successor, Alexander Pierce. But now it seems that the investigation has not made any progress, and it may not even be investigated at all. Thinking of this, Carter really didn't know what to say. Aunt Peggy. I understand you love the captain. But you can't spread your love for him to everyone related to him. Tony's eyes were slightly red. You have failed my father. Just like Steve Rogers. My father helped you so much, but you only thought about yourselves. You never even considered him a little. You don't deserve to call my father a friend. This is an extremely severe accusation. Carter wanted to explain that it was not like that. But Tony turned and left. Carter tried to hold him back, but Tony seemed to have had enough, and shook Carter off with a wave of his hand. Carter lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then Carter felt dizzy, his eyes went black, and his chest was in pain. Tony turned around and saw Carter lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and he immediately felt something was wrong. So, You want me to come here to save her? Kai looked at the old woman lying on the bed through the glass, frowned and looked at Tony. I'm not a doctor. Tony looked at the medical staff who were giving Carter first aid. I know. I also know that she is no longer alive. Even if it hadn't happened this time, she wouldn't live long. By the way, who is she? She made you so nervous that you gave her first aid in your own home. Kai didn't know the old woman. She is Peggy Carter, Captain America's widow, Tony said hoarsely. He originally wanted to say that it was his Aunt Peggy. But thinking that they were destined to stand on opposite sides in the future, he introduced her with another identity. Tisk. Kai felt a toothache. Kai still knows the relationship between Peggy Carter and Tony. Especially after Captain America is resurrected, their relationship will inevitably face some twists and turns. It's a real family ethics drama. You want to use the dragon bone? Kai probably guessed Tony's plan. Well, please, Tony's idea is that he owes Carter, and this time he will give her back everything. Then have you thought about how to explain it? Kai is not stingy about dragon bones. Tony has said so, and there is no problem with giving a little. But, what about later? The small bones of the dragon bone are not very obvious on young people. For example, Tony, he only looks a few years younger. Outsiders only say that he knows how to maintain it. But for the elderly, the effect is very outstanding. How do you explain that you will reverse your aging at that time? A 90-year-old man is actually still anti-aging. Who are you fooling? Tony obviously didn't think so much before. Now he is a little distressed. After all, rejuvenation and prolonging life? This kind of thing, as long as you are a person, you will rush to it. It will be a big trouble. How about, just say it's my new invention, haha. Kai didn't comment. Even if Tony was made of iron, how many nails could he hammer? This thing is needed by people all over the world. Tisk. It's really troublesome. Tony rolled his eyes and came up with a bad idea. How about, let Batman take the blame? Anyway, he is so mysterious, aren't you afraid that he will find you? Just say so. Kai shrugged and pretended to be indifferent. Then what should I do? This kind of thing is a big trouble for anyone. Even Batman is no exception. How about, let Hannibal take the blame? Tony thought about it and proposed another person. He always does those weird things. It should be okay, right? Aren't you afraid that Hannibal will find you? Well, I should be able to handle it. You just need to make sure whether he will come out to clarify. He is not that idle. Kai thought about it and made a plan. Anyway, Hannibal's reputation is very bad, and he doesn't mind attracting more attention. That's it. Tony waved his hand and made it a deal. But the next second he whispered, are you sure Hannibal won't kill me? Maybe. Kai curled his lips. When Carter opened her eyes again, she found that her body was more relaxed than ever before, and the forgetfulness and confusion that often troubled her in the past were also swept away. It felt like returning to her youth. But she sat up from the bed. When she turned her head to get a glass of water, she suddenly saw the mirror beside the bed. The glass of water broke on the ground. In the mirror was a gorgeous girl in her 20s. I came back early today, so I will update more. I hope the recommendation votes are as strong as last week. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749 Meet Again. You're awake. The door of the ward was pushed open and Pepper walked in. Pepper didn't know Carter, but Carter knew her. Carter had always been concerned about Tony. Although Carter didn't understand what happened to him, he instinctively thought of Tony. Pepper hesitated for a while and said, Tony said, he and you don't owe each other anything. So he doesn't want to see you again. Carter was silent for a while, then pointed at herself in the mirror and said, is this what Tony means by not owing each other anything? Pepper had used dragon bones before, and knew that dragon bones were actually Kai's trophies. At the same time, she was very clear about how sensitive dragon bones were, so she had long known from Tony what she should say. Tony is sorry for hurting you, so he asked a friend. His friend has some special abilities. Anyway, you also want to meet the captain in the best condition, right? To be honest, Pepper has always known the magic of dragon bones. Since she used dragon bones, her physical fitness has improved more than one level. The skin that had begun to sag began to regain its tightness, and the pigmentation caused by age disappeared without a trace, and the freckles on her face were gone. She even felt like she was about to develop a second growth, and her whole person was rejuvenated from the inside out. This feeling is great. But unexpectedly, the effect on Carter was even more domineering, rejuvenating. Doesn't it mean she can stay young forever? It's a happy thought. Although it's sad that Tony and his aunt fell out, Pepper couldn't help but feel a little happy. Friend, Carter immediately thought of Kai. After all, Tony and Kai have the best relationship, and Kai also has superpowers. But Carter immediately rejected this guess. Let's not talk about whether Kai's superpowers can do this. Even if he can, Kai doesn't seem to need to do this for himself. That's right, Carter only understands what rejuvenation means better than Tony. Everyone in this world desires this ability, and the richer and more powerful people desire it more. If Kai really has this ability, he will definitely hide it very well. She and Kai have no friendship, and as for Tony and Kai's friendship, it seems that there is no way for Kai to do this. At most, Kai will save people, but he will never help her rejuvenate. Who can do this? Ms. Carter. Carter was silent for too long, and Pepper asked a little worriedly. Carter came back to her senses. But the moment she turned her head, she saw herself in the mirror again. No matter how many times she looked at it, she felt like she was dreaming. Oh, I'm fine. After a while, Carter said, I still want to see Tony. Pepper shook her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Tony said that his position will not change. He will definitely find Bucky Barnes and then take revenge. Unless you stand on his side, there is nothing to talk about. Carter was silent. Stand on Tony's side? Of course she thought about it. But how to face Steve? And she knew that Barnes was brainwashed. In the dilemma, Carter could only make the choice that best suits her heart. Barnes is innocent. This is the most important weight between the two men. She can't let Tony make mistakes again and again. She must find Barnes before Tony and then protect him, otherwise. As for Tony not being able to kill people, please, do you really think this is a fairy tale world? If the law can control those privileged classes, it is not called the privileged class. Tony wants to kill people, there are many ways, and the law can't do anything about him. Thinking about these things, Carter reluctantly followed Pepper out of Stark Tower. Just as Carter was leaving, Tony looked at Carter's back coldly from a position she couldn't see. The Quantico military base where Captain America is now is not far from New York. Perhaps it was to let the captain relax, or perhaps it was to allow more people to meet the captain in person. Tonight, the Quantico military base specially held a dance for the captain. There were no outsiders, only some officers from the barracks, and some high-ranking military officers who came from Washington and other places. Captain Rogers, old General Edward Craig, came to the captain who had finally gotten rid of those fans with a glass of wine. Steve saw Edward's rank and immediately saluted reflexively. Yes, General. This made General Edward Craig a little flustered. No, Captain, you don't need to salute anyone, at least in the army. It was because of your encouragement that I joined the army and went to the battlefield. You will always be my idol. Steve actually didn't like this kind of flattery at first, but after hearing it more, he was fine. Captain, you know, the whole world is curious and excited about your return. Your return will make America great again. Steve smiled bitterly and said, I don't think people outside will be curious. Maybe they will panic. After all, an old antique who was thought to have been dead for many years, is actually alive. If Steve put himself in the position of the people, he would probably feel panic. How could it be? Edward waved his arms and said excitedly, the successive appearances of demons, giants, and monsters. Everyone is panicking about these lives that were once only in legends or stories. Now your return, Captain, will make the people feel at ease. After all, if it weren't for you, the world would not be what it is today. You are the flag of American soldiers. As long as you are here, I think they will know that the reason why the world is so peaceful is because there are people like you who are carrying the burden forward. The military is indeed happy to see the captain's return. Unlike politicians, they are not afraid of the captain's influence, and even hope to use Steve's influence. Over the years, the Federation has been quite critical of many military actions, believing that capital has colluded with the military. Most of the wars launched by the Federation today are launched for capital. This is also the basis of public opinion for President Benjamin to cut military spending after he came to power. But if there is the sign of Captain America, everything will be different. Captain America represents love and justice. As long as this card is grasped, the military's actions will have a reasonable and legal basis. Who dares to cut their funding at that time? Spray him to death. So the military is very enthusiastic about the captain. Steve couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard such a high evaluation. I'm just doing what I should do as a soldier. When the Nazis were about to sweep the world, there were countless outstanding men in the world who went to the battlefield to stop the disaster. As a patriotic young man, Steve Rogers was naturally the same. If there is a difference, Steve Rogers once asked himself, at most, his luck is a little better than others. At this time, the other people who came around immediately joined in the flattery of Steve. Again, the military needs Steve as a banner. The government obviously realized what the military was going to do very quickly, and several civilian officials led by Ruth McMillan came over immediately. They would also flatter, but their purpose was completely different. They didn't care whether Steve was in the military or not. They cared more about Steve's position. The military must not lose control no matter what. This is the bottom line of the government. Steve didn't really understand politics, but he wasn't a fool. He also saw that the two gangs were targeting each other, but he didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, a black car drove into the military base and stopped outside the venue. This quickly attracted the attention of others. Then the faces of the people present changed drastically. It was Nick Fury. The development and loss of control of S.H.I.E.L.D. had made many people begin to be wary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick was even refused to meet with the president. As for the issue of Captain America, almost everyone had a consensus that S.H.I.E.L.D. must be excluded. But now Nick Fury actually ignored the warning and appeared here openly. This is not just a simple violation of the will of the federal government. This means loss of control. S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer had any respect for the Federation. At that time, several senior officers stopped Nick Fury at the signal of the person behind the scenes. No matter what, he would not be allowed to contact Captain America. But Nick's next move stopped them. Nick opened the back door of the car, and a woman dressed in the uniform of a female U.S. military officer in World War II got out of the back seat of the car. Peggy. Steve felt like he was dreaming. But this dream was so real that he couldn't believe it. Ms. Carter is not an ordinary person. She has always been a legendary figure. Not to mention the fact that she is the widow of Captain America. The key is that she is also a symbol of post-war feminism. In a patriarchal society, she actually reached the pinnacle of power through her own efforts, and she is also an idol of women in the new era. First of all, it should be pointed out here that the United States has always been a conservative country. For a long time after World War II, the best choice for women to get married was to be housewives, even now. It's just that there is no discrimination as before. But what about Carter? Not only did she win a place in the patriarchal society with her own efforts, but she didn't even change her gender after getting married. This is also the reason why she was called Miss Carter from beginning to end, instead of her husband's family name. Therefore, many of the slightly older people present knew her. For example, Secretary of Defense Ruth McMillan, and Deputy Secretary of Defense General Edward Craig were all like this. Even the two of them were very familiar with Carter. Although the woman in front of them looked only 20 years old, they still recognized her at a glance. Ms. Carter, to the exclamation of the two people completely confirmed Carter's identity. Steve Rogers was so excited that he almost appeared in front of Ms. Peggy Carter, standing at the door with a whoosh, his face full of excitement. But the next second, snap. A very loud slap. Everyone stared in amazement as Ms. Carter slapped Captain America hard. This was not the same as the passionate embrace that most people imagined. Asshole. You broke your promise, Carter screamed, but the next second, Miss Carter directly hugged Steve Rogers' neck, still murmuring, "You are late, you know, you are late for 65 years." Rogers felt Carter's real and warm body temperature, and after a moment of silence, his hands, which he had nowhere to put, slowly hugged Peggy Carter's back, lowered his head, and smelled the fragrance of the blonde beauty's hair, greedily and uncontrollably. I know, I'm sorry. Peggy. At this moment, no one would be so rude to disturb the lovers who had not seen each other for more than 60 years. Everyone silently watched the lovers who finally met with a gentle and touching look. In any case, love has no position. Beauty is short-lived. Especially for those politicians who have to calculate all the time. After a short blessing and touching, a lot of questions ran through everyone's mind. Ms. Carter should be 90 years old, But Miss Carter in front of them is still exactly the same as in World War II. What's going on? And the fact that Nick Fury and Miss Carter appeared together, does it mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. intends to play Carter's card, and Miss Carter is also ready to stand on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s side? Wait. There must be answers to these questions, otherwise many people will not be able to sleep. Nick Fury is in a good mood now, because in his opinion, things are stable. At least Captain America's feelings for Miss Carter have not changed. Although Nick Fury does not believe in the so-called love, it does not mean that he will not use love. Originally, Nick did not plan to find Carter because he was uncertain. Who knows what position Carter holds? But unexpectedly, Carter took the initiative to find them. That's all. In fact, Carter did not want to find S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. The previous communication with Tony made Miss Carter have a strong distrust of S.H.I.E.L.D. The way she left S.H.I.E.L.D. that year was not so glorious. You know, those who founded S.H.I.E.L.D. together either died or fell out with S.H.I.E.L.D., such as the first-generation Ant-Man Dr. Hank Pym. This was not Carter's original intention, but the problem was that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not hers alone, and she needed to take into account the interests of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. The same reason why she left S.H.I.E.L.D. was that S.H.I.E.L.D. had its own interests, and she became a stumbling block. So when she left S.H.I.E.L.D., it was really not a happy time, otherwise Carter would not have gone to England. And after talking with Tony, Carter felt deeply disappointed. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation of Barnes for so many years has not made any progress. There are only two possibilities for this situation. 1. S.H.I.E.L.D. has never thought about investigating the cause of Howard Stark's death. 2. That is, S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved in the murder. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why S.H.I.E.L.D. has not made any progress in this assassination case for more than 20 years. But the problem is, Carter now. If there is no proof from S.H.I.E.L.D., how many people can believe that the woman in front of them is Peggy Carter? Vote for recommendation. Although it is a bit troublesome, it doesn't take much effort. Chapter 750 The Destroyer. The party ended quickly. A group of high-ranking officials, Carter, Captain America Steve, and Nick Fury, who insisted on joining the meeting, entered a secret room inside the base for a 3-hour meeting. No one knew what the group talked about. The only thing we knew was that when Nick Fury left, his face was very ugly. And he left alone. When Nick got into his car, Agent Hill, who had been waiting for Nick in the car, immediately asked with concern, "Where are Ms. Carter and the captain?" Nick said with a gloomy face, "They won't go with us." Hill was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, "How is it possible?" Hill heard that Nick's words just now were pun. On the surface, it means that the two legendary figures will not leave with him, but the other meaning is that S.H.I.E.L.D. and these two are not on the same path. It is understandable for the captain to do this. After all, there was no S.H.I.E.L.D. when the captain was active. It is normal for him to have no sense of belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. But Ms. Carter, don't forget that S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by her. There is no reason. Nick did not speak, but sighed deeply. Of course he knew why it turned out like this. Howard's case. Nick covered his forehead with his hands, having a headache. He had heard that Tony and Ms. Carter had officially broken up. The reason was because of Howard's case. Nick naturally knew about the murder case that year, but the case was not handed over to him at the time, but was secretly investigated by senior management. But 20 years have passed, and there is still no progress in the case. Not to mention that Carter and Tony think it is too much, even Nick himself thinks there is a problem. So where is the problem? Nick closed his eyes and silently sorted out all the information he said he knew about the case, trying to find out what went wrong. There is no doubt that this case has put S.H.I.E.L.D. in a very passive position. Originally, he thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. would have misunderstandings with Tony, but now it seems that the influence of this case is long-standing. It has given S.H.I.E.L.D. an extra competitor. That's right, just now, Ms. Carter and the federal high-level officials reached an agreement. They will form a new department under the coordination of the Pentagon to deal with more and more superpower incidents. Ms. Carter even hopes that the federal government can transfer Kai to her. The reason is simple. Kai has resources that all parties are jealous of. He knows a lot of superheroes. In fact, the federal high-level officials really considered it, but finally refused. The reason is Captain America. Yes, it's because of him. Captain America's influence is unquestionable. If those superheroes really come under Carter's command, plus Captain America's influence, some things should be more careful, so as not to let the second S.H.I.E.L.D. rise. What's more, Kai himself represents the Federation and does not need Ms. Carter's recruitment. Besides, Carter also promised that she would use her connections to reorganize the Howling Commandos. The Howling Commandos, this is an extremely secretive special force, formed during World War II, mainly led by Captain America at the time, and a commando formed by some anti-Nazis. It was very active at the time. But this is only on the surface. There is also a Howling Commando in secret, all of which are non-human creatures. This time, the commandos were specially used to fight against the superpower forces of Hydra and the Nazis. Later, this force also served SHIELD, but as Carter left SHIELD, this force gradually broke with SHIELD, and its members were also distributed all over the world and no longer active. Now that Carter is willing to stand up, and with Captain America, the possibility of reorganizing this force is very high. With such power, the federal high-level officials feel that they can no longer add weight to Ms. Carter. Having a superhero force like Kai who has no position wandering outside is more conducive to balance. Politicians, what they pay attention to is a balance. Anyway, many high-level officials in the federal high-level officials have a very good relationship with Kai. They are not worried that Kai will lose control. Of course, real politicians will not believe in friendship. It is mainly because of Kai's consistent approach that they have confidence. Alexander Pierce soon learned about the deal between the federal high-level officials and Carter. This made him very angry. Even panic. SHIELD was divided again. Yes, that's what he thought. The field of supernatural has always been the private domain of SHIELD, which is entirely their responsibility. This is equivalent to a monopoly. What business is the most profitable? Answer: monopoly business is the most profitable. It is precisely because of the monopoly in this area that SHIELD can ask for funds and privileges. It is also because of the monopoly in this field that SHIELD can develop in other fields without scruples, and even begin to infringe on the powers of the FBI and CIA. In short, all of this is based on monopoly. When Kai established a similar department in the New York Police Department, SHIELD had a big discussion. It is conceivable how much SHIELD attaches importance to this aspect. But no matter how you look at it, Kai's actions are just minor ones, and it is impossible to affect the foundation of SHIELD. But Carter's cooperation with the Federation. The key is that Pierce doesn't know how to stop this. Protest? Please. The federal government obviously doesn't trust SHIELD. In fact, trust or not is not the key to this kind of thing. The key is that the Federation has noticed that SHIELD is too powerful. They can dig up Captain America in the Arctic without anyone noticing and revive him, but the federal government doesn't know anything about it. This is too much. Therefore, introducing competition to balance SHIELD has become a necessary means for politicians. Let the federal government completely and unconditionally trust SHIELD? How is it possible? They are all veterans, who would do such a thing? Anyway, Pierce is very angry now. Nick. What is going on? Why did it turn out like this? Pierce angrily found Nick Fury. Pierce rarely treats Nick Fury with such emotions, but this matter is really too serious. SHIELD is weakened, which also means that Hydra is weakened. And Pierce has a reason to do so. Nick Fury knew that Pierce would come over a long time ago. He did not show much excitement, but said calmly, "It doesn't matter now, it doesn't matter." Pierce almost laughed out loud. "It doesn't matter, so what matters? Investigate the traitor." Pierce's expression immediately became wonderful. "What's the situation? What do you mean?" Fortunately, Pierce is an old silver coin, who can keep his mind steady and did not reveal any flaws, but even so, his face was still full of surprise. Howard Stark's murder case. Up to now, we at SHIELD have not made any progress. Ms. Carter told me very clearly that she no longer trusts SHIELD, Nick Fury said calmly. To be honest, he felt that he had been wronged. This case had nothing to do with him. This case had nothing to do with him. Hearing about the Howard case, Pierce's heart skipped a beat again. Damn. What's going on today? I just read the case file and found a lot of problems. I suspect this is not done by external forces, but someone in our company cooperated. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found nothing in 20 years. Nick was really suspicious. Pierce was stunned for a moment and found that this was indeed a loophole. After all, who knows more about SHIELD's capabilities than him, the former director? Why can't SHIELD find anything? Because this matter was originally planned by him, the former director. But Pierce couldn't show that he didn't believe it, because if it wasn't the case, then the matter would be difficult to explain. Is it true that there is a huge external force against SHIELD? Don't make trouble. There is no such force in the world. Do we have to invent one? Haha, that's even more difficult. We are all smart people. What else can we do? Of course, we just go along with it. Could it be that it was really done by a traitor back then? I doubt it. We can't allow such a thing. This matter must be resolved, Nick Fury said firmly. Pierce was silent for a long time and nodded. I support you, but the next second, Pierce said, then how do we deal with Miss Carter and her new department? We can't do anything. This is also what Nick is most annoyed about. He knows that the Federation is playing a balancing game, but so what? This is an open conspiracy, unless you, S.H.I.E.L.D., intend to turn against the federal government. Otherwise, it's useless to say anything. But Pierce heard Nick's subtext. Will Nick really do nothing? Then he is not Nick Fury. Pierce looked at Nick thoughtfully. Yes, we can't do anything. Nick. I hope you understand. Nick naturally knew that Pierce knew what he was thinking. He was not surprised. I know, it's good that you know. The two people's meaning is very simple. Pierce said, you can do it, but it has absolutely nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick replied, I'm familiar with it, don't worry. Let's not talk about the power struggle over there. The perspective should be turned to our alien friends. The Asgardians lived in New York for a few months and were not adapted to it at first. But Asgardians are still human beings after all, even if their lifespan and physique are much stronger than humans on Earth. But it still can't change the fact that they are human beings. The reason is very simple. There is no reproductive isolation between Asgardians and humans. So Asgardians can be regarded as a special nation, but they have not separated from the human population. As long as they are human, others may not be very strong, but their adaptability is absolutely great. Look, after a few months, a group of Asgardians immediately integrated into New York. Even the aesthetics have changed to a certain extent. For example, they are now wearing ordinary people's clothes. And Asgard may be much more technologically advanced than the Earth, but when it comes to culture, it may not be comparable to the Earth. The reason is very simple. To put it bluntly, the Asgardians are a fighting nation. Their daily life and culture are developed based on fighting. At the same time, they are long-lived enough that Asgardians are generally conservative. They like traditional things. This means that they tend to be conservative in culture and don't like changes. But the Earthlings are different. The Earthlings have a short lifespan. They want to emit the most beautiful light in their limited life, which means that changes are destined to occur all the time. Therefore, under the collision of various thoughts, a culture far beyond Asgard was created. Diversity and change make the culture of the Earth have a strong vitality. So the Asgardian barbarians sank like this. That's right, they are barbarians. After all, they have no culture. Can technology really replace culture? For example, the United States is the world's #1 in technology, but how many people really think it has culture? In short, the Asgardians adapt very quickly. Look, the police school is on vacation, and several Asgardians took a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were monitoring them and ran out to hang out. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. really let these Asgardians run around casually? Along with Thor and the others, Jane and her student Daisy accompanied the Asgardians to the nightclub. After all, the Asgardians were all poor. Kai only gave them basic living expenses, and the rest S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to give them. But the problem is that the Asgardians have a really bad impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the ethics of these people, they really don't want to accept money from S.H.I.E.L.D. In the eyes of these warriors, morality is much more precious than money. So they can only take Jane's money. As for whether this is eating gigolo, they really don't think so. After all, Jane is willing. And they wrote an IOU. The IOU of the aliens may itself exceed the value of the money Jane paid. Some people say, isn't Jane very poor? That's wrong, Jane is not poor. In the middle of the comics, there is a nurse, who is very poor. But in the movie, Jane is an astrophysicist, so she is not poor herself. Although she is not rich, she is definitely upper middle class. As for her lack of research funds, come on, how can a scientist use his own money to do research? If that were the case, the scientific cause would be doomed. After all, no matter what subject it is, any research is extremely expensive, and she is paid by others to do research. Anyway, it is not a problem to support a few Asgardians. Jane finally had a day off today, so she wanted to spend some time with Thor, but unfortunately, Thor was a straight man and had to bring his companions and friends. Jane was so angry that her teeth were itching. But she had no choice. Jane seemed to like Thor like this. She felt that such a person was not a sly person. Unfortunately, what Jane didn't know was that Thor did look simple, but that didn't mean he was not a sly person. There were so many women in the police school who had deep communication with Thor that could prove it. Of course, Thor didn't think so. The Asgardians were very open. Love was love, and what was that was what was that. Thor didn't think he was sorry for Jane at all. Just when a group of people were playing and preparing to go to the nightclub to drink. In the distant sky, a huge spiral cloud appeared. Countless tiny light spots inside it rotated and danced, like a bright nebula appearing in the night sky. Soon, the 5 Asgardians stopped laughing and stood up to look at the magnificent nebula vortex. Thor was very cheerful. He asked Sif, "Is there anyone else coming to see me?" Sif looked serious. "No, we are disobeying orders." "Others don't have the courage." Daisy didn't think anything of it and said casually, "If they are not friends, then they are enemies." The logic of this statement was simple and clear. The 4 disobedient people in the Celestial Palace almost subconsciously understood something, and their faces were extremely ugly. The bearded Volstagg tore off his t-shirt, and the armor on his body automatically merged. He grabbed his giant axe and said, "Whoever he is, I will kill him if he goes against Thor." The 3 people, including Sif, also changed into their own weapons. Although they didn't say anything, their meaning was the same as Volstagg's. Thor didn't pay attention to all this, but just looked up at the night sky. He was still thinking about who had come to see him. This guy has no sense of crisis at all. The nebula vortex also made a loud rumbling sound, and the nebula channel fell straight onto the street, which shocked the people around. Then these passers-by ran away very discerningly. New York has become accustomed to it. Then the nebula vortex disappeared completely within a few breaths. As the light faded, a huge humanoid object with a metallic luster floated out from the smoke and dust at the point where the channel fell, and flew directly towards Thor and the others. Sif shouted softly, "It's the destroyer, it's coming towards us." Sif grabbed Thor without hesitation and ran away. The 4 friends of Asgard carried their eldest prince and ran all the way, with amazing speed. Only Thor was a little bit unbelievable. Why was it the destroyer? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.